Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Modern Day Debate. Tonight's debate, flat versus globe. Tonight we've got Mark, Reid, Leophilius, Kyle, and Mercedes to debate that exact topic. Going first tonight will be the globe side. Mark, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Justin. I'll just share my screen to get my presentation. Just let me know when I am good to go. So thank you, Justin, for moderating, my partner, the amazing Leophilius, and thank you to the people in the audience for giving me your time. And thanks to our interlocutors, Kyle and Mercedes, for being here. So Flat Earth is a relatively new conspiracy theory, laden idea that doesn't fit with the observations that people have made about the observable constellations and physics that we see around us. Since ancient Greek days, we have known the Earth was spherical due to experiments they performed. And the more observations we have and the more physics we learn, it reinforces the knowledge that the Earth is not a flat stationary plane, but rather a rotating oblate spherate with a radius of about 6,371 kilometers. Now, one of the reasons we know this is we have two different models, and only one of them holds to reality. And Flat Earth is a model, even though it's very, very unformed and sort of very, very vague in its assertions. The crux, or the Southern Cross in particular, is a massive problem for Flat Earth, and I'll be challenging my opponents to see how they explain how this works. Why can people in Australia look south, as you can see from here, and see the Southern Cross like this, and people simultaneously can look south from South Africa and see the Southern Cross? Now, this is simultaneous. This is at the same time. This is also true for people in South America. They look south and see the Southern Cross as well. There's been no explanation offered as to how it solved this conundrum, and my opponents need to explain how this would work. Now, this is how it would work on the globe. Works perfectly fine. This is on the Flat Earth, does not work. This is a time lapse taken from the circumpolar stars in the Northern Hemisphere. It's in the United Kingdom. Note they're moving counterclockwise. If I can just start that. Yeah, there, counterclockwise. As you move farther and farther north, the stars get higher in the sky, and this is really important. So this is from Alaska at Beluga Lake Observatory. As you can see, it's higher in the sky. As you approach the North Pole, the center of this apparently flat Earth disk, the circumpolar stars rotate directly above you. Now, this is the Southern Hemisphere. Notice it's going clockwise. As you move further south, again, they get higher in the sky. And this is a shot from Patrick Cullis at a research station in the Antarctic. Note that you see a LiDAR beam there that measures atmospheric conditions. Now, the stars are directly overhead, and that's important. Why doesn't the circumpolar stars appear why do they appear this way? This is how it works on a globe. There's Northern Hemisphere, equator, Southern Hemisphere. And this is how it works. So as you look north, and that's why they get higher the further north you go, because of the curvature of the Earth. And this is looking south. And notice how they're going in different directions. And as you move south, they get higher in the sky. Now, here's the problem for the flat Earth model. When you actually get to the North Pole, the stars should be above you, but that's not what we see from the Southern Hemisphere. We see them out here instead. So really, there should be three sets of circumpolar stars, but for some reason, when you go north, those stars go down, and those ones are not present, even on the southern. So it just does not work on a flat Earth, and there's nothing you can do to make it work. This is a flight, one's from LAX to Tel Aviv, the other is Sydney to Johannesburg. They're approximately the same travel time and approximately the same distance. Note the curve, especially the LAX to Tel Aviv thing. Why are they flying in a big curve? They're not. It's a straight line they're flying in. They're actually flying in a straight line. When you spread it out flat, it looks like the lines are curving, but in reality, the pilots are just following a direct line over the curvature of the Earth. Now, note they're almost exactly the same distance. Well, roughly the same distance, roughly the same time. But on a flat Earth, we've got a problem. One is significantly longer than the other. So I will be asking my opponents how these planes fly twice the speed without referring to any magic or miracles to make them fly twice as fast. And I'll be looking forward to the response of the explanation of how this actually happens. Now, so I've got three major questions out of this. How can the Crux constellation be seen at the same time, south of both Africa and south of Australia? Explain why circumpolar stars are rotating in the wrong direction. They're looking south at different places on the Earth. Explain why the circumpolar stars in the northern hemisphere are directly over you when at the North Pole. Explain why flights deviate so far from a straight line on a flat map, but why the flight time is half the distance for about the same time. So I'll look forward for the questions, and thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Leo, you may continue from there.
So I don't really have much to say. I think Mark, despite not citing all of the evidence, because there's just so much of it, cited enough, and that's all you ever really need to do to show that obviously the flat Earth, it doesn't work. This does not align with anything that we understand about our reality. Also, I don't even know what to say anymore. There's so many people have done so much to show how this is wrong in so many ways that I probably couldn't even fathom attempting, that at this point, these kinds of debates are really just a game that we play, and sometimes it's kind of fun to play it, and that's why I'm here. I'm not really expecting to hear or see anything that even remotely comes close to showing that the Earth is flat. And one of the big, for me specifically, because I study physics. Physics is kind of particularly cosmology, the thing that I'm very much interested in. I'm not going to say I do it because I don't. I'm not a professional, unfortunately. The big thing for me is just general relativity. You'd have to overturn general relativity if you wanted the Earth to be flat, because when you get enough mass contained in enough space, its gravitation is going to pull inward equally at every point on its surface, and anybody should know that that's going to give rise to a particular shape. And this is why stars and planets and large enough asteroids are spheroidal, because of their gravity. So the big thing for me is that one of the most consistently confirmed models that we have ever developed for describing reality that does so almost perfectly would have to be overturned for the Earth to be flat. Now, I just don't fathom that happening. Is it possible? Perhaps. But is it likely? I don't think so. And I'll just leave my thoughts there.
All right. Great. So right before I give the floor over to Kyle and Mercedes, I'll just remind everybody to go ahead, hit that like and subscribe button for me. We've got over 250 people watching live right now, which is fantastic, and we love your support. But 18 likes makes me feel we're doing something wrong. So let's feel some love over here for our debaters, all right? Kyle, Mercedes, the floor is yours. To whoever would like to go
Yeah,
first.
I can go first because he has a awesome presentation that he's putting together. I just wanted to quickly reply to Leo really quick that Nikola Tesla was actually one of the first people to challenge and pretty much overturn the theory of relativity. So that's just an interesting tidbit there. I'm Mercedes Pyatt. I'm new to the channel. I'm also known as The Great Awakening. And to give some insight to people, I've always kind of been curious and interested in conspiracies since I was pretty young. But I grew up on Stargate SG-1. I grew up on Atlantis. I grew up on Sliders. I grew up on sci-fi. I was really huge into just basically sci-fi and science and space travel and aliens. But in 2020, I had a friend go flat Earth, and I didn't take it super serious when I was sent the documentary to watch it until my dad turned flat Earth. And he's my sci-fi buddy. So once he went flat Earth, I took the C.S. Lewis approach, I called it, and I tried really hard to disprove the flat Earth. And by that way, I mean, I went and I started watching all of the flat Earth stuff from people like Eric DeBay, ODD TV, and a lot of the well-known flat Earthers that are out there. I was hoping to dismantle every single argument I found. And one of the first things I found that really struck me was the CEO of YouTube basically saying that she's not going to allow the flat earth stuff to be at the top. She was going to push it all to the bottom, and only the debunked videos were going to be allowed to the top, like Professor Dave, for example, who's not actually a professor, by the way. And so I built my knowledge on flat earth from 2020 to 2023. I became a flat earther in 2020. No one really can really even become it because we're all flat earthers anyways. I think I've heard that said many times now. But one of the biggest red flags to me was NASA. I think that's one of the biggest red flags to anyone. I went to their website first. I went to their FOIAs back when they were a little bit more reachable, and I found probably about over 40 documents saying about the Earth being flat and non-rotating. And that was a big red flag to me because they were based off of missiles, flight plans, and I've actually got some of them here today. And one of the biggest proofs to both me and my husband, who also joined me on this and wanted to be an astronaut when he was a kid. So, like I said, every flat earther that you're going to find was once really big on space and the globe, was the 7 Mile Bridge in the Florida Keys and the Suez Canal. Because the 7 Mile Bridge, you should see it's 32, there should be 32 feet of noticeable curvature because of the 7 mile radius of the bridge. So there's no noticeable drop and curve at all when you see the 7 Mile Bridge. And it's the same thing with the Suez Canal. It was not built with any curvature in mind because it was built a long time ago. And it combines both the Mediterranean Sea and the Red Sea. And it's a continuation of two seas put together and completely disproves any potentiality for there to be a globe for the Earth. When people say they don't understand how like flat Earth can have level water, we're not talking about under the water where there's obviously hills and valleys, because that's normal. What we're talking about is when you pour like a bunch of water onto a floor, and if your floor is like slanted, it's going to go straight towards the slant and try to flatten out. It's going to go to where the level is of that room. It's not going to stay up on a slant. It's not going to try to stay up here. If it was a drip, it would. Why? Because it's more oxygenated. So when you have tons and tons of water in one area, it's not so much. And that's why we have things like lakes and rivers, and they're always flat when you measure across them and around them and through them. One great example of this was the Concave Earth documentary. Everyone from that documentary disappeared, which is kind of strange. But they did a laser test over large distances to prove the fact that they were trying to actually prove the globe, which is interesting. And they actually did distances between buildings and found that they were equivalent to each other across the lake between Michigan and Chicago, a building from Michigan to Chicago. And they were exactly the same across instead of being different. So completely disproved what they were talking about. So their logic has been wrong from time to time about the globe. And another thing that I like really wanted to point out was he was saying, I think it was Mark, yes, Mark was saying that there hasn't really been like a big thing for flat Earth before, and this is all new. Well, the Gleason map came out in 1892. And before that, or actually after that too, the CBS's air map came out in 1943. And both of those are based on a flat Earth, not a globe. And before that, you had every civilization across this Earth that believed in a flat Earth, from the Mayans to the Japanese. They all have, I could even show it too, but I'm sure Kyle's got a presentation. I'm sure he might have a picture that comes up about it. But every single civilization across the Earth literally had a depiction of what they perceived to be as a flat, non-rotating Earth. And the only Greeks that believed that the Earth was round were heliocentrists. They were the ones that were following a religion of the mystery religions. And the other Greeks at the time, and other people at the time, thought them foolish. We were even taught that in school. They were the outcasts. They were not someone that everyone just agreed with. That's why flat Earth lived on for so long. That's why we have so many maps of the flat Earth model going way into the future, all the way up to the 1900s, because people believed the Earth to be flat for such a long time until NASA came along. And what's funny is a lot of people say, oh, well, how can it be all these people? Well, my funny thing is that just look at the other space stations, because the Chinese space station, they're funny to watch. Like, they use stop motion. They do not have good CGI like NASA does. So when you can see the green screen glitches so much better. They can't keep up. So when people say that, well, what about the other countries? Yeah, go look at the other countries. You'll believe then. Really, you will. And the other thing, okay, cool. The other thing I just want to quickly wrap up then is people always ask, why the lie? That's the biggest one, right? Well, I have a kind of different answer than what most flat earthers give. I mean, we should know that they do lie. You look at the UN WEF, One World Government Summit that just happened in 2020. I watch their videos pretty extensively, even their newer ones. And they don't just say by 2030, you'll own nothing and be happy. They also openly talk about like depopulating all of us. So they have an obvious agenda that's pretty well known now. It's pretty viral across the internet. I think everybody has seen those videos now. So it's like, we know that they want to get rid of us. And okay, I'm almost done. No worries. Everyone thinks money is king, but I would just say that it's actually the product or benefit of power and control. So their main thing is power and control. That's what they need to maintain for the systems they've put in place today, um, which is stuff like consumerism, factory farming, mega corporation. Because if nothing means anything and you're just on a spinning ball floating in outer space, then it's easier to consume. It's easier to convince people that they're not where they're at, that they're not connected with who they are, and that nothing means anything. So just buy, buy, buy. And that's what they've sold us. And the more disconnected you are, the more you're gonna, just do whatever the leaders say, which is what they want. And people like George Orwellian and Huxley pointed out that this was the way it was going to go. So I think those are just some good points to look at, and I will hand it over to Kyle.
All right, Kyle, she ate a couple seconds of your time there, so
that's okay.
Turn that playback speed up to 1.25 and let's go.
Well, I really enjoy hearing from different flat earthers. I've never met Mercedes yet, and I'm like, oh, a new flat earther that I'm not aware of. Yes, and so I'm pretty excited about that. You've very well spoken, so I really look forward to hearing more about you and in the future. Anyways, I really liked your description of proofs. Flat Earth, we're all about scientific proof. That's what we do. That's our bread and butter. And last time I checked over here with Mark Reid and Leo, neither of them believe science proves anything unless something's changed since last time I talked to them. And so I think it's kind of odd that they're coming to a debate when they don't believe they have any kind of scientific proof for a globe whatsoever. But for me, when it comes to flat Earth, some of the really, really big ones that really opened the eyes to a lot of people was something as basic as the Bedford level experiment. It's rather than looking at the lights on our ceiling, oh my goodness, rather than looking at the lights on the ceiling, we like to actually look at the Earth itself. And some of the biggest ways that flat Earth gets strawmanned out there immediately is like when you look at a flat Earth model, the globe earthers, they like to strawman it by eliminating the atmosphere. Act like there is no atmosphere on the Earth whatsoever. And also act like there is no firmament over the Earth whatsoever. And so you'll see that time and time again. And so with Mark Reid's one of his opening slides, he's over there claiming that you should be able to see Polaris from all places on Earth at a single time. But that's obviously not true because we have clouds and atmosphere, and I call it atmospheric opacity, where the atmosphere can block your view of how far things you can see. But anyways, that's kind of getting into another thing. I'll save that for a little bit sooner, or for the open discussion. But my whole thing on proof is just kind of with observations like the Bedford level experiment. And we do this time and time again with things like the black swan of being able to see too far. On a globe, we should have a limited range of vision because the Earth is going to curve away from us. And now with both flat earthers and a lot of the globe earthers out there that will acknowledge the atmosphere, we can know that it comes down to like two major claims with things like the Chicago skyline observation. Flat earthers will say, yes, we can see that very clearly, and that proves this observation of being able to see too far proves that the Earth is flat. But then the rivaling claim is, oh, well, we can only see that because of refraction in there. That's one of the times that they actually acknowledge that we live in an atmospheric environment. And the globe Earth claim is that refraction is extending our range of view. The flat Earth claim is that refraction is limiting our range of view. And so when we actually put that to the test right there, that's our key observation. Is refraction extending our range of view, or is it limiting our range of view? And when we go out in there and test it, we do our laser experiments in the dead of winter, in the cold of night, when we can get the least amount of refraction. And that's what makes those so significant, is going out there and doing that. And it's these kind of observations that really prove it. Okay, they prove it. And I've got to share screen if I have time. Okay, I got 90 seconds to share screen. Let's try. Okay, so this right here is the Skunk Bay weather observations. And you see it In the very beginning, it tells you the time early in the morning. It's nice and cold, and you can see pretty far with these Skunk Bay observations. But as the weather starts to warm up over time, you can visually see the atmosphere, sorry, the refraction limiting your range of view, which is exactly what the flat Earth predicted. Refraction limits your range of view rather than extending it. So that's I think my biggest proof right there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Kyle. Yeah, so we're about to head into the open discussion. Before we do that, I'm going to remind everyone once again, hit that like, hit that subscribe button. Modern Day Debate hitting 162,000 subscribers before the end of the year, which I happen to know is about 22,000 subscribers, more than we expected. So thank you for everyone for all that support. It's frankly just crazy and fantastic. I am creating a database of super chats right now as I speak to you. So if you guys have questions for our debaters at the end, make sure you get those super chats in. And we're going to open up the floor to open discussion for 50 minutes, setting the timer. By all means, folks, have fun.
I guess we should start open since you finished first. So I heard a lot of conspiracy theories from you, Mercedes. That one in particular that sort of says you will own nothing and be happy. That was never endorsed by the World Economic Forum. It was actually in a summit. It was a talk done, but it wasn't something being endorsed. So you've sort of got hold of a conspiracy theory there, not understanding what the actual talk and the originating essay was about. It's a what-if scenario, a hypothetical. If we had complete socialism and nobody owned anything, or communism, I guess, what would that look like?
Well, they put it on their Twitter. They put it on their Twitter page.
They announced the talk, right? Though they announced that their talk beginning, they never endorsed the contents of that talk as something worth doing. So you're sort of pointing to a hypothetical that was brought up in a World Economic Forum based upon a essay that was given that wasn't actually what they were doing. It's just a hypothetical, because the World Economic Forum is a whole bunch of different interests that come together and talk about hypotheticals and things. So this is just an example of,
I think I said this, but I actually based it off the fact that you can watch their channel on YouTube. They have their own channels. So when
if you let me finish, the whole problem is that's not what the discussion is about. So I just want to point out these conspiracies and not what this discussion. It's about flat Earth. And
that's just true. But what I'm saying is that most people ask, why would they lie about flat Earth? Because those organizations would have to be involved in order for that to be the case, because they fund and help back a lot of those organizations. So my whole point was that, I sit there and listen to the World Economic Forum, the UN, and even the government summit of 2020. I'm not sure if you sat through that, but if you listen to them when they were talking about owning nothing and being happy, they did elaborate on what they were talking about. They did say what kind of system they do want for the future. That's what I was referring to. So I'm not talking about just some article. They actually spell out for 2030.
This isn't what the debate is about. If we could get back on subject, it isn't the World Economic Forum that people say, why are they lying about all of this? What they're talking about is all the space agencies throughout the world.
You're pushing it and trying to make the debate
excuse me, Kyle, if you could let me finish. They're talking about all of the different space agencies throughout the world, like NASA, the Indian Space Agency, the Australian Space Agency, Canadian Space Agency, European Space Agency. The World Economic Forum or the UN does not actually give any information on, the shape of the Earth or what sort of space missions are doing. That would be the space agencies, including private space agencies like SpaceX and Virgin.
And who gives funding? Who gives funding to them? Who gives funding to them?
The World Economic Forum stuff, governments, not NASA.
Yeah, there we go. That's the point.
Governments. Well,
Yes.
this debate isn't about governments.
Wait,
it's about the shape
why
of the
do-
Earth. So
But
we can
governments
focus on
funded the
that.
internet too, and the internet works just fine. At least here in the United States, the government funded the building of the U.S. interstate highway system, which I'm pretty sure everybody has made use of in their lives.
I
Sorry,
haven't.
Mark, you're not cool like us. But so you drawing out of the fact that NASA is funded by the government, of course it is. It's a government agency, means nothing.
Abolish
The fact that the
NASA.
government funds it literally means nothing.
Yeah.
To go from there to therefore we can't trust NASA is just an explicit non sequitur. You'd have to make the argument for why NASA being funded by the government would somehow mean that we can't trust NASA, and you haven't done
Right.
that.
Well, first, actually, I did. I did say that NASA, when you go and you watch their videos and you look at their documents, they base everything off of flat, non-rotating Earth. When you go and watch their videos, you actually see them glitching out, like because they're using a green screen. You see them glitching out. You see their harnesses. I've gone and watched these videos myself. I've gone to their actual website instead of just watching the documentaries that flat earthers put out there because I wanted to see for myself if those were actually legit. Because I was literally at that
How do you
point
know these
where
videos came from NASA?
because you
From
can go.
NASA website.
They're from NASA.
Yeah.
You can go.
So-
you can go
so-
there
Yeah, but
and
how do
see
you
it
know they're
yourself.
from
Chris
NASA? Just
Hatfield brushing
repeating
his
that
teeth
they're
because
from
it's-
NASA
everything
isn't
else in the
answering
background
how
does
you
normal
know
stuff.
that.
Because it's from. So it's specifically from their website. I went to their
How
website.
do you know
They
that
have.
it's their website and not like a spoof?
It's right.
Do you know how
NASA
easy it is to spoof a
Right.
government website and make it look really official and
Right, but if
everything?
it's .gov and there's nothing else after it, because I'm in IT, so I know how this works. You would have to make an alternative copy of the website, and it would have to be slightly altered. It could not be the same,
Can
especially
you show me these
if
videos?
it's .gov. I could show you these videos, yeah, and NASA has their own YouTube channel.
Because I would like
a
to
lot
see
of those
that.
are on
I
there.
doubt
Well,
that there's
well,
videos
what we've got to
from
also
NASA
keep in
saying
mind-
we use a flat Earth model.
What we also have to keep in mind that there is artifacting in some of these videos, and that's a conversation I had with Nathan Thompson, that you can point to artifacting within the videos. In fact, he demanded to see another video with artifacting, and when I showed one, someone actually sent to me a copy of the debate we had where he artifacted. His eyes sort of flickered on and off like it was a glitch in the system, because what you've got to remember is these are being sent from outer space through atmosphere, so a lot of glitches and artifacting can happen in video, and experts that look at them say, hey, that is artifacting. So unless you are a video expert, and I don't know what branch of IT you work in, that's a very vague field because it's so broad.
Fair enough.
So yeah, I mean, you work in IT. How are we communicating right now?
I think
What does
the
backhaul
lab
use?
on Mars
So
is
there-
like the craziest artifact I've ever even heard
What
of.
does backhaul use? Backhaul. What does it use?
Well, first I wanted to answer your first question, how we're communicating right now.
Yeah.
99% of international lines is actually in the ocean. It's not in satellites.
Yeah, what
like
does
I
it
don't know
use?
if it's 99% specifically, but that
Well,
is.
I never said it
technically
was. I
Yeah,
never said it
yeah.
was. It uses light. Light is what we use. We understand how light works. And light doesn't work on a flat Earth. It basically, you have the sun
What
in the
are you
sky,
listening to
and
yourself?
you're
Light
claiming,
doesn't
excuse
work on
me,
a flat
Kyle, I
Earth?
have not finished speaking, Kyle. Try to have some decorum, okay? Try to have some class and stop interrupting people. Because you basically, in order for the sun on a flat Earth to work, the light would have to attenuate significantly over the center of the Earth and expand on the sides in order to not be seen by people in the darkness on the southern hemisphere or the other hemisphere of the flat Earth or the other segment of the flat Earth. It does not work because light does not attenuate in that way. And we know that because we use light in order to transmit internet signals through fiber optic cables. We know this to be true.
So if you shine a flashlight on a disc, you're telling me that light shouldn't be seen.
I'm saying that the sun isn't a flashlight. It's not one directional, but if you are like, if you have a camera in the darkened portion, you may not be in the main focus of light of the flashlight, but you will still see the light. You will still see the origin point of that bulb. Like, try it yourself. See yourself if you can still see the bulb from the darkened section of a disc. You still
Right.
can.
Well, you still can if I have a small disc and a big flashlight. Now, if I have a tiny flashlight, like one of those, those little tiny clip-on ones that are just really small, and I put it on a disc, it'll light an area, but at a certain point, it'll stop, because there's a theory, and I wish I had it written down right now,
But you can
but there's a
still see
theory
the
about
origin
light that
points
the
of the
further
light.
you get away from light, the darker it becomes.
Inverse square law of light.
Thank you. Yes.
No,
Not
no.
darker because light doesn't become
Don't
dark.
believe in the inverse square
It's
law
not-
of
Yeah,
light?
it doesn't become dark.
That's not
It
what
doesn't.
I said.
That's not
You
what he
don't
said.
believe
But
in
I also wanted to say
But
to Mercedes
try
really
it
quickly, if
yourself.
we can.
You can
that-
still see the origin point. You can still see the origin point, even of a tiny little light
Okay,
on
that's
a
because
round
you're
disc.
Because
You can still
the,
see
totally
the
origin
size
point.
of the light
ignoring the
doesn't matter
atmosphere,
here. It's going to
you're
be the
ignoring the firmament.
luminosity of the source.
Correct.
So it doesn't matter
Correct.
if this thing is the size of a marble on your view. We already know what its luminosity is because I can look at it during the day.
Again,
And
Well,
you're
that
the problem
much
with
light
you're
is
ignoring
not
the
just going to
atmosphere,
disappear.
and you're ignoring the firmament.
the biggest
both of
problem
them.
with that, yeah, the light won't disappear, but the biggest problem with that is it even says online, like you can Google this and it'll be on Harvard and everything else. Our line of perception, how far we as humans can see, is only about 3 miles, and that's about
That's
it.
right.
So if you are trying to look at an object that's, a little bit small, it's going to look like it's not there to you if it's far enough away. That's why when you're on a straight road, and I've been on a straight road in Texas before, and a car is 3 or more miles away from you, it starts getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and it disappears from the bottom up until you can't see it anymore, but it's still on that straight road. And if you took a zoom camera, you could actually zoom that whole car back in from top to bottom. It's easy. We can do that with boats. We've already proved that as well.
Becomes smaller. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with what he said. But you sort of mentioned the firmament, Kyle. I'd like to basically focus on that. What have you done to prove this firmament actually exists? What is it composed of? What are your calculations done on its effect on light? What information can you offer us to in any way believe that this firmament is real at all?
Okay, the existence of the firmament can come down to a lot of different things. I've done multiple videos on the firmament. I really like
what is it?
Like Operation Fishbowl.
Operation Fishbowl is a great example of that. And so there's different things that confirm the existence of the firmament. One thing is like, okay, we have windows, right? And so we can detect a window is there without being able to, when we can see through it, right?
NASA just recently did one, didn't they? Didn't they just do one?
Have you touched
Wasn't
the
there
firmament?
just a recent one?
How
I can't
have you
touch the firmament. It's
determined
kind of
that's
pretty
there?
high up in the sky, but
I can touch my window and I can do
I'm
tests
glad.
to
And
make
so-
sure that a window's there. But you haven't actually said how you determined this is actually there.
Okay.
You've just claimed it's there
We're-
again. Like
gotta let me
you're sort of
finish it.
comparing
Gotta
it to
let
a
me finish.
window, which I can give you a breakdown of how
we
we can tell a
mentioned here
window's there.
Operation Fishbowl, where they tried to nuke the firmament and throwing, so one thing we can detect a window here is by throwing things at it.
Who
bounce off.
tried to nuke the firmament?
I did. It's
who
called
tried-
Operation Fishbowl.
Seriously, who did? Who's got a nuke and shot it? Because the thing is, if they did
United
that,
States.
they just lost a nuke. It's just gone in space now.
Yeah,
Which
you're
the funny
you're
thing
acting
is,
like
is
you've
that
never-
Do you know how many
nuclear
missiles they've
warheads
shot
actually
off for
go
fun?
up into
They
the
were
upper
high
atmosphere before
altitude
coming back down.
nuclear tests. They weren't trying to nuke the firmament. They were just testing high altitude explosions of nuclear devices. That's all, Kyle.
Yeah, and
That does not in any way hold it. That does not in
interesting thing about
any
it is
way
the ring
prove.
effect.
Hang on, Kyle. That does not in any way prove that the firmament is real. That they carried out high altitude nuclear tests does not in any way. Like the reason that they said they were doing that was to test the effect of a nuclear device detonate in high altitude. That does not show that a firmament is real. It just
You don't
shows that
believe
you think
science
that a
proves
firmament is real.
anything. So I'm not really surprised that you would say
Yeah, I
What
don't
does
think
that have
that's
to
a
do
very
with
good.
anything?
Yeah, I don't think that's a very good argument at all. It's basically a dodge because you can't actually answer what I'm
well,
asking.
I can
How
prove,
can you
but
prove?
if you can't agree that cats eat food, then who are
Yeah,
you to
so
say that?
Kyle, I'm not interested
it's
in your
not proof.
semantics. This
I
is
can
just
say a
rhetoric.
lot of things
This is
proof
just
that are really,
sophistry.
really basic and observable, but you just deny
Most of
anything.
what you believe, you can't prove. You can't even
There's-
prove to me that everything happening right now isn't just a
which is
figment
why
of
you
your
shouldn't be at this
imagination,
debate.
because you're a
shouldn't come to
brain in a
debate
vat
you don't have any
and
proof
your
to support
brain is
science
being
whatsoever.
stimulated by an agent outside of the reality that it's creating for
Yeah.
you. And then that's why you interrupt, because you don't want people to make salient points against what you're saying. Most of what you believe, you received through induction, not deduction, if you know the difference
Correct.
between those. So
You don't
proof
read minds,
is a
you don't know
term
my experience.
usually,
And yeah, again, you are coming at this with claiming
I'm
no
sorry,
proof
sorry,
whatsoever.
sorry. I actually was not done speaking.
Well,
Usually
you already know your
reserved.
point. You have
So
no proof. That's your own
proof
admission.
is I see. I
Kyle,
can't even make
Kyle,
my
All
point.
right,
seriously.
all right, all right.
Keep talking. So if you could
I'm
be
talking
quiet,
now.
wait till I'm done,
Thank
you'll
you.
get
All
your
right,
turn.
Mod's talking.
Yeah, hold on a second. Okay, so to be fair, Kyle hasn't really had much floor to speak of. However, Leo was in the middle of a statement. So if we'll let Leo finish, Kyle, and then I would love for you to answer.
So what I'm trying to say is proof is a term usually reserved for mathematics and logic. That's not science. That's mathematics and logic. So proofs are things, sort of consequence that necessarily follow from some set of axioms or some premises. If those axioms or premises are true, then the conclusion necessarily follows. That's a proof. But the fact that we can observe the lensing of light and gravitational waves and all this stuff, it does not necessarily follow that general relativity is true. It's just that general relativity said we'd see those things if its description is true, and we do see those things, so we have good evidence for the theory.
And I was using proof colloquially.
That's your turn to talk.
I was using it colloquially.
If we can
Go ahead, Kyle.
see
Well,
gravitational
I
waves,
would
why is it
love-
still a
I
I
theory?
would
does
love to hear
Kyle,
Kyle speak.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. So notice how Leo over here mentioned the word fact and said there's no proof, but a fact is proof. And so, yeah. Anyways, this whole thing on there's no proof is just nulling every definitive statement he's got. Every time he uses the word fact, null, void. Yeah, someone who does not believe in any kind of scientific proof has no business coming to a debate whatsoever because, yeah, they automatically forfeit. That's it. They have no points to make. All they can say is, I think this might be the case. I think that might be the case, but they have nothing to stand on whatsoever.
So what do you think
Yeah.
proof means?
So
What do
this
you
is the
mean by
Kyle
proof?
dodge. This is the Kyle dodge. He doesn't want to actually discuss the points that are being brought up. So instead he goes to, hey, anything you say is null and void because I don't want to address the points that are actually being brought up. So from there, Kyle, we can falsify things. And some of the things that I brought up do falsify the flat earth. So I had a number of questions. I had 3 questions. So maybe start on the circumpolar stars, for
Well,
instance. 'cause
really
I think
quick,
that
could
is
I
the stri-
actually-
Hang on, I'm still talking. Thank you. The circumpolar stars. Can you please demonstrate how that works on a flat earth and explain to us why we see what we see on a flat earth? Go for it.
I don't understand the lights on my ceiling. Oh my goodness, all the lights on my ceiling, the shape of my ceiling, that proves what the shape of my floor is. That's your argument.
Yeah, so that argument that you've just used is like saying, hey, you can't drive by looking at the road. You've got to look at your car because that's what you're in. That is
No,
basically
you're
the
looking at the
argument. No, I haven't
You're not
finished
looking at the-
talking,
you're
Kyle.
not looking at the
Kyle,
car. You're not
what
looking
is
at the
wrong
road, you're
with
looking at
you?
the ceiling.
Why
Hold on a
can't I
second.
talk?
This is-
I let you talk. Why can't I talk? The idea that we can tell what situation we are observing, the things that are happening around us, is very clear in science. We do this all the time. Just like you drive and look at the road to tell what position you are in relative to the road, we can tell what position and what shape the Earth is relative to the stars and how they move around us. We've been doing this for ages. So just sort of dodging and go, well, don't look at the sky, don't look at that evidence, don't look at it, just shows you can't explain it.
I brought proof. I
What
came
proof?
to this thing with proof. You didn't. There
What
we
do you
go.
mean by proof?
What do I mean by proof? Observable
Yes.
proof. And so, yeah.
Well, you just used the word again. So observable was a word that wasn't proof. So
Observable,
for you, proof
yeah.
is observable.
So
Finish
Yeah.
that for me.
when it comes to proof, it's talking about fact-based evidence. And so this is something that's
Yeah, then
more.
science does prove things. If that's what we
you
mean by
actually
proof,
believe
then
science
science
proves
does
now.
prove things. What?
I said you believe science proves things now.
Under that
Well,
definition,
it really
yes.
depends. It really depends on what you mean. But I have a question for Kyle about the firmament. Just a really simple one. Is the firmament a physical thing?
Yes.
So what is it made of? What constitutes the firmament?
Now I don't know what it's made out of. It's transparent. Yeah. I
Why
can't
couldn't
touch
we
it.
go? Do you think theoretically we could go up and measure it and figure out what it's made of by taking samples and then studying them, like we do?
Maybe
I don't
people have
know.
done
Maybe
that. I don't
samples
know.
of the Earth.
Perhaps so.
Well, if people have done that, then why don't like physicists say, "Oh yeah, the firmament's real, and here's how it works, and here's what it's made of"?
It's
Why
in the
haven't they? Do you not
encyclopedia.
think Do you
It's
not
in the old.
think
It's in the
that
encyclopedia.
physicists would be like the first to want to
So
know
are
what
fairies.
this physical thing is that we've never seen before and we've never observed before and
Right,
figure
who
it
you-
out? Isn't that
So
kind of their
yeah,
jobs?
when it comes to like launching rockets and stuff, that would be NASA, and NASA's a proven liar. And
SpaceX
so,
does that.
yeah, they're the ones trying
India
to
does
cover
it.
this stuff
China
up.
does it. Sweden does it. The United Kingdom does. Like, there's a lot
Yeah,
of
and they
countries
all
that have
work
launched
together.
rockets.
They all
May I-
work together. They're on the
may
same
I just-
team.
And
Prove that.
May I just
Can you
quickly
prove that?
Say something.
May I just quickly point out one thing that it is
Yeah.
in the encyclopedia, in the old encyclopedia. I actually have the video where
Yeah,
it
yeah.
shows the encyclopedia. I believe it's from
Ferment's
the
in the encyclopedia.
1800s, and it
Yeah.
says how high up the dome is.
yeah,
Yeah.
the 1800s. when
Ferment's
they
in
didn't
the
even
encyclopedia. So
understand
is
calculus
fairies
really
and
well.
unicorns and Bigfoot is in the
Why would they?
encyclopedia
Why
as
would
well.
they? Why would they put up how high the dome is? Why? How would they
Because
even
that's what
be
they
able to
thought
measure
at the
that?
time. We're talking like over 200 years ago. Why would we take that as scientific, like current scientific understanding?
Well, because
They
I don't
also
know how
thought
much.
they
how
also
much,
thought about medicine, that we had four
Yeah.
humors and that you could
Well,
cure people by, you know,
I was just about to
exhaling
say.
smoke in
They
their
say
face and
that.
things.
They say that, but how much research have you guys done into the world fairs?
So
Because if
you
you
don't
look
see
back,
doctors?
if you look back in the 1800s, for some
Yeah.
reason, the technology looks extremely advanced, and they try to say that it was time
Does it?
travelers. But
How
if
come
you
they
look at
couldn't save
things,
you from
if you look
dysentery
at
back
things,
then?
wait a second. If you look at things like the
Polio?
world fairs, they had technology. They had things like moving sidewalks. They had lights that were working without wires. They had advanced technology. They were even talking about babies in incubators.
Based
This
in
is
steampunk
provable.
killed.
Provable.
Have you been
So-
watching the Jetsons or something? They did not have that technology
No, I
back
don't.
then.
I don't need to.
They
My
did.
point is, they talked about AI in the 1800s, and then yet it just became a thing now.
No, they
My point is,
didn't.
they
What are you
had-
talking
they
about? I
had-
don't know
yes,
where you
it's-
get this information, Mercedes. Could you give me some sort of references that show that they
Yes.
had these
Look up
miraculous
the world
scientific
fairs.
things?
Look up the world fairs before they
Yeah,
destroyed all the
so
old world technology. Look
what the
them
world
up.
fairs were, they were an exhibition of the most amazing scientific discoveries of the age. One was held at Ice Palace in the United Kingdom, where they showed off. It was an expo, or what would modernly be called an expo, to show off the best technology at the time. Now, they didn't have anything like what you're describing, like sort of, they may have been able to sort of do things that were not
How can you say
normal at
that
the
without
time.
looking at it?
Excuse me. They might not be, they might have been able to do things that weren't normal for the average person at the time, but they certainly didn't even come close to today's technology. That's just false. That's just 100% false.
Dismissal. Hand wave dismissal.
That's not a
well, I
dismissal.
mean, That's
That is
not
a dismissal. It's exactly a
well,
dismissal.
no, it's not, because if they
Well-
did have all this technology, we would have found it in all of the ruins and archaeological sites dating back to the 1800s, and we don't. Like, there's no records of
That's
them
another
having
dismissal.
airplanes. They weren't
they
sending
admit-
flights from fucking New York to London.
Oh my
That's not how
goodness.
you got from
Oh,
New York to
figured.
London. You sailed. In fact, it was sailing all the way up into the like early mid 1900s.
And then
And you're right.
steamboats.
There
You are
would be-
definitely
there
right
would be
about the
things
steampunk
left
thing.
over
I'm
from
not
that
gonna lie.
technology in that period. Yeah, from that technology in that period, if they had that technology in that period, and we find none of that.
Even
It's exactly
your
how we know that the Egyptians didn't have magical horns that could float rocks and stuff like that, like we hear from crazy hair alien guy and other people like
Yeah.
him. Because if they did, we would have found stuff like that, because they would have made a lot of them, because that's really cool and people
even
want
your modern archaeology is saying things like they had the Egyptians were giving things like vaccines and had needles and different things that they said shouldn't have existed back then. They are
certain types of
finding things.
immunizations did exist back then, and that's not actually surprising. The
Okay,
Egyptians,
I'd like to share
in
my
fact, knew
screen.
about what we know as the Pythagorean
Nice if we
theorem
could actually
before
address-
Could
Pythagoras
I
made
please
this theorem.
could I
presented
please
in
share my
the-
screen, Justin?
Absolutely.
Can I please share my screen? Okay, so this is an example of one of the whoops. Yeah, the most
Oh my goodness.
technological things. That's a fax machine.
That's
right?
not
So
one of the most technological things. I can
18
show you something better.
Okay, go for it. I would love to see. That's 1851, and that's a fax machine, basically a telegraph signal that would print out what it recorded. So telegraph, if you're familiar with sort of dots and dashes, like Morse. So that's a chemical telegraph precursor to fax machine. That's the level of technology that we're actually dealing with.
I'm
Did you
actually
have
trying to
something
pull it
you
up
wanted
right
to
now.
show as well, Mercedes?
Nice if we could actually address my proof
Yeah, I'm
that I
just
put in
bringing
the
it up.
beginning.
You didn't present a proof.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by proof. If you just mean
All right,
facts,
I've got a
supported by
definition here.
Excuse me, Kyle. I'm
You asked a
talking.
question,
If
I'm
you
just answering it.
No, we
It's
didn't.
evidence sufficient to
No, I
establish
didn't.
within
No,
the
I
truth.
did not ask a question.
Because I don't know what
said
you mean
if
by
you-
proof, and so I just gave you a definition.
Justin,
There
can
you
we
go.
All right,
Thank you.
please
gentlemen.
mute Kyle?
All right.
Because seriously, he's just jumping in over the top of people.
Yeah, Kyle, you're
so
having a
what
great
I s-
time, and I love that. But Kyle, Mark, go ahead and finish what you were
So
saying.
what I said was, I don't know what you mean by proof. That is not a question. What I said is, I don't know what you mean by proof, because under the definition you gave for proofs, science does give facts supported by evidence, so it does give proof. So under your definition, it does. And I was using proof in roughly the same way, colloquially. So yes, it does.
I can share my screen now too if you guys are ready.
I'd love to see it. Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Okay, let me just pull this up. I think that's the right one. Yes. Okay, so this is an example of the Chicago World Fairs right here. And so this whole structure that you guys see, they try to say was built in just about 20 or so years. And this is like made out of almost complete gold. And I'm going to tell you right now, they destroyed this entire thing. This was in Chicago. This was in St. Louis. This was all across the earth. These exact same structures that we cannot rebuild today. These were all there, and they literally destroyed them. Let me ask you one question. Why would they destroy that?
I just have a question to ask. Where's the technologically advanced stuff? Because you said it was technologically advanced, and that
This
is
proves it.
Excuse me, I'm talking.
I'm answering you. I know you asked a question, I'm answering.
Deal with it.
So, well, I have a clarifying thing, because people have been able to build buildings since before time. We can build way bigger buildings. Look at the skyscraper in Dubai. It is way bigger and way more sophisticated than anything you're showing here.
I can show you. I can show you some of the technology in the baby incubators too, but it would take me a minute to pull it up.
I believe we may have gone off point slightly.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm
absolutely.
having trouble tracking.
Okay,
where
now
the-
no one wants to
where
talk
the
about it.
technology
The world used
comes into
somehow
a flat
means
Earth.
the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's where I'd like to kind of go back and focus in on this whole observation of being able to see too far, and about refraction and how refraction limits our range of view, not extends it.
Sure. If you could explain how circumpolar stars work, as I've asked, would be great. Thank you.
All right. Well, Carly Sunshine did a great example of that on demonstrating how we can see one rotating light, and they went to a big. It was a fish tank. They went and saw this big fish tank in South Carolina, and they had just a phone light, and they're just kind of rotating that around. But if you looked around on this circular fish tank, you could see that same rotating light all the way around the thing, like different versions of it. So you can see it over to the right, you can see it to the left, you can see it in the back, and I think I counted like 10 different times.
Are you claiming that some of the stars that we see in the southern hemisphere are reflections? Is that what you're claiming?
It's a possibility. I don't claim to know everything.
Well, I'm asking you what it is, not what it possibly could be, because that doesn't tell
then
me
my
anything.
direct
It
answer
could
to
be
you
magic lights that
my direct
fairies
answer
put
to
in
you
the
right now
sky
is I
to
don't
make
know.
you
I don't know.
make you think. You don't know. You have no idea.
It's
Well,
just
the thing
something
is that based
Just
on
like
our
he didn't
model,
know what the firmament was made out of.
No.
there's
Exactly.
so there's a
I don't
thing
have to
with
know the answer to everything. I don't claim to know the answer to everything. I'm not NASA, who demands I know
No, but
everything.
the problem
I'm
is, if
not
you're
like
saying
that.
these things are real and these things exist, but we know nothing about
Correct.
them, nobody knows anything about them or how they work, then that
It's not
leads me to
nothing
believe
about
that
them.
maybe you're
We know
just like
some things
ad
about
hoc
them.
throwing
Not
things
nothing.
in there to rescue some idea that you have that's clearly false.
Yeah, you're just saying.
I mean,
it's
it
false,
does
but
seem like a rescue device to me. Like you have this firmament to say why light behaves in a strange way, that you're just throwing in there. And now that, when we say, hey, what's it made out of? You don't know, because you've just made it up.
well, I would argue that NASA does the same thing, because when they came out with the theory of gravity, how long did they keep it a theory of gravity? It was still a theory of gravity in my.
The theory of gravity came
No,
out
but they
before
use
NASA
it like
was
it's
even
fact.
a thing.
Right.
And
That's
so
not what I'm
does every
saying. They use it like
cosmologist
it's a
too
fact,
at universities that have nothing to
even
do
though
with
it's a
NASA.
theory.
So what does that matter?
What it
What's the
matters
theory
is
to you?
because why it
Every
matters.
cosmologist
Why it
uses
matters.
it.
Just a sec.
All right,
Just a
Why
sec.
it
Just a sec.
matters.
I'm coming in
Why
again.
it matters
Mercedes, please. I'm coming in again. I really think Leo was going to drive this conversation forward. I'd like to hear what he had to say, and then Mercedes, if you want to reply to it, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. So first off, the theory of relativity, there's two parts of it. One part came before the other part because the second part, Einstein didn't have quite the mathematical aptitude for it, and that's why he had to work with other people like Ricci and Riemann to help develop the math that is used to describe curvature in spacetime, which is what gravity is. That has nothing to do with NASA. I don't care that NASA uses it because literally every cosmologist and astrophysicist on the planet is also using it. I
You
fucking
don't
wonder
speak
why.
on behalf of every cosmologist. Yeah.
Well, I can speak on behalf of
claim
them
is bigger
because
than your
general
mouth.
relativity is like one of the most important tools in the cosmologist's tool belt.
And not
We
everyone
wouldn't
believes it.
understand 3/4 of what we understand about cosmology if we didn't have general relativity. So I can speak on behalf of all cosmologists because
No, you
somebody who
can't.
studies
Not until
cosmology,
you've actually
I
been out and surveyed
understand
all
how
cosmologists.
I understand how prolific cosmology, or rather general relativity, is in cosmology.
Well, perhaps you could
couldn't
find
be
an example of a
and then just, like,
cosmologist
never
that
use
doesn't
general
use it,
relativity.
Kyle.
So
Could you give
really
us a
quick, I would
cosmologist
like
that
to
doesn't use
one
it,
second. I
Kyle?
would like to
Can-
reply to Leo really fast.
All right, let's let Mercedes reply, and then I believe Mark had a really good question.
This was my main point. My main point is that you guys are saying that everything that we're talking about is based off of theory, when I am saying that just because everyone uses your theory, it's still a theory.
What do you mean by theory?
The
Yeah, what do you
gravitational
mean by
theory.
theory?
It's a theory.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, but what
taught
do
as
you
a
mean by
theory.
the word theory? When you say theory, what do you mean by that? What idea do you have in your head?
It's
when you
usually
use
based
that
off
word?
of a hypothesis,
No,
which
hypothesis
is
and theory are different. A hypothesis is what you have before the observations have confirmed the predictions
Well,
of the
yeah, but you
hypothesis.
base a
Yeah, but
theory
you-
on
It
the
becomes a theory.
hypothesis.
you base a
Yeah.
theory off a
There-
hypothesis.
there
you have
is
to
no
form
prediction.
a hypothesis first.
There is no prediction that general relativity is made that has come false. Not one.
Yes.
Not ever.
But what you've got to
Nikola
understand
Tesla would
is
disagree with you completely.
Yeah, and
Well,
Nikola
I'd like
Tesla
to-
wasn't a
I'd like
theoretical
to-
physicist.
I would
I'd
like
like
to
to
hear the
contribute.
question Mark had.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so I was saying to Kyle, but I'd like to comment on that first, that a theory is the graduation of a hypothesis after it has been robustly tested and found to be not able to be falsified by scientists. So it is the highest graduation of any idea within science. It is like the germ theory of disease, right? It has been vigorously tested and shown to be true. That is what a theory is in science. So it doesn't mean sort of like we say, hey, I have a theory about this movie star cheating on her husband. That's not what it means. It means the highest graduation. There is no higher thing that we have a confidence in than a theory in science. It is the highest status that an idea can get to. Now, my question for Kyle is, maybe you could find a cosmologist that doesn't use these theories in their work.
Oh, okay. I
luck.
think what comes down to, though, I can name like different cosmologists, but I'm afraid you're going to just move the goalposts and do a no true Scotsman on the matter and say that, oh, that's not really a cosmologist. And so
Well, do they
I
have a
consider
degree in the
myself
field? Flat
to be a
earthers?
cosmologist. But you're going to
Do you
say,
mean
oh,
flat
you're not a
earthers?
true cosmologist and just no true Scotsman, are you?
Well,
not?
I mean, somebody.
Say, I'm not a cosmologist.
When Leo's talking about cosmologists, he's talking about people with a degree in cosmology or astronomy, like people
Okay,
that
so there's
work.
the no true Scotsman.
Okay, just 1 second.
That's not a no true Scotsman.
That is
You're not a
that's-
cosmologist if you
no,
don't
You're
have
not
a
a
degree
true
and do active
cosmologist.
research in the field or teach
Yeah,
the field.
so if I could just finish,
Sorry.
Kyle, you're being very disruptive and interrupting all the time. I think it's because you're really afraid to answer
We're
the
very
questions.
slow and
It's-
long-winded.
Well, I'm trying to, it's just I think about what I say.
We have a short, limited amount of time. I actually want to get something in, so I make kind of short comments here.
So it's not a no true Scotsman, because this is what Leo was referring to in the first place. That you misunderstand what he means by cosmologist is not his problem, and it's not a fallacy he's committing. Okay,
you don't understand. Big attack right there. Wow. Okay, so my big point is I don't have to know everything in order to know something exists. I don't know how many different blood types an elephant has, and I can still know that an elephant exists.
Correct.
I don't know how many chromosomes an elephant has, but I can still know that elephants exist. Okay, and so there's a lot of different little things about elephants.
How do you show that elephant
I
exists?
still know they exist, and the same thing can apply for the firmament. I don't know exactly what it's made out of, but I can still observe it being there by actually
Ow.
watching the explosions that hit against it like water balloons, and they have this big effect. That's one thing. And then the other thing, and
Are you throwing water balloons at the
and so
firmament?
the other videos I really got into on the firmament and the existence of the firmament are going to go into skywave technology and being able to bounce radar off of it and being able to bounce
No,
radio
that's
signals
off
off
the
of that. And that's been a
ionosphere.
really strong thing. And then the further proof on that is going to be the vacuum effect. Mark Sargent's big proof of the firmament was the vacuum effect. And so, yeah, outer space is kind of,
That sounds curious. What's that?
yeah, the vacuum effect is a really interesting one. Just how outer space is an impossibility because it would end up just launching everything up.
How would it launch things? How does it create that force?
How does it create that first? Okay, gas expands in a vacuum. Do you agree?
In a vacuum under no other influences, yes.
Gas expands in a vacuum, right?
Under no other influences, yes.
Okay, so yeah, the whole outer space vacuum thing is just like extreme vacuum. Like no man has ever created a vacuum that
About
intense.
4 hydrogen particles per square
According to
meter.
that's according to a lot of things.
That's
out there.
according to
So,
cosmologists. Again,
big claim.
who
And so
study space-time.
the extreme intensity of that would just cause the gas to expand and overcome gravity. And so, yeah,
But that gas isn't is under other influences, like
the
gravity.
gas. Yeah, but if you put like a vacuum chamber above your head, and then you pop the seal on it, that the gas is still going to rush right in there.
Yeah,
right?
because there's a difference of pressure in Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, there's a difference in pressure. Yeah, but okay, and so Earth's atmosphere is going to.
It's not a vacuum.
Earth's atmosphere is not a vacuum. Yes, thank you. Okay, but that gas is going to expand outward. And so, yeah, it kind of gets into a lot more than just that. But yeah, we could get into the whole stars.
And what happens when the gas goes into that container that you're talking about, a vacuum? What happens to the gas?
What happens to the gas?
Yeah.
In the container when you pump it out?
No. When you said you have a vacuum, you hold it above your head, you open it, all the gas goes into it. What happens to the gas in that container?
When you let it into it, the gas expands into the container.
And what does it do?
It fills the container.
Yeah, it equalizes. Pressure equalizes throughout the container, correct?
Uh-huh.
Is pressure equalized throughout Earth?
Is the pressure equalized throughout Earth? Well, we have weather patterns, and the whole reason why the wind blows is because of unequal weather.
And when you go up in altitude, the gas pressure becomes, or the atmospheric pressure, more accurately to say, becomes lower, meaning that it's not equalizing.
Have you not heard of jet streams? Do you agree that jet streams?
I have heard of jet streams. Yes, I've got no idea what that's got to do. Are you claiming that jet streams make
jet
the
streams are
air?
not high
Excuse
altitude?
me. Are you claiming that jet streams are making the air thinner and less sort of dense up the top and denser down at sea level always and in a gradient? Is that what you're claiming? Jet streams are doing that. Is that right?
I don't claim jet streams are doing that. I'm just pointing out.
Why did you bring up jet streams then?
Pressure up high. It's not equal.
See, this is why we say, hey, it sounds like you've just made something up, because this is sort of, you will bring up an answer to a question of, say, why is there a pressure gradient going up? And then you say you've never heard of jet streams, and we say, well, how are jet streams doing that?
I was asking you if you've never heard of jet streams because you're acting like it's all equal at high altitudes, but jet streams are wind factors at high altitude because of an imbalance of forces. It's not balanced.
But there is an atmospheric pressure gradient going up, correct?
There is an atmospheric pressure gradient going up, yes.
Right. So what is the reason for that? Because if your example was, if you open it up in a vacuum, and what should happen, and we agreed what should happen is that the pressure should equalize through that container. Now, the pressure isn't equalizing through the container that you claim is Earth, right? So there's a pressure gradient. So we're asking you what the reason is for that, and you seem to be saying jet streams.
That is not what I said at all. And so
okay, so explain.
Okay, I only brought up jet streams because jet streams are an example of non-equalized atmosphere at high altitude, which you did not believe.
Why are they non-equalized? We have a firmament, right? The Earth is almost kind of like a sort of a snow globe. all of the, well, there shouldn't even be wind because it should all be equalized because it's contained and there aren't any forces adding into it because according to you, the Earth, the sun isn't a star delivering massive sums of electromagnetic radiation to the Earth and that the Earth isn't rotating. So then what forces are continuing to create the disequalization? If we're contained
Thank you
in
for asking
something
the question. It's a
solid,
great question. I
all
love
that
to
air
answer
should
it.
be perfectly equalized already and should have been long ago, but it's not.
Okay,
And under
we
your
have a
view,
sun
there
that
aren't
goes
any
around the
forces
Earth.
adding into it that could disequalize
Okay.
it. So then
We'll
why
let
is
him
it
answer,
Sun that goes
Leo.
around the Earth,
He's
and
about
that
to
heats up
explain
portions of
flat
the
Earth
Earth at
cosmology.
different times. It's the entire Earth isn't heated up at the exact same time, and so because of this change in temperature around the Earth, that ends up causing an expansion of gas and a contraction of gas, and this ends up creating imbalances, which ends up creating wind, and yeah, it ends up creating
what's
weather
what's
systems
doing the heating
themselves.
up? What does the heating up?
What does the heating up? Sunlight.
Yeah, what heats up the gases? And sunlight is,
That's one thing. That's not the only thing. But
yeah, but sunlight is
What is sunlight?
sunlight is electromagnetic radiation. What's
Yes.
emitting this electromagnetic radiation and what processes create the electromagnetic radiation that is emitted?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, you're claiming that the electromagnetic radiation emitted from the sun is heating things up, and I would agree with you, but on your
Thank you.
model, the sun isn't actually a star, and so doesn't actually have nuclear processes occurring in its core that
I
produce
don't
the
claim to know that
electromagnetic,
kind of stuff.
sorry, I haven't finished, that produce the electromagnetic radiation that would be delivered to the Earth that heats it up. So on your model, what's heating it up? Where does the electromagnetic radiation come from, and what processes are producing it?
Again, you're just asking me a question like, well, how many chromosomes does an elephant
I'm asking
have?
you how the sun works on your model. That's effectively what I'm asking.
I don't know.
You. Details about your.
I don't know.
Once again, there's a sun. There's
How does
a
an
sun
elephant
there, but
work?
It's not a
Elephants
star,
can't
but I
exist
don't
on
know
your
how
model
it
because
works.
I don't
All
know how
right.
many chromosomes an elephant has.
How the model works. This is
So
Yeah,
with that,
let's calm it
I will.
down.
With that, I
Calm
will
down.
jump in. That was a great exchange. Look, we got about 10 minutes left of open discussion, so I'm going to take 2 seconds of that right now. Once again, to thank everyone for coming out. Over 500 viewers watching us right now, so thanks everyone for your support. Let's hit that like button, subscribe. We also have a Patreon and a Discord channel as well. We've got all the services. We got you guys covered all over the place. Feel free to reach out and participate. So we've got 10 minutes left of open discussion.
Can I ask
approximately.
Mercedes a question?
Well, yeah, I'd
Before
like
we
to
get
bring
into
Mercedes
super
back in.
chats.
Yeah.
And with that, Leo has a question for Mercedes.
In your opening statement, you mentioned they a lot. I was just curious, who is they?
That's kind of off topic a little.
Well, but
I'm
you hear
not
that from flat
sure.
earthers. They're lying to you and
Well,
they're
that's
covering
true.
it up. So
I'll give it a
who
few
is
So,
seconds, and then we'll
okay.
let
There,
Mark
that's
ask his
easy.
question.
Yeah, it's a good question. I did mention it one time, and I mentioned it by saying some people have asked, why would they lie? Because that's like a typical question. And a lot of times what they meant by they was like NASA or world leaders or people that would be of high influence that would know the truth. So that's why I brought that up, because that is something that is commonly asked to flat earthers by non-flat earthers.
Okay. A question that I had for you, Mercedes, is that you sort of brought up the 7 Mile Bridge, and sort of quickly looking up, because I was familiar with this one, that the towers, they're both vertical. They're 36 millimeters, which is 1.4 inches further apart at the top than the bottom due to the curvature of the Earth, because they have to be. So how do
Are we
you
talking about the one in
explain that?
Florida Keys? Is it the one in Florida Keys?
It's the Humber Bridge, apparently.
I don't think that's the same one.
Well,
The one
all
I'm talking about
bridges
is in
that are that big do that.
the one that
They're
I'm talking
they're-
about was specifically the Florida Keys Bridge. And it's a 7-mile bridge in Florida, which should have a 32-foot drop of noticeable curvature. And it doesn't.
I don't think you're using the right calculations there. I really
The
don't think so.
theorem, the one that we all use.
Well, Pythagorean theory is how you calculate a hypotenuse. It's not used for calculations of curvature.
also, Pythagorean theorem takes on an entirely different form when you're in spherical geometry, as you would be when describing the surface of the Earth, which is a sphere. So if you're using calculations in Cartesian space, where everything is flat, sure, that would be right, but the Earth isn't flat, so you have to use
Right.
spherical geometry. So yeah, that's why your calculations are off.
Okay, well then can you show me what your geometry says?
No, I don't do geometry on the Earth. You should go talk to like a surveyor or somebody who's made a profession out of this, because it isn't me.
Okay, so when Kyle doesn't answer a pointed question like that, it's like, oh, all hats off to him. But when you guys can't answer a simple question about your
Yeah,
own
well,
model, it's like, oh, well, we
well,
don't know that. Go
Walter,
ask an expert. Aren't you guys supposed to be the
I got
experts?
one
The
question
difference
for
is
you.
that when
Well,
Kyle says we don't, sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, well, Walter Bislin does a really good curve calculator that you can use, and that takes into account all of the variables. So I can certainly give you the website for that, because he's actually done a lot of good stuff on Earth curvature, and so we sort of can point to where you can get the information for this.
Okay.
And I can give you Walter Bislin's thing in the chat.
I did want to say quickly, though, that when Kyle says that he doesn't know, it's because there isn't anyone that knows, because the thing that he's saying we don't know in reference to, like his version of the sun and the firmament aren't real. Nobody knows what it's made out of because there isn't a thing called the firmament. It's not real. But when I say I don't know, it's not that there just is no answer like there is with Kyle. There is an answer. I'm just not the one who has it. So that's the difference there. I just wanted to define.
NASA knows everything. I just don't know everything that they know, right?
Well, he is being very modest, because
The
I mean,
only people
there are
citing
theories.
NASA are you two. Like neither
Leo,
me or Mark
Leo, it's not
have
just
said
us two.
anything about
It's
NASA
not
other
just
than
us
in
two. It's become
reference to
very
you guys.
big. It's
Yeah,
become, it
amongst
has
flat
become
earthers.
very big. But I will
Amongst
say
flat
this.
earthers.
I will say this though. The thing is that this was something that was believed for thousands of years. So arguably this
So was
model
the idea that
existed
sperm
before
came from the
yours.
back of the spine.
That
And
what?
it doesn't. There's a lot of things that were believed for thousands of
That
years,
what
like
comes from the
God
back of the
threw
spine?
lightning. But it's a Muslim thing. They believe that sperm comes from the back of the the
Yes.
spinal cord or some
Okay,
shit like
but see,
that.
that's
And they
religion. That's
and
my
many
point.
and many
It all
but
comes from
that
religion.
doesn't matter. What matters is it's a counter to your point when you said, well, people believe that the earth is flat for thousands of years. Humans have believed a lot of very ridiculous and obviously false things for a very long time.
Leo,
To
that
cite
was
that as an
based
argument is just a fallacy.
But the thing is that that was based off of a religion, whereas this is all the earth agreed. They had different religions. They had different
No, they
beliefs.
didn't.
They came from different backgrounds. Yeah, they did. Yeah,
No,
they
they
did. Some
didn't.
of them
Like
believed in
you said
gods.
something in the introduction
Oh,
where
are you
you
saying,
said that
are you
all of the
saying that the
excuse
Mayans
me,
had the
excuse
same
me.
religion as the
You're interrupting
Japanese
her.
and
No,
the...
no, 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 no.
You are.
What I'm trying to
Excuse
say
you,
is
Mark.
that
You're
you
interrupting
made this
her.
claim. Excuse me. That there was a claim that the Greeks all believed that the Earth was flat, and that's demonstrably
That's not what I
untrue.
said.
They
That's
didn't.
not what I said at all.
That
I
is
said that the
false.
majority. I said the majority
So
did not believe that.
that is called an ad populum fallacy. It's sort of saying, hey, if the majority believes something, then it's necessarily true. So my counter to that would be, hey, well, the majority now believes that the Earth is round, so therefore it must be true under your own definition of popularity.
I wasn't using that as a popularity argument. I wasn't using that as a popularity argument. I was pointing out.
It is.
I was pointing out that it was specifically the heliocentrism, the people that believe in Scientology and Masonry. They were the specific ones that were the Greeks that believed that.
Stop.
Oh,
Please.
I definitely do. I definitely do.
Oh yeah. Who in your family was a member, and what was their degree?
Are you saying that you have to be a member to know anything about it?
Nope. I asked you a specific question. I didn't make a statement. But I didn't make a statement.
What fallacy?
No, I didn't. I asked you a question. Those are different things.
Because yeah, you asked a question.
You don't have
anybody
in your family that was a Mason.
Very
exactly. So you're using that as your point to say that I.
And what was their degree?
I've spoken to someone that has a 30-degree Mason.
Okay. And what did they say? They told you that we hide all those conspiracy secrets that everybody thinks is false and science is wrong. No, that's not what they say.
They actually did tell me that there was a lot of things that they couldn't say.
Cite the Masons and other conspiracists cite the Masons. They just know fucking nothing about Freemasonry and what it really is. My lord.
Are you a Mason?
Have you never studied Albert Pike, dude?
How do you know that when I was religious, I wasn't in the Masons? You don't know that. I could have been for like 2 years or something like that. Are you a
Mason?
So I'm actually not a Mason. I was very close to joining, but didn't.
That might explain.
But no, Freemasons have nothing to do with like global conspiracies and all this other stuff. That stop.
They would disagree with you by their. They would disagree with you by their. Albert Pike, go read his book and see if you can say the same thing.
Could we get back to the subject of the debate? Could we get back to the subject of the debate?
I agree.
This is
let's address my opening proof.
Well, what I'd like to sort of say is the problem that I have with what Kyle's doing is, and you know, feel free to weigh in on this subject. When I point out things like the circumpolar stars, the answer is, well, I don't know how I explain that. So what I'm putting across is that
I can
we have
explain
a
it if you want me
model-
to. Do you want me to
Go for
explain
it,
it?
please? Yes.
Okay, if you have the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, I'm going to use something really silly as an example,
Sure.
but I don't care because it's next to me. There's a little
Sure.
dog, right? If this is high enough up and big enough, and someone's looking at it from the backside, they're going to see the dog's tail and the dog's butt. They're not going to see the dog's head. They're not going to see the dog's belly. If someone's looking at it from this corner, they're going to see the dog and not the dog's back or the dog's butt or the dog's tail. They're just going to see his head and his belly and maybe his feet, potentially, depending on where they're at. So the point is that if you draw a smiley face on the ceiling and one person's on one side of the room and the other person's standing on the other side of the room facing the opposite direction, one's going to see a smiley face and the other one's going to see a frowny face.
Okay,
That
so
is
why is the dog?
you see different.
Okay, so why
That's
is the
all the
dog
Earth.
rotating counterclockwise for one person and counterclockwise for the other person?
It has to do with the direction that you're facing. If you spin a chain, I did this with my daughter. You spin a chain and you see it going right to left one way, and then you go stand in back of her, and all of a sudden it appears to be going the opposite direction.
So people
This
live on
is
the bottom
basic
side of
optical
it?
Right to
illusion.
left,
This is
now it's going
basic
left to right.
optical illusion.
So people stand
This is
on
this is a basic thing.
there's people on the
What?
bottom of the Earth, like on the underside, is what you're saying.
Underside of the
No.
Earth.
Hey, here.
No,
Okay, so then what you're saying isn't irrelevant because you're talking about if you were looking down at the Earth and there was some sort of pattern and you stood at different places on the Earth looking down at that pattern, you would see a different pattern. That's entirely true.
Yeah.
But Mark
And
didn't
that
ask
is
you about
going
anything down here
that's
on the
not what
Earth.
I said.
He asked you about
I
the
said
sky.
look up. I did talk about the sky. I did. Are you talking to me or Kyle? Because I
Okay,
said
Yeah,
the
but the
sky.
problem with
Yeah,
that, Kyle, is you would have to be on the other side of the thing rotating,
Sorry.
right? So that's going anti-clockwise for me, and when you turn it around, it's going clockwise, right? That would mean that the person underneath looking up is seeing going in one direction, and the person above it looking down is seeing it going. Who is the person above this rotating stars?
No, we're talking about like
No,
viewing.
that's what
So
you just
okay,
demonstrated.
there is no person above. There is no person above. Okay, you've got to understand this thing called the atmosphere. Okay, when you talk about the flat Earth model, you have to include the atmosphere, which refracts. Okay, you also have to include the firmament, which also refracts light. Okay, and so when you have
you just demonstrated
the further
it,
south
Kyle.
you go. I'm talking, Mark. Okay, let me talk. Okay, the further south you go,
Yes,
further it's going to get refracted. And so instead of being like this,
refracted.
start to tilt downward the further south you go. Okay, if you're right at the North Pole, it's going to be directly above your head. But the further south you
Yes.
go, the more it's going to start to tilt on its side because of refraction.
So why is it rotating in the opposite direction?
I just explained that. Okay,
No. What you explained,
once it gets down to
right?
here,
If you're rotating it anti-clockwise to one person, right? Okay, and that's above you, and you go to the other side of it and it's rotating in the opposite direction. That means when you're seeing it above you rotating in one direction, the person who sees it going in the other direction would have to be on the other side of it, right? So you're saying that the star's rotating, someone is looking at it from the other side. No, you just demonstrated that. You just spun it and it was going in one direction, turned around so it was on the other side, and it was going in the other direction. So what that shows me is that if the stars are rotating in one direction above me, the person seeing it going in the other direction has to be, according to your own demonstration, on the other side of it.
Okay, so what you're kind of looking down is a tube like this, okay? And it's rotating, okay? And so you're looking at the stars. You're not, if you're heading further and further south, you're still going to be looking the same direction the entire time you're looking south, right?
Yes.
And so you're not going to be seeing the North Star by looking south. And that's kind of what you're describing.
No, that's not what I'm
that
describing.
is exactly
I'm
what you're
describing. No.
You
Let
see
me
the other side of it.
clarify
That's
for
the
you
whole
because you
thing.
seem to have
So you're like
misunderstood.
expecting to be looking
You seem
south
to have
and still be seeing
misunderstood.
North
So let
Star.
me clarify for you,
folks. Mark, go ahead and make your point, and then we're going to go into super chats.
So it's not that you're seeing a star. The whole point is that you're seeing the rotation of the circumpolar stars. And I put this in my presentation. You obviously didn't pay attention. that in the northern hemisphere, they go in one direction, they go anti-clockwise. In the southern hemisphere, they go the other direction, clockwise. But what you just demonstrated when you did it anti-clockwise for me, reversed it, and then did it clockwise, swinging it in the same direction, let me finish, swinging it in the same direction means that the person has to be on the other side of that star pattern to see it align in the opposite rotational direction.
Can I talk now?
I wanted to end the open discussion,
We're all going the same direction. Sorry.
I could see your face was going to explode, and I was going to allow you, but instead of letting me give you permission to say it, you just said it over top of me anyways, which is fine.
We're all going.
Can I ask a question?
Directions like you keep consistent.
It's not going down another discussion hole. I'm not going to do that. I just want to ask the question if I can.
He's so interested in the lights on the ceiling rather than the shape of the floor itself.
Go ahead, ask your question. But
it's for Kyle. You said that the firmament refracts light, correct?
That's right.
Okay. How?
How does it refract light? Well, it's got density to it, and so it's called Snell's law. If you look
How
at
do you
the
know it
Snell's
has
law,
density to it? You said it when you don't know what it's made of.
I don't know what it's made of, but we can throw objects at it and watch them
No, it
smack
has
against
density.
it. We can throw radio, and that confirms that it's a solid object. And so
Like water balloons.
when we can bounce things off of it, that confirms it's a solid object. I don't know. I don't have to know exactly what it's made of in order to to bounce objects on it. Bounce projectiles.
How far up is it? How dense is this medium that
Again, I don't know. I just know.
Then how do you know the refractive properties of it? If you don't know how dense it is, how do you know the refractive properties of it?
Okay, I've got a little glass. Okay, I can point. Okay, I got my glasses here. I don't know how dense my glasses are. Okay, I don't know that, but I know that they can refract light. Do you get that? Okay,
but somebody knows how dense they are.
So glass is 2.5. Density of glass is 2.5 kilograms per meter square per millimeter of thickness is the density.
Okay, but I don't need to know that in order to know that they can refract light.
But so that's how we tell how they refract. Yeah, that's how we.
I believe the question was asked and now answered.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I think we're going to close the open discussion part and lead way into the super chats. We still have time. Anyone wants to add some super chats, by all means, send over some super chats. Also, after this, myself and anyone here who wants to join will be heading over to Matters Now for a post-debate discussion, little after show, if you will. And I hope all of you guys here debating right now hit that like button. Did you guys all remember to hit the like button?
I am guilty of.
I knew it. There's always one.
I do apologize.
I didn't just hit the like button.
I'm terrible.
I'm just watching.
I made its favorite meal and then ate it in front of it.
I refracted the like button. That's what I did. I refracted it. There we go.
Okay. So here we go. Our first super chat from Doc Dino for $2 asks, how does flat Earth account for plate tectonics?
Flat Earth account for plate tectonics. We acknowledge that they are there, and we don't have to explain every little thing about. So I've an interesting thing for me as in the Bible, they've got the commandment to not make any kind of graven images about things that are in the earth beneath, especially things that we have no way of actually observing. And so I think that's kind of a commandment not to draw those things for a reason, because we can't confirm it. All we have is speculation. And so, I think that's what I'm going to say when it comes to plate tectonics.
Do you have anything to add to that, Mercedes?
Exactly what causes them. I'm not going to give a definitive answer on that because I simply don't know. And I'm open-ended on that. I don't know if you got a different answer, Mercedes.
There's a lot of theories in flat Earth about what can cause plate tectonics, so definitely look into it. There's a lot of stuff from ODD TV. They usually take the more scientific approach versus the Christian approach. I myself am kind of like Kyle. I also take the Christian approach as well, but I do acknowledge that a lot of the science makes sense on the plate technologies, plate tectonics technologies of how it kind of works, and it's usually described as the electrostatic and the way that these guys are probably going to laugh at it, but the ether and the way that it works Yeah, exactly, across the earth. So there's a lot of different theories that obviously flat earth gets into because of that, and the ether was also presented by Tesla. So even though they laugh, I mean, some of the most brilliant minds on the earth have believed in the ether.
That
So
doesn't make them right.
doesn't make them
Also,
wrong
we
either.
have a model. We have a model, but we can't explain, and we don't have to explain how any of it works at all.
You guys
That's
can't
literally
explain
all this
yours
debate
either.
is.
It's all theories.
Except that's what we did, and we also explained what theories are. I guess that went clean
Yeah,
over your
theories
head,
are
but we
not
can
what
move
you
on.
think they are.
Yeah.
All right, next super chat from LJ says, Mark, why you start your presentation with a CGI globe pic?
Oh, just because that's the one I could find. It's just a presentation, dude. Don't get that so hung up. I mean, there are satellites taking images all the time. There's Epic that takes images. I can't remember what the camera's called. If anyone can remember what that camera's called. But the Epic satellite takes like real-time pictures, picks up things like bushfires and things like that. Discover, yeah. So Discover, it basically is a satellite taking pictures. And just because an image is digital doesn't mean it's CGI. So, you know.
I wonder about the radio signal on that thing and how much juice it's got to power that thing. If so, I just think about the inverse square law when it comes to radio waves.
Radio
about how
waves
it
are
takes,
low
like,
wave.
tons and tons
Low
of
wave
electricity
EM
to be able to
radiation.
power just a radio
What
wave.
do you mean
around
by
town.
power? It's got to have all this power, but radio waves are low wave. They're low frequency EM radiation.
Which
so
means
we
it
don't
should be
need
really
that much
easy to
power
broadcast
to do this.
without.
Yeah.
United
So
States would-
you're misunderstanding how electromagnetic radiation works and how it sort of there's low frequency signals and high frequency signals, and we can transmit sort of low frequency signals a lot easier, and you know, it also depends on the wavelength as well. So if you want something like a laser, right, that's high energy, then yeah, you need a lot of power. If you want to send a ham radio signal, you don't need that much power. You just don't.
All right, next super chat. Ozen Talks sends $5. Said Tesla believed in gravity, but he had his own theory. He also believed in Earth. He also believed the Earth was a globe and space was real. Quote people correctly, Mercedes. I guess that was a comment to you.
Okay. There's definitely comments from him that would argue otherwise. There was later work found from Tesla supposedly after he died by the FBI that stated that he believed in other things that completely contradicted his early work. So it's really hard to know if he changed his mind later or if that was just pseudo work. But originally he stated stuff about like stars being attached to the firmament, and he argued against relativity and all of those like his quotes and things he actually said in newspaper articles are very easy to find. Anything else that's said is all just hearsay after that.
Can I comment on the whole Nikola Tesla thing?
You can, but I would like her to have the final word. So
that's fine.
Go ahead.
So number one, Nikola Tesla was not a theoretical physicist. Number two, he made no contributions, or at least any major contributions, to the field of theoretical physics. And number three, this is just an appeal to authority, going off of what some famous person said who wasn't actually an expert in the field. There's a lot of people, almost all of them are either deeply religious or they're flat earthers, or they're like Robertson Jenis, and they're like, geocentrists of some sort. All reject relativity, but anybody who understands it and like how it works doesn't. I find that interesting. Citing somebody because they reject relativity as an argument that relativity is false is just a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that because somebody disagrees with the scientific theory, regardless of how popular they are, that therefore it's false. Neil Turok and Paul Steinhardt disagree with inflationary theory, but 99.9998% of cosmologists don't.
Okay, so the final word I'd have to say on that is that he pioneered the generation transmission and use of alternating current AC electricity, which can be transmitted over much greater distances than a direct current. And he patented a device to induce an electric current in a piece of iron, a rotor, that's spun between two electrified coils of wire. It's also known as the Tesla coil. And it's one of the biggest discoveries of our time. So
no, it's not.
Well, so that's more.
And none of those
Sorry,
are theoretical
my bad.
physical advancements. I just needed to clarify that.
Let them have the last word, Leo, because that's the format, mate.
It's fine. It's not super hard to the rule, but it was a question or comment rather was leaned towards hers, so she should be the last voice heard on it. But the next one from John for $5 says, Mercedes, If Google is telling us they manipulate search results, how is that evidence that the Earth is flat? Globe Earth theory predates Google.
Even though I was saying that you can Google things to find certain things out, it wasn't about flat Earth. Most of what you can find is not by flat Earth. Most of what I found was not by going through through Google to find about flat Earth. I had to go through like NASA.gov and I looked up FOIAs. I had to dig to find a lot of that stuff because it's pushed down. And most of the stuff that shows up on Google is all debunked videos. You can't really find it. I had to use DuckDuckGo. For like the very first 2 years. So now sometimes it does cater to me because it knows that I am a flat earther. So every now and then, if I get to the second or third page, I can find something on flat earth on Google, but it's very rare.
It's evidence of a war that's going on, an intellectual war that's going on with, they feel the need to censor it. Yeah. And so that's what it's evidence of.
Yeah, I just would like to address that there isn't like there may be sort of a war going on inside the minds of flat earthers that somehow they're making headway or doing this kind of stuff out there in the real world. That there's no war going on. Flat earth is sort of just a fringe idea that hasn't gained much traction with any notable physicists. The problem is that they can't actually give any kind of mathematical or any kind of model to account for the phenomenon that we see every day. So without being able to do that, we naturally use the model that does in fact work and allows us to predict all kinds of things in various different sciences.
I would like to say that we do use math. We just don't use theoretical math, which is a lot of times what the Globers go to is theoretical
What's the
math.
difference?
What's the difference? There's a huge difference because
And what is
theoretical math is when you create certain variables that could equal just about anything, and you can make it say whatever you want.
So all of the foundations of mathematics itself is theoretical math, because that's exactly what it does.
No, that's not what I said at all. I'm saying that Globers use theoretical math, and we use
what do you mean by
real
that?
math, like
What's
the
the
actual
difference?
math.
What's the difference?
The difference is you guys plug things in like gravity when it's still a theory and use it a part of your theorems and say, oh, because gravity's in here, then it's correct.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
It's circular reasoning
that's
fallacy.
Not actually how it
through
works.
mathematics. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It is but then how come they're not proven? How come they're not factual?
How come what's
How come
not
gravity's
factual?
not proven? How come gravity's not proven? Because you can't
proofs
prove
don't-
gravity
because
with math.
Yeah, because proofs don't exist.
But
in
you
science.
use them in your math.
You don't know what a proof is.
But you use them in your math. You
No.
use them in your math.
Foundations of
Right.
mathematics is where
Next
you
super
find
chat.
proofs, not like everyday math that physicists
Yeah, I
use.
was going
You
back
don't
to I have
understand
no proof of
mathematics.
anything because proof doesn't exist and nullifying your definitive statements. Thank you.
Well, it exists in math and logic.
All right. If I
science.
may, because I feel the next super chat will maybe add to this discord that's taking place, which I'm fine with. But the same person, John, sends another $5 to say to Mercedes, you claim that water finds its level. Explain why you think that is the case. What force is acting on the water to make it level?
I mean, there's just density and mass, but the density of the water's denser than air. So it's going to go towards like away from that and towards the center of anything that's level just naturally.
Wow.
Electrostatics
Did
is
you-
a force. There is an
It's-
electromagnetic current coming down from there, from the firmament, and it's coming straight down and it's traveling through us, and that is very observable.
can't
And
measure
this electromagnetic force is a lot stronger than anything they claim gravity to be.
How does
I
it
can't
push
get into
water
it as
down?
much as my fellow globebuster Austin Whitsitt does. He does a fantastic job of it. If you really want
Funny,
to,
I asked him the same questions, and he also couldn't
Yeah.
answer them.
I think it's almost kind of like it should be common sense question, because if you pour water down a hill, it's not just going to hang on to the hill and stay there. It's going to flow downhill,
Yeah, why?
right? Because
It needs a force
it's
to do that,
going
doesn't it?
downhill.
Yeah, but why does downhill? Why do
it?
things move downhill? What force acts on them to push them down the hill?
Don't deny a downward force being there. It's Brian
Yeah, what
Cox.
creates
There
it?
is.
Brian
what
Cox
creates
who
it?
claims that the downward force is not there. That's Brian Cox. That's not us.
I don't care what
Brian
Brian
Cox is
Cox
over there
says. I'm
claiming
not
that
so
the
it
debating
is
can be-
Brian
rising
Cox.
upward.
it can be explained easily with density. That's like why when people do this, like why my phone dropped, it's actually because my
But why do dense
phone
things
is
fall?
denser than the air.
Yeah, but why does that
Because
mean it's going to fall? Why does something being more dense mean it's going to fall through something that's less dense?
And how do you
there's a
calculate
downward force.
density?
We don't
that's
deny
how
that.
density works.
No, you can have two things that are of different densities and still everything is fine. Like when meteors move through clouds of gas and dust in space. Meteors are way more dense than that cloud, but it's not like all of a sudden, something pulls them down. So that isn't actually. Why do more dense things fall?
Okay, you can't
And
use
why
that
do
as
they
an
fall in
example,
the
especially
direction
for
that
a
they
flat
do?
earther, because we
Why
don't
don't they
even
fall
believe in that
sideways?
stuff.
Because we have like a big battleship, and that's really dense, but it's still floating on top of the ocean. So it's
Yeah,
not
that's buoyancy. Do you know
That's
what the
buoyancy.
equation for buoyancy is?
Buoyancy, yeah.
Kyle?
I'm aware of what buoyancy is. I don't know what the.
Yeah, but do you know what the equation is?
I don't know what the equation is. I'm sorry. I don't.
That's really funny because in the equation for buoyancy, the equation is FB, the force of buoyancy, is equal to negative PG capital V. What does the G there represent, Kyle?
It's talking about a downward force. Again,
It's talking about what downward
things
force, Kyle?
That's not really an argument. I don't
What
deny
downward
downward
force, Kyle?
Okay.
All right,
Kyle,
I'm ready.
guys,
I'm ready to
to
move
kinda-
on from
to
the
kinda-
topic.
To kind of just break
I'm
this up,
good.
I think
You can go ahead
we're
and
just
finish up,
arguing
Mercedes.
against we're just arguing against it either being gravity or it being like an electrostatic natural downward force that's just there. Those are and we can prove electrostatics because
forces aren't just
electrostatics
there.
are present
That's
in
not how
nature.
physical reality
They're
works.
present in nature, but gravity is
Yes,
not present
and
in
they're
nature. They
created
can't
by
even prove that.
something.
It's made out of 90% dark matter, which they haven't even proven that either.
Well,
So
no, it's dark. It's 90% dark energy. So you don't
Leo.
need to
No,
know your
it's-
cosmology.
okay.
You
Leo.
should
It's
probably
dark
stop
matter. It
talking
is
about
actually.
But
Let's move
forces
on.
arise from fields. They're not just there.
Irrelevant,
That literally
move
makes
on.
no sense. Anyway,
All right. Okay. So far, I've gone this whole debate without having to mute someone. Leo, you came like that, but having said that, the next super chat is from lost my spot from John again. $2 wants to know, Kyle, does atmosphere have sphere in it?
Atmosphere has the word sphere in it. Yes.
All right. Next question.
Yeah, because there's a hemisphere.
Okay.
Because of the.
The
'cause
word
Which
of
is-
the
sphere has
which
multiple
means what?
definitions.
what does hemisphere mean? Half
Because there's
sphere?
a firmament.
Oh, funny.
Hemisphere. Yeah.
Snow globes are globes also. Oh my goodness, I'm a globe believer because I believe we live in a snow globe-like environment.
Really? So you think it's all a snow globe that's like 3/4 of a sphere?
It's
or-
terrarium. That's right. Yeah, like a terrarium. Or like the biosphere that they created. Biosphere 2, look it up.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
just like
Next super chat. Lost my place. 1 second. LJ for $1.99. What's the proof of Jupiter's size / mass and gravity? I assume that's to our globe friends here.
Yeah, good. We got one. Isn't it mass spectroscopy that they measure the composition of Jupiter with? I believe it is.
I think so.
Spectroscopy.
Mass.
Spectroscopy can't determine.
Mass
Mass-
spectrometry is the
Mass
analytical
spectrometry,
tool
sorry,
used
yeah.
for measuring the mass to charge ratio, M over Z of one or more molecules present in a sample.
It can't get past any kind of filter in front of it.
And since I was told to just Google things if I want to know the truth, how do we measure the mass of Jupiter? Yes, we can compute Jupiter's mass relative to the mass of Earth with Jupiter's moon Callisto. All we need to know is Callisto's mean distance from Jupiter, or semi-major axis, in lunar distances, and Callisto's orbital period relative to the moon's orbital period, or the
It's
sidereal
very
month.
different from spectroscopy. I'm just kind of like looking at like pointing a spectroscope.
Well, I think he meant like in terms of like composition of planets.
Yeah.
Am I right there,
Okay.
Mark? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you
Composition
point a
rather than any
spectroscope
chemical
right at the
analysis.
floor, it's not going to tell you what the entire Earth is made out of just by one portion of the floor.
All right.
Yeah.
About the surface of the floor.
Wow. I don't. That's such.
Do you
a
have
weird
anything else
thing
to add,
say.
Mark or Leo?
Yeah.
on
So there are ways we can determine this, and we can look up the answers. Notice that we're not saying, well, I don't know, we just know that it is so, which is sort
Right,
of
you
more
say
a
things that
faith.
you
But
claim
excuse
to
me,
know.
Kyle,
Kyle, please. Kyle,
can we
please.
please have this guy be quiet while I'm answering? Which, like, Kyle is just a faith-based position. He doesn't know how he knows. He just believes that he knows. So this is the kind of sort of answer that you would expect. Kyle, could you please refrain from being a 2-year-old at this point? Thank you. I completely lost my chain of thought. Yeah, just Kyle just basically doesn't know why he knows that it's true. He's got no epistemology for his beliefs at all.
I only had one more thing to add, and that's that we know the masses of our planets so well and we can calculate them so easily that it's offered as problems on problem sets for fucking astronomy students, because we know it that well.
Okay, so in the
Oh,
time
but that's
since
just theoretical math, which is this math that's not the math that best helps me.
All right, so in the time since we've started Super Chats, we have more now than when we began.
That's not good.
So in the interest of finding
no, I'm sorry.
the end,
That's great. That's fantastic.
it's great,
Go
but
for it.
yeah, it just
more
means
super chats.
we got more work to do. So let's turn on the speed round a little bit, shall we? Next question from Robin Webster, $2. Explain the round impact on flat Earth.
Who's
The
that
round
to?
Impact on flat Earth.
Is that to us or to them?
It sounds like it is.
It probably is to the flat Earth side, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Knowing Robin.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe they're talking about the warfare, the actual warfare going on. So my YouTube channel just recently got deleted. So I'd call that a round impact on the flat Earth.
That's not what he means.
That's not even
What he's
relevant.
talking about
to
is
what we're
He's talking
doing.
about the
on the
warfare
Earth
that
and
is
how
going
the
on.
impacts
The pole earthers
are
are impacting the flat earthers, and
rounded.
flat earthers are impacting
That's
the
not what he means. That's not.
I'm sorry,
at
he
all
was
what
not
means.
very specific, and so I don't think you really get the.
Well, me and
She,
Mark
it's a
understood it.
she.
We're
Let's
trying
do
to
it.
clarify it for you, and you just keep
That's it.
interrupting. So how about you let us clarify what we think he meant, and
She.
then we can go from there.
Okay, well,
What she meant.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
if you
no
want to
worries.
explain it, Mark, I think you were.
Yeah, so basically the plus why is it rounded, and where do these impacts come from? How do the meteorites get through the firmament?
she never mentioned meteorites at all, and we
Oh my
don't
God,
even.
You really suck at inference, don't you? Well, you're a flat earther.
Well,
so
I think that's what she means by impacts. I could be wrong, so I apologize, Robin, if I'm wrong.
We can.
That's what I
we can see
thought.
if she comes
What
back
they meant
and
by impacts.
I know she was
clarifies.
real excited to get her Super Chats read. So at Robin, if you want to target my send it to my name, and I'll keep an eye out for you there.
I have
clarify?
something to add that might help too, like the round impact that's had on flat Earth. I mean, it's been huge because everyone across the Earth used to know and believe that the Earth was flat, and over time that has been debated. And I'd say the biggest time it really started was in the 1800s, and you had people refute this too. You had people come up like Ebenezer Breach, Gilbert Johnson, Lady Blount, William Carpenter, who actually wrote that the Earth is not a globe. So there were definitely scientists of that time that came out that started having to refute the claim of the globe because it was becoming more widespread. And Charles Morse, that's another good one. But a lot of these guys were scientists, and they were kicked out of the science community because there was a bunch of heliocentrists running it. So they didn't.
Robin did send me a message. I don't know if this clarifies for anybody, but she says Coriolis effect.
Oh.
Coriolis effect.
Coriolis effect.
Impact? What?
Yeah.
Coriolis
That's just what
effect
she
isn't
said.
impact.
Explain the round impact on flat Earth. She says Coriolis effect. She also has another question right after. We can just go right to her next one then. For $2 from Robin Webster again, she wants Flat Earth to explain time zones on the Flat Earth model.
Oh, she just wants us to explain both time zones and the Coriolis effect. Well, the Coriolis effect has been debunked because in the water, if you look, and you've got like those little swirling, I forget what they're called, but like the little water spiral things, they can be right next to each other and going completely different directions. And then there's also the other thing of where they say, oh, when your sink goes down the water, it spins one way, but on the other side of the Earth, it goes the other way. But I've tested it, and if you take your sink nozzle and you put it on one side, so everyone can test this tonight, you put it on one side, you turn on the sink, it'll spin down the drain the one way, but if you turn it and you face it the other way, and you turn the water on, it'll spin down the opposite way. So it has nothing to do with what side of the earth you're on or any of that kind of stuff. So the Coriolis effect is completely debunked. Snipers don't
Tornadoes can
even
go
use
in
it.
both
I know
directions,
mini
by the way.
snipers. None of them use it to. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry. Go
so,
ahead, Kyle.
Funny, all the ones I do.
I was going to say tornadoes. It's a really popular globe earth claim. For some reason, a lot of the globe earthers out there believe that all tornadoes and north of the equator go in the same direction, but that's not true. And I did a great video debunking that claim and showing they're called anticyclone or anticyclonic patterns. And
Yeah.
we're coming not just from a flat earth perspective saying that, but this is coming from different globe earthers out there who are acknowledging the existence of these anticyclonic weather systems.
I actually
How
have
come?
globe
That's
earth
'cause they're
friends
not-
that don't believe in the Coriolis effect either. And like I
How-
said, most of them are snipers.
How come all hurricanes that form in the southern Atlantic Ocean always deflect upward when coming into the United States over Florida and Georgia and Alabama? They never go straight over
Don't
to
think
like
you can count
Mexico
for-
or something, or they don't go like straight up and then over and hit the United Kingdom. They go up like that. Why is that? How come like they always do that?
They don't. Okay, you haven't presented every single one to be able to make that big.
So you're
definitive
saying that some hurricanes
Well,
have
wait,
just gone straight
I would say that
instead of
that's
coming
actually
up
not.
and going
Leo,
deflecting?
I would say that there's been times they've said that it would hit one part of the state or that it would hit
Yeah,
here,
but that doesn't
and then it's
defeat the
deflected
general
and gone
trend of the
somewhere else.
direction that it's going in, because cities are so small compared to the hurricane and its general direction. It can still be going in that general direction, but miss a couple cities that
Right.
thought they were going to get hit.
Well,
So that
we-
doesn't actually defeat the point that I'm raising.
Right. Well, we could definitely test it, but that could also be due to tides. It could be due to the wind. It could be due to the
And
atmosphere.
how
There's a
would those
lot of
cause it?
factors.
How would those cause it?
Well, we have a lot of normal weather patterns that come from just the sun, and so just kind of the movement of the sun is a big factor that can lead to repetitive observations. And so
There are
that's kind
weather
of one thing.
patterns that
There's
as
a
a
lot
result
of
of
different
the
factors that
Coriolis
really get
effect
into
as
it.
well.
But the repetitive nature of the sun is going to be the biggest contributing factor.
What you mean by the repetitive nature of the sun? That I'm
sun
Well,
always
are you
moves
trying to
fast.
ask why do hurricanes exist in the
no,
first place?
that is not what
Okay.
I asked.
All
Okay,
right,
okay, okay.
let's get on. Let's get on.
Mercedes, I'll just add one thing. When you do the Coriolis test in your sink, it has to sort of just be water that you pull out the plug and watch which way it goes down. Like, yeah, if you change variables, you might be able to get it to go another way. But it really, the proof is in, like, if you do that same thing in the southern hemisphere, it will go the other direction. That's the test.
I literally just said how it didn't, but hey, James, what was the other question or the other thing
and
she
I
wanted us to
explained how
explain?
the test was when you have still water, like fill up your sink, then just remove the plug and see which way it spirals. That's the test.
All right, so Justin, I know that the Zoom says James, but that's okay. Yeah, let's just move on, because in that discussion I recorded like 6 new super chats. So
Oh, sorry, we couldn't get to both.
no, it's fine. It's fine.
I think
we'll get
perhaps, Justin, we should just have the people it was directed to answer
Yep,
and not
let's
have the
let's get
crosstalk,
this
'cause,
rapid fire. I would agree with that. I love the discussions and stuff, but we'll be
same.
here until Monday or Tuesday, depending on where you live. So John, for $5, Mercedes, you cannot accuse Google of participating in the Globe conspiracy and then say you can Google it to support your argument.
So, okay, so my problem there is that I've said this once or twice now. I never said that you could Google flat earth and get a viable result. I didn't tell people to Google flat earth. I told people to Google certain things that could help the flat earth argument, since so many people trust Google and so many results pop up about certain things on Google that they might accept. But I never said flat earth specifically. I said I'd have to go to DuckDuckGo or some other place. As far as Google not suppressing the information, all you have to do is look up the YouTube CEO, and you can also look up statements made by the Google CEO, because I believe both of them made statements about the fact that they specifically try to suppress flat earth content. And a lot of times it will even say on there that like the site's been removed or suspended, and a lot of times it's by conglomerates like YouTube and Google. So yes, there is something going on.
They openly admit it.
Yeah, they
All
do.
right. So Mercedes being the new face here, you're clearly drawing attention because I got another one with your name in it. Ozen Talks, $5. Mercedes, you say we can only see 3 miles. How far away is the moon to you, and why don't you fly up there if it's 3 miles or less?
Okay, so good question. So what I said is that if you look up how far it says that we can see, it says about 3 miles, and that can also depend on the atmosphere and a bunch of other different things. But yeah, we believe that like the moon and the sun are both small and local. So we don't believe that the moon is like 95 millions of miles away like the sun is. And we don't believe that it's even further than that away. So if it was, you would not be able to see it. Just like how we tried to use the example of the car going far away from you and becoming small, and then you can't see it. That's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Is eventually it would just disappear and you wouldn't see it. So if those things were really that far away, we shouldn't be able to see it at all.
Okay, next question. War Boss, $5 for the Flat Earth side. Until Flat Earth have an accurate map and model, no one should take anything they say seriously. Can you interlocutors provide an accurate map and model?
Okay. The most accurate kind of map is a picture. And so if you go up in a plane and take a picture of the earth down below of the city, that is a working map. It's very, very accurate. And so, and yeah, so we can also go into, I can also describe that as a model. A model is like a demonstration of something. Even just me describing something, okay, me describing the earth as a flat plane, that is a model. Okay. And so a lot of people like to, oh, no true Scotsman, to try to dismiss it, but that's just by definition what a model is. It's just a description of something.
I would argue too, kind of like how Austin did, that if we're talking about like models and maps, the way that the Globers want it to be, they also have fallacies. Like it's on both sides because they had to literally flatten out the globe to put it the way that they did on the map. And they talk about that. They talk about how they had to take like a flat Earth and wrap it around the ball in the computer too. So there's definitely on both sides, they have issues with both model and both with map. But at least we admit on our side that the reason we have trouble creating like a model that they deem necessary is because we can't go past the firmament. Just like they say they can't go past the Van Allen belt, but for some reason, I guess they tried to say that we did, even though it's pretty much impossible, and it would be on the globe. There's no way for us to go outside of it and actually turn around and see what it would look like for either the globe Earth or the flat Earth. So we can make models like little tiny structures for you to see and base it off of. And like we said, that's probably the best description would be a dome or a terrarium or like the biosphere too.
I was in the Army for 8 years, and we did
Kyle,
a lot of.
we're just going to go to the next question. You had a chance to answer.
We want to answer this question.
Sorry,
but you did get a chance.
Oh,
Didn't you get a chance first, and then Mercedes answered, and now I'm going to go to the next super.
Okay, I'll just save it for later.
Okay. Robin Webster for $2. Why is the Earth flat and other planets are globes?
Just because the lights in your house are spherical often, that doesn't mean the floor in your house should be spherical also. The lights are completely different than the floor in your house is.
also, we don't believe that they're planets. If you zoom in with a telescope, you can see them, and it kind of looks more like plasma balls. And a lot of times, what we see them as is wandering stars, which is what they were called all throughout history. They've doctored images of what like Jupiter and Saturn looks like. So if you go and you look at an image of what it actually looks like through a telescope versus what it looks like through NASA's telescope or someone else's telescope that's been a part of one of these programs, it's a doctored image, and they admit that. So it's not what you're actually seeing. When you do go out with a telescope, and a lot of people have, and they've posted videos of it, it literally looks like there's some kind of water, and then there's some sort of plasma energy ball that's up there. So it's something completely different from what we are.
Next question from Ozen Talks, $2 for Kyle. Prove all the governments hide the Earth.
Prove that all the governments hide the Earth. You want me to prove that right now? Just like that.
I presume he means shape of the Earth, right?
I can just point to my opening statement and I can point to Neil Tyson and Michelle Thaler and Bill Nye the Science Guy and all these people who are always constantly saying that boats appear to sink on the horizon because the earth is curved. And that's their big statement. But my opening argument here was about refraction and about how refraction ends up limiting our range of view, not extending it. And the whole boats appearing to sink on the horizon thing is caused by this refraction effect. That's my whole proof right there. And so if you want proof that all these people are lying about it, that's them saying that is the proof. And my direct observations is further proof.
I would say the Antarctic Treaty too. We can't go past the 66 north latitude unless you're accompanied by a government entity or whatnot. And they all sign this agreement. All the countries of the world sign that agreement. And then everything that I pretty much stated in my opening was partially about that, about why they would lie and all that stuff too. So there's definitely motive. There's definitely motive. More land, more resources, whatever you want to think might also be out there too. That could also be a reason.
All right. Forgive me if I get your name wrong. Vara, $2, €2 maybe. One piece of evidence that would change your mind. I guess we'll just go around and ask everybody. Well, let's start with Mercedes.
If they spun around something and showed us 24/7 video footage of the entire Earth, unedited,
Kyle?
no Photoshop.
What piece of evidence would change your mind?
Okay, my opening statement was about how refraction ends up limiting your range of view. And that's kind of one of those big foundational points in my model. Now, if you want to claim that refraction extends your range of view, allowing you to see farther than you should, that would be a really big step towards changing my mind.
Leo?
Show me the ice wall.
Mark?
I think if the flat earthers could come out with a model that is consistent with the observations that we have of phenomena around us, and if it was detailed enough to give some sort of explanation of why these phenomena actually occur and explain them, that would go somewhat to convince me, especially if it was more accurate than the globe model.
All right, thank you. LJ 499. It's almost 2024. Why don't we have a non-CGI video shot from space, turning back and zooming into the spinning ball, showing people and oceans upside down?
Mm-hmm.
Well, upside down has no relation in space. There's no upside down. There's no right side up. There is towards the Earth and there is away from the Earth. And that's what we commonly think of as right side up and upside down. But that will vary as you go around the Earth because gravity goes towards the center of mass. Now, there is the Epic Discover camera, as I mentioned earlier, and that captured bushfires that, you know, they couldn't do otherwise. So that captures everything every couple of days. It is very expensive to get satellites up there and certainly very expensive to stream anything. So, yeah.
There is a continuous live stream and it's on YouTube. You can just go and watch it. That's on the International Space Station. It's pointed toward the Earth, and you can tell that the Earth is clearly a globe. We have pictures of it. We have video of it. And the only response to that from flat earthers is, well, they're faked, and they can never show how they're faked, how they know they're faked, how the structure of the image shows that it's fake. They just claim that it's faked because it's the simplest response, because it's the simplest demonstration of how they're so very clearly wrong.
All right, thank you. Our next question comes from Christopher Custon for $5. They've split their super chat into questions for everybody, starting with flat Earth. What is the mass of helium, and what is the acceleration of gravity on Earth? To anyone on the flat side who has an answer.
I think it's a question for everyone.
Well, they specifically said flat side. What's the mass of helium? Next, what's the acceleration of gravity on Earth? They then have a separate section for globe. I've
never observed that exactly. All I can point to at is what a textbook says. And I don't like to make claims like that. This is so because a textbook says so. I specifically go out and try to find proof for my statements like that. So I'm not going to tell you what the exact mass of helium is just like that, when I haven't observed that for myself.
I was able to look it up. So it says that it's helium-4 atom is a stable isotope that is relative atomic mass is 4. I'm not sure why that matters, but
For what?
for you,
What is U? I actually don't know what U is. What is U?
Atomic
uh,
unit, isn't it?
it on here. It says 4 units. That's all.
Units.
That's
of
all
what?
that
Yeah, I
it
think it's
says.
atomic units because it's talking about the amount of protons and neutrons in the
Yeah.
And
in
did you guys
the
answer
atom.
the second half of what the acceleration of gravity is on Earth?
I've got it written down somewhere. I should have it memorized, but I don't. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't have it memorized either. I can look it up
9.8
really quick
meters
for
per
him.
second squared.
Depending on
Thank
where
you.
you're
Second.
at,
No,
exactly. Apparently, it's
not
different
really.
in different locations.
It varies by such a small amount that it's irrelevant.
Yeah,
Alright.
9.8 meters per second squared is what it says on line 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next part of the same super chat is for the
I
globe
learned
side.
that my freshman
Um,
year.
Explain the correct answer plus container.
Explain the correct answer plus container. Who's that for, sorry?
So this is that same questioner. They say flat side, what is the mass of helium? Next, what is the acceleration of gravity on Earth? And they say globe side, explain the correct answer plus container. So I think what they were trying to do is set up the globe side to
Okay.
correct the flat Earth side.
Well, we gave the answer
Plus
anyway,
container.
so
Okay.
explain the
Yeah.
Um,
At least that's how I think they're trying to form their question.
And if they're getting at the whole container thing, like, oh, well, gas in a container, is that's if there's no acting forces on that gas. And with Earth, there is. Earth retains an atmosphere because Earth has gravity. And Earth has gravity because Earth has mass. A lot of it.
yes. And so does the atmosphere, the gases in the atmosphere. I think maybe that's the link to helium that they're pointing out. It still has some sort of mass and is pulled down like everything is on Earth that has mass. And it isn't density that is the deciding factor in how much pseudo force is applied to that atoms. It's actually the mass, and that's why it was linked into atomic units.
And I also want to,
That's the
just
mass.
because the flat Earth response is, oh, but if I let go of a helium balloon, it rises. And yeah, that has to do with the density of the gases. Different gases have different densities. And so within Earth's atmosphere will settle in different places. And some might be higher than others, but they will settle specifically in those places because that is where the stable gravitational force is on that gas. And that gravitational force is going to be different for different gases of different masses.
We say it's density too, just by the way.
All right.
Yeah, but
So-
you can't explain what that the density is or why it's the way that it is because you would have to use gravity.
I say I'm going to read the next question now. Displaced Gamer has been a member for 22 months, says flat Earth never needs to have answers. Globe Earth always needs to have proof.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's kind of for all of us, unless you don't, Justin.
It sounded more like a comment, even though it was phrased as a question.
Because
There's
I was
no-
going to say it's the
there's no
same
question mark.
reason why, like, from creationists, you get the same thing. When you ask them specific, like, somebody says, oh, well, no, abiogenesis is bunk. God created life. And then I say, so how did God create life? And then they say, well, I don't know how, but he did. And it's insane that they don't actually have any specifics to their model and how it works, particularly at a more fundamental level, which is what you need to have a successful model. But then they demand every last little detail for how every last little thing works from their opponent. And it's this, I see it from flat earthers, I see it from creationists, I see it even from like vaccine deniers and stuff like that. It's just a way that the conspiracist brain works. Everybody
see it the
else has
opposite
to have
way.
maximum evidence for everything they say, but I don't really need to know all that much about my model to know that it's true.
Yeah, I thought it was more
Dishonest
directed at
position.
the flat earthers, to be honest with you, because they I thought they were saying that, hey, they demand complete proofs and absolute statements from us, but they give nothing themselves.
Presented proof from the very beginning, but are we starting a new debate here or going back to that?
We're going to the next question. I'm just recording more super chats here. Robin Webster, $2 by 240 BC. Most Greeks accepted a globe Earth.
History,
Depends.
motherfuckers.
That's a question, or that's not a question, it's a statement. But yeah,
I agree with that. It's a statement.
Earlier he said that the Greeks all believed were heliocentrist globists, but who's Atlas? Whose idea was Atlas, and what was Atlas carrying? Because Atlas was not lifting a ball; he was lifting up the firmament.
All right. Lee Khan the Great, $2. Everyone hit the like. Why is the globe so angry? That's
Why
the
is the
question.
globe
Why is the
so
globe so
angry?
angry?
I didn't know the globe was
It's the
angry.
planet. I don't think it has emotions as such, except
I think
for
he
maybe.
meant to say,
I
why
think
are the
they mean you
Globers?
two are the
Yeah.
globe. Why are you so
Oh,
angry?
I'm not angry. I
I'm a
think
little
it's
disappointed,
actually.
but not angry.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of expected to have my questions answered that I had, which, sort of all I got was a ignorance and sort of platitudes and dodging and all of this kind of really deceptive stuff. So yeah, I suppose I'm a little disappointed, but then again, I didn't really expect them to be able to answer them. So
Like I said, this is more of a game than a debate, as it always is.
I don't think this debate's going to decide the future of how NASA operates and stuff. I really don't. So it's really kind of irrelevant. It's fine. So not angry, I guess, is my answer.
Original Win Productions, $2. Kyle, doesn't Halaman 12:15 contradict Flat Earth?
He's referring to Helaman out of the Book of Mormon. And the
Forgive
Book of
me.
Mormon, if he reads the full context of that, he said, if God said move, then it should move. Okay. And so that's a hypothetical situation there. It's not saying, if God were to command, the earth and say move, then it will move. But that's if. It's an if-then situation. And so anytime you refer to that, you've got to acknowledge the full context.
And is growing up around someone who have been Mormons, just to say, even though that was pointed at Kyle, I will say that a lot of times they read the Holy Scriptures as well, and there's over like 6 or 7 verses that says that the earth is firm and immovable. So, yeah.
The firmament shows up a lot of times in our scriptures, so
Yes, it does.
not just the Bible.
Oh yeah,
Well,
Quran, all of them. Like it's in the Quran. It's in Judaism even too. In their Talmud. Yep, it's in lots of books.
So IC Spin, $1.99, asks the flat Earth side, are all space scientists lying?
I don't speak on behalf of all space scientists. And so I think lying is when you know something and you say something wrong anyway. And so I know the truth, but I'm going to tell you something that I know is not true. That's a lie. But I think a lot of space scientists out there, they say things when they don't really know. And so they're just kind of describing the world according to their knowledge. And so a lot of them don't know that they're wrong, because they never questioned it. That's the way I was growing up. It wasn't until after I graduated college and got my bachelor's degree in science that I became a flat earther. And so, if I were to be telling my daughter back then, when I was a globe earther, that's not lying. It's just describing the world according to what I knew. But I know it better now, so I teach my children better now.
I agree. It's not all. If anything, it's a lot of them at the top. That know information like this, that would have to know information like this, but it's by no means all. I would say it's a very handful of people that actually know the truth on this, that are doing it intentionally to deceive people.
All right, Displaced Gamers, $10. Why can't super high altitude balloons observe the firmament, given the atmosphere is very thin at such elevations?
Because it's inside the firmament and not outside. So if you want to observe the firmament, you'd have to be on the outside of it to actually see it. That's just common sense.
Yep.
All right, Kingdom Within, $5. This one's just support for Mercedes, apologizing for their tardiness, but they're here.
Nice.
There you go.
IC Spin, $1.99. Are telecom companies faking satellite signals?
They faking satellite signals. They say it's from a satellite, but if it's from a balloon, but balloons they considered to be satellites. Echo 1, for example, is a really famous old time balloon that is described as a satellite. And so, yeah, it really comes down to how they're describing things or kind of what they mean. But
I would
yeah,
also I would also say with the underwater communications that I was talking about earlier, I mean that's what they say too that they use most of. Even though they make commercials about satellites and stuff, they don't come out and tell you, "Oh yeah, we're doing this from a satellite all the time." Like it's implied, so people just assume that's what it is, but that's not what it actually is. It's
Wi-Fi is
underwater.
satellite.
Fiber
No.
optic network cables. Are you kidding me, man? No, it is not. It's towers. It's towers and it's
No,
underwater
it's
sea
satellite.
cables. That was even
That's the internet. Wi-Fi and the internet aren't the same thing.
right, but how do
Are
you
you-
think those signals are transferred
To the
from country to
satellite?
country?
To the satellite?
No, no,
Oh, well, because
towers.
the satellite plays
Towers.
into that. So do towers,
No,
but towers
that's
don't do it all.
mobile internet. That's actually mobile internet. Satellite internet is a signal in Australia, which I have worked on. Their base stations are in Broken Hill and Kalgoorlie in Western Australia. They use
We
satellite to send signals to the most remote parts of Australia where there are no mobile towers anywhere within distance.
we
But
do
they have a
believe
lot
in
of balloons.
satelloons. We do believe in satelloons. And NASA admits that they have satelloons. So it's where they fill up a helium balloon and they send a satellite. It looks exactly like a satellite, except for it's attached to a balloon. And they literally put that in the air. There's
Yeah.
a whole documentary over it. They're the #1 buyers of helium. So
yes.
Yeah, so the satellite network, there's only been one, and it actually didn't work properly. Wasn't very efficient, and actually collapsed. I can't remember
If
the
they
name of
don't
it. There
work,
was
they
only
wouldn't
one.
still be doing it today.
The
Yeah.
thing is that I've worked on for the two biggest internet companies in Australia, and I've had to send coordinates for the satellites to technicians to align the dishes. And even if you look at the Elon Musk satellite network, can't remember the name of it, Sky something, Skylink, I
Skynet.
believe it
Skynet.
is.
What's
No,
its
Skynet's
or-
the thing from Terminator.
yeah, it is.
Skylink.
I think that's
It's
what you were
Skylink.
thinking of because it's Starlink. It's
No,
Starlink.
it's Starlink. Yeah, that's the one.
Yes.
Yeah, you
Mhm.
see the orientation of the dishes are not sort of in a position that would hit balloons. They're straight up to satellite connections, and that's the coordinates that we use when we do use satellite connections. So again, the most remote parts of Australia where there are no balloons, are no towers, there's nothing to hit but sky.
All right, we're making good headway, guys. Let's keep going. IC Spin $1.99. Do airline companies mislead with flight paths?
Is that to us?
would
I
imagine
assume so. Yeah.
Again, this is like people at the top, I would say. There's a lot of people that are deceived. I mean, a lot of people that have come out that have been
So
airliners because they're
specifically
actually
the airline companies.
right, yeah. Because there's pilots that have come out and changed their mind later. So the airline companies may not know, unless they're like the CEO of the board, something. I wouldn't imagine that the company, like as a locale company, would know. But that's just my take, Kyle.
Yeah. I don't speak on behalf of all of them. I imagine some of them do. But yeah, that's just how it is.
All right, and IC Spin again, another $1.99. Do ISS crew members get trained to lie?
Yes, they do, because they have to be in the underwater facility, which is where they're actually at. It's been almost proven in a sense because one astronaut almost died of drowning in space. Oh, that made me laugh when I saw NASA put that out. I'm like, are you guys serious? You might as well just tell people that flat Earth is real at this point. But yeah, that's mine. Kyle?
Oh, no, I think he's handled it perfectly.
Wonder where all
Kingdom
that sunlight
Within.
comes from in the ocean.
$2. All caps. The Earth is flat, point blank, period.
Phenomenal argument. I'm convinced.
we haven't really
true,
gotten a
though.
decent argument, and again, I'll just have to sort of say that I had 3 questions and none of them were answered in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
during this
that's
debate.
because you're
I
looking
did
at
answer it.
Excuse me,
I did answer it. You didn't
Kyle,
accept it.
excuse me, Mercedes. Upon asking for the reasons as to why we see the phenomenon we see, people just throw their hands up and say, well, I don't know the specifics, which isn't an answer to the question. When you're looking at questions, you're really looking for explanatory scope, that it is narrow enough to focus on the phenomenon that you're looking at, and explanatory power. How detailed and how expressive can the explanation be? Having explanatory scope of you can explain anything, like with this firmament, and no explanatory power, like you don't know how it does it. That's not an explanation. It's an excuse. Leo,
Justin, can I add just one thing about this astronaut who drowned in space? I guess Mercedes doesn't know that space is extremely cold. It's like negative 170 something degrees
Negative
Fahrenheit.
237.
So what this means is that we have to well, it varies from point to point. So there isn't like one set temperature for
There is, but
vacuum
that's
of
okay.
space. No, there's not. So the thing is that we have to use methods for keeping humans alive, because humans obviously need heat. You put a human in negative 200 degrees Fahrenheit, they're going to die very quickly. So there's water that's circulated through spacesuits, and there was a leak in one as a result of a contamination. And what this did is this caused the astronaut, I can't remember his name, but when he was on a spacewalk, it caused his helmet to start filling up with water, and he did almost drown. So yeah, that's how you can drown in space.
Yeah, and so
almost. He didn't actually drown.
Yeah, and so what's really grim about this is somebody almost died, and these people are laughing at that.
I'm laughing at the whole negative 250 degrees, and my little space heater on my back is going to keep me warm.
Oh, that's what you think it is? Okay, that says everything about what you know about space and people going into it.
And
I don't think anyone here can fathom how cold negative 237.4 degrees is. And if you really think you can survive that with a little heat suit, you got a problem. And if you think you can survive the Van Allen belt's radiation, if you think you can survive the Van Allen's belt radiation, which they supposedly went through to get to the moon.
With shielding, yes.
With shielding? What is this, Star Trek?
Shielding. No, it's just shielding.
It's shielding.
Pieces of aluminium. It's just aluminium.
Radiation goes through things.
Here in the real world, understand space.
That is the real world. Radiation goes through things. There's no shield.
Did you say that space
depends on the radiation?
I agree.
Oh my God, that
everyone,
is so
please.
Wrong.
We made great headway. Now we're losing headway. Icy Spin is gonna add some spice to this salty conversation. Why did Russia agree the U.S. moon landings happened?
They had to. They had to because they participated in it. They not only signed the treaty, but they also faked going to space as well. And might I add, go watch Russia's, because it's funny how fake it looks. It's freaking hilarious how fake it looks when they sent theirs up.
Russia is currently doubting the moon landing. Get with the news.
Actually, yeah, they are. They are starting to, but I think that's because the whole political realm of what they're trying to do right now. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Putin came out and said something.
If he drops the ball there.
Yeah, he might.
Well, it's funny that they're funding the ISS. That's kind of weird.
I'm pretty sure it's Russia that launches most of the astronauts up to the ISS too. And oh God, what are they called?
Soyuz.
Yeah, Soyuz
capsules. Yeah.
That shows that they are in cahoots with each other. By the way.
Yep, they work together.
We work together on the international space station.
Yeah, so it's funny if they are for it, they're lying, and if they're against it, they're telling the truth. This is kind of the confirmation bias that you have to show when you are into conspiracy theory. You know, if one source says, "Oh, I'm for it," you have to believe it.
But mega corporations,
if they say they're against it, then at that point they're lying because you're using confirmation bias.
Mega corporations have always changed their mind based on how the money flows. That's been proven.
Russia is not a corporation.
Yeah, that's called capitalism.
To you, Mercedes.
All right, next question. Squeaky eyes. Squeaky Eyes
debate
says
capitalism
$5
together at a later date if you want. Because I'm a
I'm not for capitalism, just FYI.
Oh, well, good. So, then we don't need to debate it. Sorry, Justin. No. That was potential debate. I didn't know where that would go. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what after shows are for. Let's go hang out after.
We found common ground.
Discuss the future.
We found common ground.
In the meantime, our audience is really active and enjoying every minute of this. So let's continue. Squeaky Eyes, $5. Theories explain things. Evidence should be compatible with a theory. Stop using this as your argument with gravity is just a theory. I believe that's
Okay, so I think
specifically
it's
at
mostly
Mercedes. Yeah.
yeah. So basically, the problem is that I see with the globe is at first it started out with everyone believing in the flat Earth, and then they started having to come up with theories and models to explain how it could be a globe, and none of those held up. In fact, when Albert Einstein made his theory of relativity, he admitted that all of the experiments that were to test the motion of the Earth failed. I have the
That's not what he
I
said.
have I actually have his quote. I'd have to take a second to bring it up, and I probably don't have time in the question, but I can post it later in the chat. But he did say it. He did say that they all failed.
That's not
And
what
that
he
was
said.
part of why he had to create the theory of relativity in the first place, which also I think has been completely debunked as well, just on the data that I've seen. So, yeah.
Can I
Kyle, do
clarify
you
for
want
the
to?
audience sake, Justin?
Yep.
After Kyle goes.
Go ahead, Kyle.
What do I get to go on about?
Oh, I was just saying, do you want to add anything at all about either what I said or what the question was?
I'm just kind of watching Leo squirm. That's it. He's like, oh,
Okay.
there's no way he actually said that. And so I'm just kind of, yeah.
He did say it. I mean,
Yeah.
go look up the quote. It's there. He
I
did
know where
say
the
it.
quote comes from. That's not what he said. It comes from
Do you
his
want to
book,
look up the quote?
Relativity, the Special and General Theory, because I've read it, because I know Einstein. What he said is that with respect to special relativity, there is no experiment that could differentiate between, say, like the motion of the Earth or it being everything else moving in the way that it is around the Earth and the Earth is stationary. Because in special relativity, it's an important word there, there is mathematically, there's no difference between a car going past the light post at 100 kilometers an hour, or the light post and the light post being stationary, or the light post moving past the car in the opposite direction at 100 kilometers an hour, and the car is stationary. Mathematically, there is zero difference between those. But that doesn't mean light posts move past cars at 100 kilometers an hour. So that's what he said. He did not say that the experiments failed. He said there's a relativity to the experiments because it's the special theory of relativity.
Just to end this really quick here then, Justin, I'm just going to read the quote really quick. To the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked in section 5 that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. Albert Einstein, Relativity, the Special and General Theory, 1920, page 61.
Yeah, we couldn't detect motion of the Earth till we had special relativity and the mathematics it gave us to be able to know that the Earth is moving. You were to mathematically show that. Yep, you're correct. That is
then
what
we
he
did.
said.
Yeah.
Just because 2 + 2 = 4 does not mean a yardstick is 4 feet long.
I have no fucking clue what that even means. You know what? No.
Just,
and this is the last thing I'm going to
That's-
say. I don't need somebody to explain what he said. I'm just going to respond there with
I don't
my
think
own
anyone
statement.
can.
I'm too drunk to taste this chicken.
Oh no.
All right. Okay, let me find my place here because while all of that's going on, I'm still actively recording new super chats, which means I lose my place every time. The last question was about the evidence. Right. John, $2. Kyle, define what down is in specific terms.
Towards the Earth. Looking towards the ground, that is down.
I think he meant the downward
asked a
motion.
question about maps.
The
I
downward
really
force.
want to talk about this demonstration.
I think he meant the downward force.
Mercedes, it was a question for Kyle.
No, I know. I'm telling Kyle he wasn't sure what the guy was asking. I'm saying I think the guy meant what you meant by downward force.
Oh, not just the direction of down, because it's the globe earthers who don't know which way down and up because they don't believe down and up actually exists.
Okay.
So
The relative concepts, yes.
And so displaced gamer, $5. When someone asks why, what do you think they are asking? What is the difference between what happens and why it happens? It's a general question.
it doesn't sound like it's addressed to anyone.
Yeah,
Well,
so
I mean, I've got some comments on that. So when people ask why, at least in my mind, there's two possible ways we can look at this: mechanism or intention. So say, and this is hypothetical, I'm not referring to any real person, but say you come downstairs and your wife has the pot on the stove and the water is boiling. and you ask your wife, why is there water boiling in the pot on the stove? And she says, oh, well, because the thermal energy created by the electric coil, as the electricity moves through it, the electricity creates resistance, that creates thermal energy. And then that thermal energy is transmitted into the pot, and from the pot into the water, it excites the water molecules and is thereby creating a phase transition whereby water is actively going from liquid to steam, and that is what boiling is. But I think most people would recognize that while that is an answer of why there is water boiling in the pot on the stove, it's a mechanistic answer. And it's not wrong, but it's probably not the answer you were looking for. So say you come downstairs and you ask your wife the same question, and she responds with, oh, I'm making some tea. Would you like some? So that's an intentional response to the why question. So I think there's two ways whys can go. And I think that when a lot of people are asking why in relation to like where me and Mark were asking why, we want mechanisms. What are the underlying mechanisms giving rise to these processes such that we would see the world in the way that you're describing it, that we do not see it as?
I think that's an excellent answer. This next question, I see Mercedes had to mute there for a minute, so hopefully everything's all right over there. But this one's for the Globe side anyways, and I know this because the person asking the question's name is LJ for $1.99. Why don't we have the remain of any asteroids?
But we do. They're called meteorites when they hit the atmosphere.
Yes. Also,
tons of them.
Yeah. So like we do, but even then, we do need to understand that a lot of them are, I mean, you can get some decently sized ones. It really just depends on the size of the asteroid entering Earth's atmosphere. Yeah. But even the 6 kilometer, 6 mile wide Chicxulub impactor that wiped out the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, this thing was not 6 miles by the time it like got to the Earth, because it's going to burn up in the atmosphere. Now, I'm not saying it was only 2 miles or something. It would have shrunk relatively by a small amount. But these things burn up in the atmosphere and they break apart in the atmosphere. And that's what Mark was referring to, is they break apart and some of these pieces land in places, and those are leftovers. You're never going to get a whole one, because even if it was whole all the way toward hitting the Earth, once it hits the Earth, moving at, 27,000 miles per hour, it's going to practically vaporize.
Yeah. But you still do find partial fragments of meteorites all over the place. We have tons of them, and we know that they're not from Earth because of the chemical sort of signature of them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, and a better question is sort of why are these people lying about satellites coming down in their backyard in Australia, kind of thing? That's some random person. I don't know why they're in on the conspiracy as well.
Also, just really quickly, I wanted to add, who was it? Was it Tutankhamun? I can't remember, but there was some leader in the ancient world who had a knife that it was made from meteorite, from iron that was found in a meteorite. And I think that experts knew that from the particular isotope of iron that was traced in the blade. So we've made stuff from the remnants of asteroid impacts, or asteroids rather.
All right, I see spin $1.99. Can the dome be detected by scientific instruments?
Yes.
I assume they're referring to the firmament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I pointed out the encyclopedia reference that I made, because obviously if they can measure how high up the dome goes and they can shoot things at the dome from the Operation Fishbowl.
15,000 feet? 25,000 feet? How high did they measure it to be? You said they measured how high it was. What number did they get?
I'd have to go back and look how high they said it was to be up. I used to know it off the top of my head like 2 years ago. Yes, I did used to know it off the top of my head,
Yeah,
but I think I believe that in the center it is like what you said, close to like the 20,000 range, but I can't quite remember because it's been a while.
So planes just don't work, or they pass the firmament, because the average flight level for a commercial flight is 350. 35,000 feet. Some can go as high as 42,000 feet, particularly military jets. So are they just passing the firmament, or maybe there isn't one? Or maybe it's just taller. Because every time we go that high, it's just up further then, I guess, because that's totally not ad hoc.
And what is it? The Concorde goes higher? That's the flight between France and America, I believe, with the Concorde.
Something like that.
All right.
Yeah, I don't
next
make any claims as to exactly how high it is because I haven't personally measured it or anything like that. And so they, like NASA and the people who went and did the fishbowl experiments, they make claims about that, but I'm not 100% confident in their claims.
How would you go about measuring the height? Like, what methods would you use to do that? Would you just get in a plane and go up, or get in a balloon and go up until you hit something, or how would you?
That's pretty.
I mean,
bad.
if
a whole other
if
question.
it,
It's a
if
whole
it
other ballgame.
refracts electromagnetic radiation, theoretically, we could send radio waves up like we do with planes and stuff, primary radar, and it would bounce off because you said the firmament is physical, and it can be measured. But we don't get that.
We do get that.
They
It's called
bounce off
skywave technology.
satellites, but otherwise, the signals just keep going.
We get it. It's called
Why?
skywave technology. Thank you. Let's go on to
But
the next
why?
question.
Okay.
Before we do
let's
go
move
on
to
to the next question,
Okay.
Justin, is it okay just for it'll only take a second? Can I just share my screen for just a second?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. This is from my thing, so this right here is from it. I can back it up because he actually opens up the book so you can see that it's from the actual Encyclopedia Britannica. So
13,000 feet high.
but look at where it's at. It's in relevance to New Zealand. So
What's New Zealand?
Oh, it's
got to do with
buried
it?
in.
Height all the way across the earth.
so that was the 1958 encyclopedia that said it was the 13,000 feet by New Zealand. And it said the degrees of latitude, right? So it said Memurdo Sound on December 22nd, 1955, and made exploratory flights over unknown parts of the continent until January 18th, 1956. When they returned to New Zealand, these flights proved the inland areas to be featureless in character, with a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south, longitude 90 degrees east. And new mountain ranges were located at about latitude, I can't see what his fingers covering it up, and 50 west. So the dome, since it's a dome, right? If you're closer to the outer skirts of the dome, obviously that dome is going to be closer to you than it is if you're at the center of the dome and how high it is up at the center. So, and planes don't fly over there. They won't fly over that way.
Over New Zealand.
No, I'm not talking
Sure they
about
do.
in New Zealand. I'm not talking about New Zealand. I'm talking about where the dome is that low. They won't fly on places where it's that low, which is usually over like the parts of Antarctica that people aren't allowed to go to anyway. Because as
Well,
we
sure they
believe
do.
on the flat Earth, we believe that there's the wall, as you guys know. We believe that there's the wall of Antarctica that covers the Earth, and that you're not allowed to go to Antarctica unless it's a 66-degree latitude, which is in the Antarctic Treaty.
All right. Well, since
And
you've
it's
got the floor
based off
real
of that.
quick, Mercedes, our next super chat is for you from John for $5. And they ask you, if you saw water flow uphill, describe what you would do to figure out the best explanation based on the evidence in front of you.
If I saw water flow uphill, I guess I would observe what could be causing the anomaly. I would check to see if there was any electrostatic or any kind of weird sort of magnetic field around it that could be causing it to act different than what water should be acting. Weather differences, just anything that could be an anomaly, I guess, that would be causing it to flow uphill instead of downhill.
Is it the same thing affecting a ball? If I drop a ball, is that ball going to start rolling uphill? Is it just the water? And so, yeah, it kind of push the limits.
Yeah, it would be like someone asking me if I had a basketball in my hand and when I dropped it, if it would go up instead of down. Like I would have to assess what anomaly is occurring for that to be happening.
Is it really water we're looking at? And so, yeah, we're going to ask a lot of questions. We're going to really try to investigate it.
Yeah, exactly. Explore the contents of the water. What's in the water? Is it just water? Is there something added to the water?
Kango 44, 5NZ. I'm not sure if that's what that currency is, but their question is: I have to take gravity and Earth curve into account for my day job. Am I part of the Illuminati, lizard people conspiracy?
I wonder
What's his day job?
I wonder if like, I don't even know who this guy is. So this is just
Does
kind of a
that
random
matter?
person claiming this, and so I have no way.
I
of
mean, it
verifying.
kind of does
You
matter
guys are
because
dodging the question.
how
He
am I
is
gonna
asking,
comment?
am I
I
a
don't
part
know.
of the am I a part of the conspiracy? So you don't know the guy.
Oh.
It doesn't matter. He's claiming he has to take these into account for his day job. Is he a part of this grand lie? Is he lying?
He
And
very
if
well
not,
could be. I
then
don't
why
know.
does he have
I
to
don't.
use these
I'm not
things?
going to judge, but Leo, I'm not going to judge him. I don't know him. That's the whole point. If you don't know someone, how can you judge if they're in on
Exactly.
Yeah,
something or
but
not?
he has to take Earth curvature into account, and you guys would say there is none. So why does he have to do that then? For his job.
I don't know of any job that would make you do that, but I mean that doesn't mean he's
There's a
a
few
part
out
of
there.
anything or that he is, but I can't comment on that because I don't know which job it actually is. If he said which job it was, I might be able to say something to that.
Yeah, we don't have enough information to really make a full assessment, a good assessment on that. We're not NASA. We don't claim to be omniscient. We don't claim to be omniscient.
Like let's be theoretical. Let's say he's working for NASA. If he's working for NASA and he has to take that to account every day for his job, then he probably is just someone being intentionally deceived by the people at the top.
What if he works for a shipping company and he's the one that helps develop and update the shipping lanes or something like that? And in order to do that, because the shipping lanes are on a globe, a planet that orbits a star, and planets are round because of their gravity, he has to take the fact that the planet is round because of its gravity into account when he sets those shipping lanes. And I'm not sure that this is how it works. It doesn't matter. But what if that were his day job instead of working at NASA?
If the Earth is a globe, then why does he have to take this into account? If the Earth is a globe, that's the whole underlying
Because it's a globe.
assumption that you've got built into your question. It's a loaded
Well,
question.
it's really more a question about if somebody in their work has to use principles that require the Earth to be a globe. Like, as I said, when I used to work in satellite communications, right, or help out satellite technicians, does that mean I'm part of a conspiracy? I think is what he's asking.
Not intentionally, no. You're not intentionally being a part of it, so you can't be held responsible for it because you don't know what
Why
you
does
don't
it
know.
work? Why do shipping lanes work?
Okay.
Why, when you follow them, do you arrive at your destination?
I can answer that. I can answer that.
Actually,
Okay,
we
go
should move on because that's a completely different
because
question.
you finally asked me a question about maps, and I'm ready to just nail it.
It's up to Justin.
I think we should let. Yeah, I think we should let him. But sure.
All right, let's go. Okay. All right. So
well, it's up to Justin. Yeah.
We go off of.
I'm perfectly fine with it. We do have 1 million more like super chats still coming in. All I'm concerned about is that our 500 plus viewers get their super chats read. As long as I've got the 4 of you with me, we'll do this. As long as we got to do this.
I'm with you, Justin.
Go ahead.
Till the end, mate. Till the end.
So I was in the Army for 8 years, and we learned land navigation, and all the maps we used in land navigation were flat maps, right? Now, we learned about how we need to take magnetic declination into account.
Were you going halfway
This is what
across
happens
the
when you
globe?
take a flat map.
Were you crossing
try to
oceans?
Get it to go around a ball. You get all these like overlaps, right? When you take a flat map and put it around a ball, you get a ton of these overlaps, right? In land nav, we never had to take any kind of overlap into account. Sorry, the Earth is actually a globe, and we need to adjust for the overlap because
were you guys navigating across oceans?
Okay? A flat map, you don't. There's no overlapping process.
Were you guys navigating
that's how simple it is.
across
That's why they
oceans?
work, because there is no overlap.
Were you guys navigating across oceans? Were you going 6,200 miles in your journey?
There is no overlap.
Are you? That's not what I asked you. What I asked you is what were the maximum distances that you guys were tracking over that you had your maps for?
I was in the Army.
Miles, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, you've said that. I'm asking you. These maps that you used, they led you across whole ass oceans?
I didn't claim that they led me across.
Okay, so shipping lanes do cross oceans. So where you may have been traveling, where you don't need to use geodesics to understand the terrain that you're on, because it's a small enough region. If you zoomed in on a basketball close enough, it would look flat, because you're looking at such a small point on the sphere that to you it looks flat. That's what it looks like to us on the Earth, but that's not the way it is. That's why shipping lanes have to use geodesics when they're set.
You could shoot. I was artillery. Okay? I was artillery, and we could shoot a garbage can from 20 miles away, dead on, and there was no account for
20
curvature.
miles. Yeah,
20 miles.
You're not using geodesics at 20 miles. Try 2,000 miles. Right,
was,
2000.
So
Faster
it's
he
why
gets
in
more-
surveying there's two types of surveying. There's sort of normal land surveying, which is done over short distances, and there's geodesic surveying, which is done over very, very long distances. And when they do geodesic surveying, they've got to take the curvature of the Earth into account.
I will say this just as a quick tidbit. My dad was in the Navy for 10 years, and part of the reason why he also went to Flat Earth, especially, is because he was one of those guys that was in charge of telling them like where to navigate the missiles and everything else. He was in Operation Desert Storm and all that. No, navigate the missiles, like where to shoot.
Pardon.
Yeah. So he was in Desert Storm and things like that, and the distance that they were able to shoot through the water should not have been possible on the globe. And they did not account
Missiles.
for any curvature at all. And this was across oceans, obviously.
Missiles that can basically alter trajectory.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah,
The
well, that's a
missile
missile. It
itself
alters
takes curvature
trajectory
into account.
Yes.
And they
Yeah.
weren't shooting missiles across oceans. Missiles can't travel for 4,500 miles. But we can
I
get
didn't
bombs.
say-
But we can get bombs to go very large distances. But we first have to send them up into space.
I didn't
talking
say he
about
shot the
ICBMs?
missile across the ocean. They traveled across different oceans, and where they ended up, it was all by a flat Earth map too, just the same way as
I
Kyle
bet.
was saying. But he
I
still
bet.
believed in the globe at the time. But if you look up the navigational map,
Yeah.
the aviation map, like all of them are flat Earth maps.
Sorry, Mercedes, you sort of seem to be saying that he was in charge of like firing where the missiles were headed to, but then you say, hey, he traveled across oceans. I'm not sure what one has got to do with the other. Because the guy firing the missiles or deciding where to fire the missiles
Because of what
is
Leo
not gonna,
said, because Leo-
well, just let me
Leo-
finish. He's not going to
Okay.
be doing the navigation for the boats over a large distance. He's just going to be firing the missiles. That's all.
Right. But Leo was concerned last time about what Kyle said is if he had to go over oceans. So I was just stating that yes,
Okay.
my dad did have to go over oceans. So he saw those
But,
same
but he
maps
wasn't
that
doing
Kyle
the
saw.
navigation. Yeah,
He
Leo's
wasn't, but
point-
that's the maps that the navigators were using were those.
Well, they would have been using maps based upon a globe Earth that would be flattened out and coordinates given.
There is no
based
overlap.
upon a-
There is no
Yeah,
overlap.
I watched a
Yeah, I
documentary
don't even know
literally
what that
from the
means.
official U.S. Navy YouTube about supercarriers, and they were talking about maps, and the word geodesics came up when the navigator was explaining his job. So
Well, if-
maybe
if
they
your
didn't
dad-
back then when your dad was in the Navy, but they do now.
So
Look,
somehow
Mercedes,
it
if your
works back
dad
then for
still
some
knows
reason.
people from the Navy, he should talk to the navigators about how they navigate. He should probably talk to them because they will know how to navigate over extreme distances, and they will have to take in curvature of the Earth in their calculations of the most efficient routes over sea lanes.
And
Okay,
the
so
other
maybe
thing
overlap.
is, when we navigated by stars, they had to account for not only curvature of the Earth, but the rotation of the Earth, because then stars might be at different positions in the sky based on where you are on the curved surface of the Earth. So you can know where to look, and you can judge based on where you're at relative to that constellation or those stars on the curved Earth, and you can navigate properly. Somebody who would have been sailing from Scotland, like down to South America, is not going to see the sky the same way as somebody sailing from China around to South America. Like
But we have
it's gonna be
GPS now.
different. Yeah.
We have GPS.
So-
we don't use
No,
that.
but I
We
was just
have
saying that
global
GPS
even
knowledge.
way
corrects,
back
though.
when, they
It's
had to
not super
account for
accurate.
those factors, the curvature of the Earth and even probably its rotation. Maybe not its rotation, but certainly its curvature.
Well,
To
star
know where the
maps.
stars were.
Star maps were
Did
used
you know that
before
star
they
maps
believed
were
in
different
globes.
depending on the hemisphere that you were in?
But we explained that later that that's based on where you're at. So there's the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. So if one person's
What
looking
does
one way, the other one's
hemisphere
looking.
mean?
All
What
right,
does that
no.
word mean?
We've almost practically gone over the definition of the word hemisphere at this
Sorry.
point. Kyle
But I think he wants
is
to go on to the
holding
next
on
question.
so tight to his words. The question, I believe, was technically meant for flat side. So Kyle,
Yeah, you're
go
right.
ahead,
Sorry,
take
yeah.
a couple
Sorry,
seconds
guys.
and let's move on.
There's a new question. What's the new question?
You were going to say something. You look like
I
you
did.
really.
I gave the demonstration of the overlap and about
Okay.
how maps don't overlap.
All right. Then with that, the next question is from Kingdom Within, $10. I believe the Bible says the earth is flat. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. Now define the word circle, if anyone can. Case closed. The earth is flat.
Well, I don't
A
claim
circle
that the
is a
Bible says
geometric
Well, I
object
think that's
at
for
which
us.
Whoa,
every
whoa.
object.
Let's let Leo. Go ahead, Leo.
So a circle is going to be a sort of geometric object where the curved line making the circle is equidistant from the center of it. So you can draw the radius, and the radius is invariant all the way around that curved line. That would be a circle.
Okay, if
Well,
you wanna
there's
reply,
also
go ahead.
okay.
Yeah, well,
There's
I
also
wouldn't mind
a
contributing myself. I
I'll
mean,
let you
I feel
finish,
like I've
Mark.
been-
We'll just let Flat reply to Leo real quick.
Okay, sure.
I was just going to say there's also a verse that kind of displays that this is a circle and not a ball. And also in that same Isaiah, that's in the book of Isaiah, he does say ball later, in a different verse. So there is two different Hebrew words for circle and ball.
Do you
So
speak
he knew
Hebrew?
the difference. And then also in Job, it says Job 38:14, it is like a clay under the seal, and his features stand out like a garment.
Go ahead, Mark.
So
Okay, so this is just one interpretation of the Bible. Other Christians vehemently disagree that that's what it means. It also means that also says that the world has corners, meaning that it would have to, if you're taking that completely literally, it would have to have like physical right angles somewhere in it, which we know isn't the case, and not even flat earthers believe that. The only person I've talked to about that has even claimed that has been Whitsitt, and he sort of, I believe he said, oh, we don't know what's beyond the ice wall, so possibly there could be corners, who knows? But a lot of these things aren't taken literally by any Christian, so it's just one interpretation. I also want to add that earlier super chat under the Helaman, or out of the Book of Mormon, it says, and thus according to the world the earth goeth back, and it appeareth unto man that the sun standeth still. Yea, and behold, this is so, for surely, excuse me, I'm talking. For surely it is the earth that moveth, and not the sun.
I already addressed that.
Whoops. Yeah, so I just want to point out the Book of Mormon says that, and the Bible, it never really says that the earth is flat and stationary. It just says, excuse me.
Oh,
What
wait
is-
a second.
Can I please
wait a
have
second.
my time to talk?
I actually have a rebuttal there. Like,
Can I
I
actually
have
take
the
my time to
verses.
talk
Let's
without being
let
interrupted?
I wanted Mark to
retreading over
close
what we
out
already
the-
talked about.
Kyle, I wanted Mark to close out the topic actually, so we could get to the next question. So I appreciate, Mercedes, that you have a rebuttal, and that Kyle, it gets you excited. But Mark, finish your statement, please.
Let me finish. It is only one interpretation, and a lot of people disagree. It does not literally describe the shape of the earth. It has to be taken as either an interpretive thing or a metaphor of because the Bible does give a lot of metaphors. So it could go.
Tells you when it does, though. It tells you when it does. It tells you when it's being literal, and Genesis was pretty literal. It also says in 1 Chronicles 16:30, he has fixed the earth firm and immovable. Psalm 93:1, thou hast fixed the earth immovable and firm. 96:10, Psalm 96:10, he has fixed the earth firm and immovable. Psalm 104:5, thou did fix the earth on its foundation so that it can never be shaken. Isaiah 45:18, who made the earth and fashioned it and himself fixed it fast. There are tons of verses more I could go into, especially Joshua and books they removed like Jasher and Enoch. But it is definitely a biblical cosmology. And also, if you guys look in older Bibles, around the 1500s especially, they actually had pictures of the flat earth model in old Hebrew books. The Logos Company for Christianity actually made the ancient concept. You guys have probably seen that one a million times, but they actually came out with that because they said that that is what Christians believe. So no, we do not take it literally and metaphorically. That is the Schofield New Age sort of doctrine that has infiltrated the churches in Jesuit form through religious ambiguous notions.
Mercedes, do you
that they
speak Hebrew?
Changed it. I study Hebrew, but I don't speak it. No.
Okay.
And I don't think
how well do you understand written Hebrew, particularly from thousands of years ago?
I have to look up people that either have studied Hebrew for
Okay,
like
so
years
you're
of
not
their
a
life.
Hebrew scholar. You're not an expert in the language, correct?
I'm not an expert in the language.
Okay, but the reason I'm asking this is because all the experts in it don't agree with a lot of what you just said relative to
Actually,
what was
they
originally
do,
written
and
down.
I
No,
can
they don't.
point to them. They
Yeah.
absolutely.
I'd cite their names, but I don't want to be disrespectful to them.
I do want to respond
No,
as well that there are a lot of Christians that do believe the earth is a globe. This is again another conspiracy theory that all these Christians are somehow not Christian, like a no true Scotsman kind of thing. Things like Psalms were obviously poetry. That's
Well, wait, I do want to make one clarification.
Excuse
I'm not saying
me,
they're not
Mercedes.
I'm actually
We've
gonna
got to close this out.
I
The
want
thing
Mark
was
to have the last
us.
word.
right? The thing was to us, not to you. Okay, this is how it works. The people who the question is directed or the statement is directed to get to close out, and that's what I've been allowing you to do. So please allow me to do the same. So let's be fair. Okay, so a lot of this kind of stuff is up to interpretation. The corners of the earth is up to interpretation. They all have different opinions on what that means and how it gets interpreted. Some do believe that it should be literally interpreted. The majority of Christians disagree because the majority of Christians do believe in a globe earth, and that's just a fact. I'm sorry if that upsets you. It's just a fact. And anyway, I don't know why we would believe the Bible for any kind of cosmology or science at all. It's not a science book. Doesn't have anything to add on science. It's basically useless for science. So I don't know why we'd listen to it at all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next question. Congo 44 is back with another $5. Can the flat earth folks please explain us sunset? Please don't say perspective. The angular size of the sun does not change during the sunset.
The angular size of the sun does change during the sunset. If you've ever seen the kind
No,
of
it doesn't.
it getting warped out, you don't believe. I can show you some examples like right now.
I've seen it through telescopes. I can
Refraction.
tell you.
We
No,
live
it
in an
fucking
atmospheric
doesn't.
environment, and I can show you examples of the sun kind of widening out and kind of flattening out as it's setting. That's because of this whole
It's
refraction.
because of refraction.
Yeah,
But its angular size doesn't change. That's what was mentioned,
Okay.
not refraction.
Even-
And its angular size doesn't change. Watch a sunset.
Then
Get
why?
a solar filter.
Okay, I've seen multiple times this whole flattening out. That is not changing in angular size. BS.
Nope, it's
Yes.
refraction. It's the light from the sun being changed as it enters Earth's atmosphere. The sun, the thing that's
Use a
actually
solar
setting,
filter.
does not change in angular size.
Use a solar filter so you're not getting the light around the sun, but rather just the image of the sun itself. Have you tried that?
Okay, so you're saying that solar filters can magically see through refraction?
I didn't say that. I'm saying that when you use a solar filter, the size of the sun doesn't change. It doesn't.
Okay, so if I use a solar filter, then I should be able to magically see around the refraction that's causing the sun to appear warped and elongated at sunset.
It's not magic. It's just filtering out the light that's coming in. So you're seeing the sun, not the light around.
I would
the
love
sun,
for
which
you
can
to
distort.
demonstrate that the solar filter is eliminating this elongated effect of refraction. Because I'm
May I-
totally calling BS on that one.
Yes,
May I just add
Mercedes, you
something?
may, and this will be the last word on the question.
Just to the commenter, if you're interested in it, look up sunsets with flat earth where they have zoomed in the sunsets and they can bring the sunset back up. So it looks like it's setting, but you can take a zoom camera to the beach. I've seen it done a few times now and it's pretty cool. You can take a zoom camera to the beach like a P900 and you can zoom the sun back and it'll actually appear like it's coming back up instead of setting. Because they try to tell you it's disappearing over the curve of the earth, but it's actually not. So when you zoom in, it actually brings the sun back up as if it weren't setting because it's actually just getting further away from you. It's not actually like setting the way you think it would be. And I think there is examples of that on ODD TV's channel, and there's just like random people that have gone out and done it at the beaches.
I like
So
how you
just
keep
look that up.
citing a flat Earth YouTuber as if that's some source. It's not.
Well,
Have
before you
ever
got
watched
here,
think you're a
before you
source?
got
sunset
here, I was
through a
just
telescope?
responding to someone that was asking a question about the sunsets. I was just telling them where they could go to see that, and I was saying you could go there, or you could just look at just any amateur person that's taken a P900 camera and zoomed it in, because there are a lot of examples of people that have been able to zoom back the entire sunset and pull the sun back up from where the ocean is instead of
Okay.
disappearing under the ocean.
Can I share my
Mark,
screen
yep.
quickly?
So I'm already sharing your screen. So Mark,
Oh, okay, great.
looks like he's got something he wants to share. And I did say Mercedes could close the question, but I believe what Mark is going to show is in response to Kyle. So Kyle, I will let you close the question after Mark. Go ahead.
That's with a solar filter.
That's with the solar
Well,
filter. Okay, so let's see
yeah.
that refracted sunset changing, kind of getting squished out, like you see kind of, is it in the Lion King where you see that sunset getting all warped out?
What do you mean from there?
I'm talking about like a warped sunset.
That's with the solar. You asked for a solar filter where it doesn't get warped out, and that's exactly where I showed you.
No, I want to see the warping effect without the solar filter, and then you add the filter, and then all of a sudden it's a perfect circle.
It's put on the camera, Kyle. What are you talking about?
Okay, so if you
It's a
watch a
solar
sunset
filter.
and the sun becomes elongated, okay, the sun gets elongated by the refraction, and then
Look,
I'm saying
you
let's see
asked
if
for
we throw a
footage
solar filter
of
on
the
that, and
sun
all of a sudden-
setting with a solar filter on it
circle
where
again.
it's not elongated, and I just showed it to you. So you've got what you asked for. I'm not sure exactly what you're looking for,
showed
because
me with the solar
hang on,
filter, but you never
let me
took the
finish,
solar
Kyle.
filter
Let
out.
me finish. You seem to be wanting to say, "Hey, show me something with the solar filter on
This is better.
where it does elongate," and I'm like, that's not what it shows.
Go ahead,
This is
Kyle.
better.
Respond, and we're moving on.
So I like this here where you can see the sun is really.
I don't care what you like.
Edges.
I don't care what you
Put a
like.
solar filter on that, and let's see it turn into a perfect circle again.
I can't put a filter on it. Like, you realize that the
guys
filter
see
is
my screen
put
share?
on. The filter's put on the device, Kyle. Not it isn't
Already?
an after effect.
Are you saying that it's the physical sun that is changing, or are you just saying it's because of refraction that it appears like it's changing?
It's because of refraction that it appears to change, and adding a solar filter isn't going to make that refraction go away.
Can you guys see my screen share or
Okay.
not?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And the only reason I asked is because I think this is what Kyle was talking about. Like, you can kind of see how the sun looks wavy. And that's just atmospheric effects. It has literally nothing to do with the sun.
I agree.
That is atmospheric effects. And the atmospheric effects, excuse me, autism brain, have nothing to do with the size of the sun. So the atmospheric effects of the refraction of the electromagnetic radiation from the sun as it enters Earth's atmosphere has nothing to do with the size of the sun. So that's not going to change the size of the sun. And the size of the sun doesn't change.
Oh, I'm saying that the apparent size. That's all I'm talking about here.
Yeah, but apparent size and
refraction
true
is
size are
causing
two
the sun
completely
to
different things.
appear.
Just like
The appear
apparent
is
distance and
appearing.
actual distance are two different things in physics as well.
But you claimed that the size of the sun changes as the sun sets, and
I just said
clearly it
appear. That
doesn't.
was the key word. It appears to change size,
But it doesn't
It
actually. And that's
actually
the
change.
But
point.
it doesn't actually change size.
I never claimed it actually changes size. I just
on
talked
your model, it
used
would
the
have
word
to.
appear multiple times.
It would have to.
Why would it
Because
have
the
to?
sun
Have to
Because
because the
getting
sun
further away
isn't
from us.
setting behind the horizon, it's getting further away. That's
Correct.
the reason why. So if it is getting further away, it has to be changing size, because nothing that gets further away stays the same size in somebody's vision. It just doesn't.
I've got a really good demonstration of this exact thing. Okay, if you take a yardstick, okay, and I made a video of this where I took a wiffle ball on a yardstick, and it's down at here at eye level. If that wiffle ball gets dragged across the yardstick a certain distance, that wiffle ball is going to appear to shrink because of perspective, right? But if I put that yardstick on the ceiling and drag that wiffle ball across the exact same distance, that wiffle ball does not appear to shrink like it does down at eye level. The sun
It
is
also
up in the
doesn't
sky, it's
set.
not down at eye level. And we have this refraction effect, which causes that yardstick to appear to drop down on both sides of us in real life. Okay.
Does the wiffle ball set behind the horizon?
My point is that it travels the exact same distance.
No, it doesn't.
It's just like the wiffle ball. It's just like the wiffle ball on the ceiling. It's not.
Right.
Yeah.
The question
You
was
said
to
it's
explain a
insane.
sunset.
And make it go away.
The question was to explain a sunset. I believe Kyle has done his best to answer the question. And moving on to the next one, since we've spent probably a good 5 or so minutes on that one. Nominal $5. How much imaginary matter does relativity require to explain the observations of our universe? 85%, 95%. How is dark matter / energy scientific at all?
Because we've observed it. Galaxies should be flinging themselves apart because the baryonic matter that's there does not produce enough mass for galaxies to stay held together despite the rapidity of their rotation. We've also
So
observed
basically
that
our matter
we've
doesn't
also,
work, so
I'm
we have to
sorry,
make
I
something
haven't
up.
finished. I haven't finished. We've also observed that galaxies lens light more than they should, which means that there's more gravity there because it's gravity that lenses light. But baryonic matter is not enough to produce the
Nope,
Please
you're cutting
hold
out
your
now,
Still
Leo.
for a minute, buddy.
Leo.
You're
math
frozen.
requisite for the
You're
amount
frozen.
of gravitational lensing. On top of that, we can see in galaxy what?
You're
You're
frozen.
kind of cutting out, Leo.
Your
yeah.
video's frozen,
Oh.
but we can hear you
T-
again at least.
Turn
so
off the
carry
video.
on.
We can still hear you, mate.
There
No,
you
no,
are.
I'll just close out YouTube and
You're
that'll
good.
be
You're
fine.
good.
Look,
So
must be a green
thirdly-
screen. Must be all fake.
thirdly, we can observe in galaxy clusters that when they collide, because galaxy clusters can collide, we notice that the baryonic matter, by the way, I should explain, baryonic matter is like the matter, all the stuff you can see, planets and stars and galaxies and all that fancy stuff and what you're made of and the periodic table, that's baryonic matter. I'm not going to get into why it's called that because there's like 2 people on the panel that probably won't understand. But that matter shocks and slows as it interacts through friction. But most of the mass contained in these galaxy clusters doesn't, passes right through. On top of that, we can see in galaxy clusters, there's little in mass density variation charts that there's little spikes where all the galaxies sit, but most of these spikes sit in one big massive hump. Where does that hump come from? What is the mass that does not shock and slow? Why do galaxies lens light more than they should? And why are they held together despite their rapid rotations? What explains this is, well, there's 2 ways that this could be explained. There's dark matter, and then there's modified gravity. Dark matter posits that there's some tangible form of matter that does not interact via electromagnetism, may only interact via gravity. It might interact via weak force, but we don't really know. We've run tests to try to see if it does. We haven't found anything yet. Modified gravity says, oh, there's no extra matter there. We just have to modify our gravitational equations on those massive scales, and we will be able to account for these effects. Now, modified gravity really struggles with some of these things, like the most of the mass in colliding galaxy clusters not shocking and slowing, but passing right through. How does modifying gravity solve that? That sounds like there's a type of matter there that doesn't interact, and it can just kind of whoosh, move through. So dark matter is scientific because there's anomalies that we've observed that something like that thoroughly explains. We just haven't observed the particle that makes it up yet. And that's what pisses off some of the physicists. So dark matter is not necessary for either special relativity or general relativity. It's just that through what general relativity tells us about what we see, we're seeing a little bit more than what it tells us. So there must be something making extra mass. And we know matter is something that can make mass. So the concept of a matter that doesn't interact with the electromagnetic radiation, meaning that practically none of our telescopes are going to be able to see it, could be out there. Also, dark matter makes up 27% of the mass energy density of the universe. Or original matter, like normal matter, baryonic matter makes up 4%, and dark energy makes up 69%. People who have actually studied actual real world cosmology that studies the real world know this.
Thank you, Leo. Next
The
question.
unseen real world.
Next question is from Exdronin, $5. Why is nearly noon in Japan right now, and yet we cannot see the sun from Japan?
Is that directed at Globers or us?
I believe it's us
idea.
flat Earth. I think what they're trying to suggest here is, why is nearly noon in Japan right now, and yet we cannot see the sun from Japan? I think they're assuming we're all in the same place. Let's say North America. Sorry, Mark. And it's noon in Japan. The sun's in Japan. Why can't we see it?
Okay. We live
my
in
best
an
interpretation.
atmospheric environment. We have an atmosphere, and that atmosphere has this thing called
I don't know if you can see that the sun's out here.
atmospheric opacity. Prevents the light from reaching you. Okay, that's one thing. There's 3 reasons why night is caused on the flat Earth. 1 is atmospheric opacity, the atmosphere's ability to block your view. 2, atmospheric refraction. Okay, where the light gets bent downward. Even Neil Tyson acknowledges that the sun gets refracted every single night. Okay, downward, and when that light can't reach you, you can't see it. Okay, so that's 2 is downward is refraction, and number 3 is the divergence of light. Okay, the inverse square law. Light gets dimmer and dimmer over distance.
I just have one question, Kyle. Are we able to measure whatever the sun is? I'm not saying anything about what it is or how far away it is. All I'm asking is, are we capable of measuring how much light it gives off? Doesn't matter how it produces it, but can we measure how much light it gives off?
The sun?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of. I haven't.
We can, so
like,
what about a light bulb? Can we measure how much light a light bulb gives off?
maybe like in a specific place. Yeah,
Lumens?
like a light
Do you
bulb
know
is a
what
lot
lumens
smaller
are?
and easier to contain.
Do you know
Like
what lumens are? Lumens are a measure of luminosity, how bright something is. So we can measure how bright things are. So I would think then that you would
You
believe
know
we
exactly
could
how
measure.
far away it is.
I'm not
The
saying
the
anything
inverse square
about that.
law has to do with the
I'm asking a question. I'm not
I
making
answered
any
it.
claims. Do
I
you
answered your
think that
question.
we can measure the luminosity of the sun?
I don't know how far away the sun is.
I
and
didn't
so
ask
Don't
you
need
how
to
far
know.
away it was. I
Well,
asked
let
you,
me
can we
clarify,
measure the
Leo.
I don't
luminosity?
believe we have a
Let
ability
me
to answer.
clarify. What he's saying is, can we measure how bright the sun is where we are? Doesn't matter like sort of how far. It could be really close and dimmer, or it could be really far away and brighter. But can we measure how bright the sun is where we are now, as opposed to, how bright it is for a 40-watt bulb or a 60-watt bulb or a 90-watt bulb kind
I
of thing
think
they
what
produce?
Kyle's trying to say is that because of the inverse law of light, because we don't know like exactly how far away the sun is, we can't accurately say what an accurate lumen it would actually be,
Actually, you
because we
can.
don't know how much dimmer it's getting from us to the sun, because we don't know for sure the actual distance. We can make assumptions and we can make a guesstimate, but it wouldn't be 100% accurate based on that.
Thank
Yeah,
you. Well
well, it
said.
would because of the math. What you can do is just do it backwards. And since we can measure its luminosity, we can thereby determine its distance. We don't need to know its distance to know its luminosity, though you could determine that. And equally, you can know its luminosity and determine its distance.
Just because 2 plus 2 equals 4 doesn't mean
That's how it
yardstick is
works
4
in
feet
math.
long.
If this side of the equation equals this side, then you can do some like E equals MC squared. I could turn that into M is equal to C. What would it be? C over C or E over C squared? Yeah, M is equal to E over C squared, because you can manipulate in mathematics. And who was trying to lecture me on math earlier?
You got one final word there, Kyle? You were trying to comment over top of Leo, and I don't think anybody heard you, so I'll let you repeat your comment, and we'll read the next question.
Just because 2 plus 2 equals 4 does not mean a yardstick is 4 feet long. So you can do the math and just say, I've got math, but that math requires physical observation to verify it. And without that physical observation to verify it, your numbers mean nothing.
All right. Kango 44, $10. Water tanks to test boat hulls have to be built very precisely. To make sure the water is level all the way along the tank, they have to take the Earth curve into account. Flats, please explain why.
I think that's kind of a loaded question, that saying that they do take Earth curve into account. And yeah, I haven't seen that verified. I don't know that
A lot of
maybe
times
they work in that industry. So maybe they work in that industry. Maybe they know that they do that. So I can.
Well, or they could be guessing. I mean, we don't know for sure, but I will say that what's interesting is oftentimes when I was studying a lot of the NASA documents, and they would always have something similar to that pop up for the curvature or the gravity or whatever, it would always equal 0. Every single time it would equal 0. And if I get a chance to ever debate with you again, Mark and Leo, because this was my first time, I will definitely include those documents next time so you guys can see them for yourselves. That are from NASA.
Curvature due to
them are
gravity is 0
documents. Yeah, so a lot of them are
I
training
couldn't hear
documents.
you, Mark.
Well, a lot of them are training documents. They'll say assume that the curvature or gravity is 0 for the ease of making calculations. It's sort of like how when you teach someone to drive, you don't take them on a crowded freeway for their first time. So a lot of these training documents will say, hey, assume that you're on a flat stationary plane for the purposes of this exercise. But that doesn't mean that that's actually where we live.
Just like the ideal gas law is wonderful in physics and it helps us out a lot, but no gas is ideal. That's not how gases work. because they're constantly moving, their stochastic process. Physicists kind of jokingly, I can't fully remember the story, but it had to do with somebody saying, like, picture a cow, except it's a perfect sphere. And so they call these kind of scenarios where they start with like really basic or ideal conditions before perturbing the equations with complexities that make the solutions more accurate. They call these spherical cow scenarios. So like if you've ever taken a course in just like classical physics, you've done this all the time. You've taken scenarios that don't really map to the real world. They're ideal situations, but they still help you understand the concepts and how to apply them to the real world. So the ideal gas law can help us in understanding how actual gases actually behave in the actual world. So the fact that ideal scenarios are used in physics and chemistry and engineering, a variety of areas of science, isn't an argument against the accuracy of what we really use when we describe physical reality.
I'd say my only problem with that is that the pilots that I do know that have come out have all said that they were always taught from that perspective of assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth. It never got changed for them. So the documents never changed as the trainings went on and got higher. And also, it wasn't just trainings, it was also based on gyroscopes. I have one on gyroscopes, I have one on missiles and how they launch, and they're all also assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth. So it's not just unique to training documentation that I will show an upcoming one.
Next question from Squeaky Eyes, $5. Mercedes, your sink test doesn't work. The force of the tap makes the water go whichever direction. Try pulling a plug, as Mark said.
Sink test? Okay, so you have to put it all the way to one side or all the way to the other side. It will work, definitely.
Yeah, but what they're saying is that the position of the tap is causing the water to change its like where it's going. The test that should be done is you fill it up and then you pull the plug and see which way it naturally it sort of rotates down. And the whole point is that in the other hemisphere, in this like southern hemisphere where I am, it will go the other direction. That's the whole point.
The only problem is that in natural situations, a lot of water naturally flows, especially in the places where we're talking about the Coriolis effect. So like the ocean and rivers and all those kind of things has moving, flowing water. It's not water that's just stationary like you're talking about.
Yes, but we're talking about a test.
Why does water flow?
Like
that would be getting all the way back into the whole density thing and the downward force and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a can of
gravity. Yeah.
Yeah, but what really I'm talking about the test and why the reason why we explain why if you do that exact same test, you have the container of water, you pull the plug and it will rotate in a certain direction in the northern hemisphere every time. Why that happens the opposite way in the southern hemisphere. That's what he's getting at when you're asking the question. Try it with still water and see what happens. Like just pull the plug and see what happens.
We can see it. Toilets flush in both directions here in the United States. We don't have to go to Australia to see that.
I was just about to say that.
Well, I mean, there's no harm in doing the test as I've stated it, right? There's no harm in that.
Oh, I did do it because, like I said, I was trying to prove the flat Earth wrong. That was one of the first tests I did.
So you did still water. You filled it up, turned off the tap.
No,
and then
I did the toilet.
Well,
I did the toilet.
Yeah. So
like
what is the harm in doing it the way that I've stated, which is filling it up, turning off the tap, then pulling the plug and seeing how the water naturally flows down? Then maybe contact someone in the southern hemisphere, get them to do the same thing, and then think about why that's happening. What's the harm in that?
No one said there was harm in that.
Yeah, I didn't.
Well, you seem very reluctant to do it. That's the
I'm
thing.
not reluctant.
I'm
not reluctant. It's just I feel like I've already done the experiment because how is it different from it flushing down a toilet versus how it's going down a sink?
Because the position of how that water is coming out as opposed to a still body affects the direction that it will be pushed in because there are other forces acting upon it. So eliminating some of those forces will get you a much better test. And that's
a toilet purposefully angles the water. If you watch the water drain out of the sides, it's always at an angle. It purposefully swirls it. And so that could be why toilets all swirl the same way all across the globe, is because there's forces acting on them. The water is coming out angled. That's how toilets work.
I'm not 100% sure how toilets work. I've got to admit,
that water that comes into the bowl doesn't come straight in. It's angled.
All right. So Aiden Afnan Casaros sends their first ever super chat, just $1, so they weren't able to ask a question, but I just wanted to make sure it was known that
Thanks,
we're
Aiden.
grateful for their super chat. And then the next question is from IC Spin. Mercedes, what kind of telescope do you have?
I never claimed to have a telescope. I used to have a telescope when I was a kid, but I don't have one now.
Okay. John, $2. Mercedes, do you have a high school and college degree?
They always ask that question. High school, yes. College, no. I went straight into IT from high school. I learned SharePoint and website design and software development, so I went straight into that.
HTML.
All right.
No, I'm not really much on the coding side. I like the web design
Okay,
type stuff,
gotcha.
so SharePoint and all
Okay.
that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
IC Spin with another $2. It's almost 2024. Why doesn't Flat Earth have a model?
We have a model. We have a lot of models actually, but yeah. I think they need to understand what a model is. And if I pull out the definition of model and describe it to you, I'm pretty certain by the way they're insisting that we have no model, that they are just no true Scots manning away every model that every flat earth model or description they've ever seen or heard of.
Yeah,
Well,
because
I actually have to
a model,
sorry.
I would, oh, sorry, you're fine. I was just going to say a model on here, on the dictionary, it says a three-dimensional representation of a person or thing of a proposed structure, typically on a smaller scale than the original. That's what a model is. And yeah, we've
Not
had
in
that around
science.
since.
It's not
Yeah,
what
that's a bit
model
of a
is in
different
science.
definition. But I actually have to speak up in support of Carl. I think they do have a model. My problem with that model is it's very vague and it doesn't fit the phenomenon that we see. But even a very, very vague and inaccurate model is still a model. You know, the fact that it's vague is the problem. The fact that it doesn't explain anything is the problem. But I would still call it a model. So I have to back Carl up on that one.
Thank you. Common
All right.
ground.
Next question for both sides. Isa Keber. I'm going to have to ask them how to say their name
Isa.
properly. Isa?
Mhm.
$2 for both sides. What is your most simple, convincing argument?
My most
For the
simple
shape of the
convincing-
Earth, I'm assuming, is what
Yeah,
they're asking.
I would
Flat
assume so.
versus
Debate
globe.
topic.
So,
yeah.
go ahead.
No,
Globe
on
with-
your favorite movie, this Leo. That's what we're asking. On your favorite movie.
Hi, I'm just making sure, okay?
No
so
worries. I'm sorry,
let's
buddy.
start with globe. What's your simplest, most convincing argument?
General relativity and how the hydrostatic equilibrium between the material that makes up an object and the gravitational force on its every point of its surface forces objects of a significant enough mass to be spheres. And that's exactly why stars and planets in large enough planetesimals are spherical or spheroidal.
Mark, can
That's
you
the
make it more
simplest.
simplest?
Okay. No, I got you, buddy. Yeah, look, I think the simplest is circumpolar star rotation. It works perfectly well on a globe Earth. Like it shown the exact things that we see in the world are represented perfectly on a globe Earth, and it just does not work on a flat Earth if you understand that you cannot sit on the other side of the stars and watch the backwards rotation. But if you watched my presentation, and if you're watching this afterwards, do rewind and see it, that how that graphic showed how that circumpolar star rotation works on a spinning planet. It's beautiful. It explains everything perfectly while the flat Earth cannot address it.
Kyle?
We can see too far we can see farther than we should when there is less refraction in the atmosphere, not more of it.
Mercedes?
I would break it down to Occam's razor. He put simply the simplest solution is always the best. And I would say that
Not what Occam's razor says.
Well, let her finish.
Just
Leah,
let her.
come on.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I thought I'm so sorry.
I would just say that flat Earth is the simplest reasoning, and they had to overcomplicate it and add a lot of mathematical theoretics, nothing that's actually been proven to answer for a lot of things that the globe had. So that's one of the best ways to know that flat Earth is likely the more reasonable explanation, because also too, you can't have a vacuum next to a atmosphere without a container. And gravity is not a container, so you can't use gravity to explain that away every single time. because they even say there's holes in the ozone layer if anyone remembers the 90s, and that was all going to kill us. It didn't
Okay,
happen.
this is more than one simple proof kind
Yeah,
of
that-
thing.
that was-
and plus,
Yeah, sorry.
To be
Real
fair,
cool.
Leo's also was not very simple.
but it was only one explanation. That's the thing.
I
It was only
still
one
think
He
a
just
fourth
talked
grader evidence
faster than I
point.
did. He just talked faster.
All right, yeah. Next question, Squeaky Eyes, $2 says, calculate your weight with no G right now, please.
Oh, I could calculate my mass, but not my weight.
Yeah.
All right, I think that was not really even a question. It was just a shot. All right, I can almost see the end. Displaced Gamer, $5. When someone asks why, what do you think they are asking? What is? Oh, hold on. I clearly read that one already. Here we go. Angel Slayer 169 for $5 says, why won't DHL or other international freight companies use a flat Earth model? Can you provide a commercially reliable model for the flat Earth?
Loaded question.
What's that?
Yes, it
That's
is.
a loaded question.
What's it loaded with?
A presumption saying that they all presume a globe Earth, and
They do.
No. The
No
question was
airline.
the question. The question was, can you provide an accurate map for the flat Earth to these companies? That was the question.
Oh, can we provide an accurate
Yeah.
map? Well, if they're using any kind of normal map, it's flat. They don't point to a globe, as far as I'm aware of. You told me one of them actually points to a globe, and yeah, then we'll talk. But right now, they're already using flat maps, is my point.
Waypoints are usually defined on geodesics. I don't
So,
understand what you mean by flat map.
So, Bob for $5 says the ice wall is the only testable prediction of flat Earth. They must
So true.
lie about the treaty to avoid testing it. Read the treaty fully.
Every hypothesis is a prediction.
What?
There's a flat Earth hypothesis.
What?
Every
every
hypothesis.
hypothesis makes predictions? I
Every
would agree with that.
Yeah.
Every hypothesis is a prediction.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, but
That's
some things that people throw out as hypothesis shouldn't be considered so because they're unfalsifiable. Like if you sort of say, hey, I have a hypothesis that maybe a teapot around Jupiter, that's an unfalsifiable prediction kind of thing. We can't test it in any way, so it's not really a
You
hypothesis.
might not be able to verify it, but it's still a prediction nonetheless. I predict that there is.
Yeah, but it's not a hypothesis because there's no way to falsify it. What the person is saying is that the only thing that we can actually go to test is the Antarctic Treaty and the ice wall, and a lot of flat earthers won't actually take the time or effort to go to Antarctica to actually test it, and I wonder why that is as well.
Also, predictions
actually
can't
have
be
them.
unfalsifiable. A prediction
Mercedes
has to
has
be able
something
to
to
show
You've been
to be
to
wrong
Antarctica?
and to be a prediction.
Yeah, they got turned around by people with guns. They did a live feed of
No,
it.
you
I
said
think,
you've
like,
been to Antarctica. You said you've
no,
been
I said
to
they
Antarctica.
actually have. They actually
Who's they?
have.
Who's
Who's
they?
they?
When you said that flat earthers, you wonder why flat earthers won't go to
Referring to flat
Antarctica.
earthers.
I said they actually have. They got turned around by people with guns.
I doubt that.
I sincerely doubt that.
Well,
They
they
did.
may
Since
they
the
went
topic
on a
was broached,
yeah okay.
the next question from for Mercedes technically, but since we're like talking about ice walls and things of that sort, John sends $10 to say, Mercedes, how far away is the firmament from the ground? How far away is the farthest thing that you can see on a clear day? And is the firmament closer to the ground when it's nearest the ice wall?
To the last question, yes. To the second question, 3 miles was what I said that you can generally see, but that changes based on the atmosphere, the haze, all that kind of stuff. To the first question, what was that one more time?
How far
Very
away is
first
the
one.
firmament from the ground? How far away is the farthest thing you can see on a clear day? And then is the firmament closer at the ice wall?
I think they have measured from the center down. I don't have that measurement in front of me, and I don't know how accurate it is because I haven't done it myself, so I don't want to say for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's recorded in the Britannica like I showed, and like I said, yeah, that would be where the the firmament is at its lower point.
I love this notion that you have to do an experiment yourself in order to like trust it, and that's just totally not how science works.
That's how science works completely,
No, it's
100%.
not. No, it's
Why would you
not.
just believe someone? That's a religion.
That's not what science
So
is
therefore
either.
it's true.
Open books
Yeah,
on
that isn't what science is. We just don't believe people. There's a process that is followed. There's a methodology that people follow in
Well,
order
you
to
could-
do scientific experimentation.
Right. If you watch someone
Right.
conduct that scientific experiment, then it's verifiable because you're a witness. But if you didn't witness it, then you're just going off of what somebody says.
Well, no. What they do is
No.
they write a paper which outlines their methodology, which outlines all of the
they write a
steps that they
paper.
did. Well, yeah.
No.
So listen,
Because
hear
it's
me
written
out.
on
Hear me
paper
out.
than it is
Hear
in
me out. Kyle.
voice.
They write a paper outlining their methodology, all the steps that they took and all the things that they did to get to the result. And then other people come and they replicate that methodology. They do the same thing and see if they come up with the same answer. That's called replication. And that's a hallmark of science. So all these people are trying to disprove one another. They're trying to find each other wrong so they can say, hey, actually, they're not right. I've got the answer. The answer is this. So in actual fact, they're all checking one another because they have motivation for that person to be wrong and them to be right.
That's why we do so many laser experiments and go and test to see that if we can see too far when there's less refraction in the air. That's
You said
why
lasers?
so many flat earthers do that.
Yeah, I know a physicist that works with lasers. What are you talking about? We do tons of laser tests. What?
To measure
what?
to see how curved.
Oh
the Earth
no, I mean, yeah, I mean, some people do laser ranging experiments and things, but you know, the shape of the Earth has been settled for ages. Like nobody's really taking that seriously.
On the topic of experiments, Alex sends $5. Was the Mark Sargent documentary a hit piece after all? The experiments he ran proved the Earth was a globe?
What was it called?
I forget what it was called, but the Mark
I think
Sargent
they're
documentary.
talking Behind the Curve, I think.
Yeah,
Behind
I
the
think
Curve.
that's
Oh,
what
the
it was.
Netflix one.
So Jeranism came up with that experiment that proved himself wrong. Bob had the and rest in peace, Bob had the ring laser gyroscope that showed the 15 degrees per hour drift. Sort of a lot of the things that showed in there were kind of
Yeah, there's a lot more to that story, and I really, really recommend actually hearing it from like the survivors of who are actually involved in there. Go talk to Jaron about it. He's got a lot on it. There's a lot.
He has a documentary on it, Kyle.
Oh yeah, about the true, like what the real story behind everything. Because yeah, they cut so many things out of context there, and they didn't tell the full story. But the full
they
story
cut so much out.
I'm one of the
They cut so much
Globebusters, by
out.
the way, and yeah, the full story is there with them. Yeah, Karen B is really good. Got great information on that.
Okay. Doc Dino sends $2 to invite Kyle to join him on an after show for a geology question.
Didn't he just ask?
I've got a debate board. He can come talk to me on my debate board anytime.
it's just he's a geologist, so he's like plate tectonics, how do the plates move, convection currents, that all that kind of thing.
I'd love to see him defend the textbook that I've been reading and destroying.
I'd love to see you go to his after show and ask him. But the next super chat here is IC Spin for $1.99. The average cost of an astronaut suit, $100 million US. Why?
Because of the technology that's in it. Like, do you know what it takes to put a human physically in the vacuum of space?
I believe, based on IC Spin's previous questions, he's trying to ask the flat Earth side to justify the $100 million price tag.
I'm just looking at the coffee cups and about NASA's. Was it NASA or the Air Force about like the 5? I don't know, just ridiculously expensive coffee cups. I thought that was pretty funny. So
he didn't ask about coffee cups.
I know, but it's kind of a similar thing. Is you can put a price tag and charge whatever.
Oh
you want.
no, it is.
Also,
it
NASA doesn't make the spacesuits for NASA.
They have
NASA's
a
not
lot of
building them.
independent contractors. Yeah.
Can you name
right.
the one that supplies them the spacesuits?
No, I was agreeing with you, dude. I just
ILC
said, dude, Leo, how drunk are you? I agreed with you, man.
Who said
I
I was
agreed
drunk?
with you.
Who
You did earlier.
I mean, I
Who makes
understand
it-
you have to come at my character because you haven't really been
No.
capable of making reasonable responses to
goodness.
anything.
I
I've
agree with you.
questioned.
So that's an
I
attack
agree
of your
with
character.
you.
That's fine. I don't care.
I get it. You're drunk. I get it.
Okay. I did agree with you, dude. I was on your side.
I think
on
we
that.
should
That's
stop
great.
ad-homing.
And then you both attacked me for being drunk, and that's fine. You can think that I am if that makes you feel better about.
Only because you
complete loss.
attacked
Leo,
me
hold
for
on.
some reason.
I
Okay,
didn't
hold on,
attack
hold on,
you.
hold on, hold on.
You were the one who said you were too drunk to taste
Kyle.
it.
Look,
Do you not understand jokes?
let's
That's
Leo.
a quote from a fucking movie.
Leo.
To be fair, you commented or spoke about being tipsy earlier. Yes, Mercedes and Kyle, let's leave it alone. But in any case, that's a really bad segue to my next super chat. Kango44, $20 for the Globers. Do you think platforms like Facebook and YouTube should take some responsibility for the delusional state these people exhibit? It's sad to see the level of brainwashing that memes can produce.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? Leo dropped out. I think he
Yeah,
lost connection. Sorry. But what was the first part of that question? Do you think who
The
should
basic
take...
like social media question and regarding things such as flat Earth, for example. So, do you think platforms like Facebook and YouTube should take some responsibility?
Yeah, I mean, but the flat Earth has been around since before it was even a thing. So in some way, these kind of ideas get around without it. The more widespread it is, perhaps it did contribute to that. But I think that's just one of the drawbacks of having such a well-communicated society now. A lot of information is shared around that we wouldn't normally have access to, but a lot of misinformation is shared around that is not true. So I think it's sort of a double-edged sword that we have, and I think that the good science being able to be communicated and people to understand our universe and our world is worth the sort of, you know, this sort of meme ideas that come up. So yeah, I don't blame the internet for bad ideas. It may be responsible for spreading them far wider than they probably should. So yeah, what are your thoughts, Leah?
Take responsibility for what would be my question.
Spreading around bad ideas, basically, or flat Earth
well, I live here in the
ideas,
United States of America, and like bad ideas, it sucks. But I don't think flat Earth is really that harmful. I don't think
so
most people believe it. I don't think that literally 99.9 going out 48 times of people on the planet believe it. And if they saw people spouting it, would just ignore them because clearly these people are insane and don't know what they're talking about. Or they understand how reality works and they're just lying for clout on the internet. But yeah, I think that what YouTube doesn't really take their stuff down. It just puts the little thing underneath the video that says, hey, this idea is dumb and archaic and nobody believes it anymore for good reasons. Here they are. Like that. I think that's good enough. There are things I do think that should actively be taken down because they are harmful, like calling for the genocide of Jewish people.
All right.
Yes.
John, $2. Mercedes, quantify the heat loss rate of a spacesuit.
Quantify the heat loss rate of the spacesuit? I'm not in space, so how would I quantify that?
What? What do you exist in if you're not in space?
I'm not in outer space, okay?
So you do think space exists. Okay, that's good.
I think that within the firmament, which is where we can't go, where the sun, moon, and stars are, I think that is an outer space that we cannot go to. Yes.
Well, I think it's because you sort of said that you can't sort of maintain temperature within this insulated sort of warmed suit by its equipment. And so I think they're asking you to quantify that statement. Why doesn't it work?
Oh, okay. That's actually just more of a common sense answer. If a fireman went into a burning building, even though he might be wearing a flame retardant suit, it doesn't mean that he wouldn't die from like lack of oxygen or the amount of heat that's touching his body despite the flame retardant suit. He can still die from that. and from just the toxins in the atmosphere. And although an astronaut suit might have like a helmet and everything else, and they're getting the oxygen pumped into them and everything else, like it shows, he's still being subjected to the heat. It doesn't matter. You can
Being
still
subject-
die from that. Your suit may not catch on fire. Your suit may not catch on fire if you're a firefighter, but you can still die from the heat because your body is being exposed to it. We're very fragile
That-
creatures.
That's all
Also-
great, but spacewalks don't expose you to intense heat. They expose you to intense cold. So you'd have to handle that differently, wouldn't you?
You would
Than a
have to handle
fireman's
it.
suit?
You would have to handle it differently, but it still
Mhm.
works because it's extreme weather, and extreme
Of
weather
course it
can
works.
affect you, whether it's heat or whether it's
Mhm.
extreme cold.
You're not exposed to weather
Freeze
either
to death.
when
Ozone
you're on a
Talks sends
spacewalk.
$5
Sorry.
to add to this by saying a spacesuit's external exposed to the sun can reach plus 120 C or plus 248 F.
And that's actually
due-
because there is no
due
atmosphere.
to the radiation vacuum is a thermal insulator.
And here's a fun fact. You know who came up with those thermal retardant suits for firemen and the oxygen systems for firemen?
NASA. Is that what you're gonna
NASA,
say?
yeah.
Yeah, figured.
Because of the funding they got from the government to be able to pursue those kinds of developments.
Do you know why they pursued those developments? They needed to regulate temperature. I wonder why.
Maybe to fake things under the water, or to go to Antarctica, or
Water
to
isn't
go to
cold or hot.
extreme
Water is
extreme
average
weather
temperature.
conditions to fake that they were walking on Mars when really it was
Yeah,
just somewhere in the desert.
No, they
they've
needed
got
to
some-
deal with extreme temperatures, like, you know, extreme heat, like Ozium was talking about there, or extreme cold, like, you know, would ordinarily be in space when you aren't subjected to the radio waves from the sun.
Yeah,
All right.
they're in water with that big bright star that you can see when they're out in space that totally doesn't exist in the water.
I did want
they're
to
in.
ask Leo how you think radioactivity works, because do you think that radiation
Radioactivity
pay
is a
me
result of
$2 to
weak
ask him that
interactions.
Damn it. Okay.
Well, I can just answer it. It's really quick. Radioactivity
Go
is
ahead,
a
Leo.
result of weak interactions. Now, I can get further into that, but I don't think Justin's down for that.
I'm down for it. I just worry about
I'm
you
down
guys,
for it.
honestly. Yeah. But the next couple super chats here are kind of random. From Nominals, $5, asking Kango44, tell us you're authoritarian without telling us you're authoritarian. And then John sends $2 to say, Justin, please feature more of your adorable doggo. If you guys didn't notice,
I know.
120-pound Great Dane, and
Yeah.
she was basically trying to say, what are you doing? I miss you. And you don't say no to a 120-pound Great Dane. But moving on, Kevin Brown says $5. Why wouldn't Russians during Cold War have just said, hey, we just sent our guys to Mars, and here's the video proof?
I think it's similar to the other question that was asked earlier.
Okay, fair enough. John, $5, Mercedes. Do you understand that an
Popular
encyclopedia,
Mercedes. I'm getting jealous over here.
Yeah.
All the presents.
the new blood always gets all the attention?
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough.
So Mercedes, do you understand that an encyclopedia is not a primary source? Do you know what a primary source is? Kyle, same question to you.
That's why we go out and do our own experiments, because we are the primary sources. And so we need to have that ability to say, we went out and tested it for ourselves. We don't want to just say, my textbook says so, therefore it is so. We don't want to say, my encyclopedia says so, therefore it is so. But yeah, it's test it for yourself.
And I threw it in there because I thought it was kind of a cool facet that they had that in the encyclopedia at the time. I do think that there's still obviously reliable sources within encyclopedias, because we've been using them for a long time, way before the internet came about. That was like our Google back in the day. And while it's not 100% trustworthy, like Kyle said, that's why we got to go out and do the experiments ourselves as well. So
I would argue phone books were our Google back in the day, but that's okay.
true.
John, nope, that was John's questions. Alex, $2. What altitude do planes fly to Scott base? Does that mean something to anybody? What altitude do planes fly to Scott base?
Scott base?
Yeah. I feel like there's a couple
That's
typos, maybe an
Antarctica.
autocorrect.
Scott base is Antarctica.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes.
So then the question must be to the flat earthers, asking what altitude would that plane fly to get to Scott base?
Don't know.
It's a New Zealand research station in Antarctica, actually, now that I look it up. Yeah, good question.
Okay. So I don't know is the answer. I see spin $2. Flat Earth, without smiling, is the Earth flat?
The Earth is flat. Yes.
The Earth is flat.
Bob sends $2.
Oh, damn it. I was going to do the same thing. Try to do it without smiling.
You didn't even make it to start,
You
Leo.
did, yeah.
I know.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Bob sends $2. Why would the sun get wider at set on flat Earth model? So I think they're just trying to save some letters there. Why would the sun get wider on sunset on flat Earth model?
Didn't we talk about that for like 15 minutes?
Well, that's how long ago that super chat was sent in. You were in the middle of talking about it, so it instigated a question. Do you see how it works?
Yeah.
That's why we end up here for answering questions. So, Bob, if you're still here, and if you're not satisfied with the answer to that question yet, you can just directly message Yahooligan in the chat, and we'll ask for a reiteration. Aiden Afnan Kasaro, the person who sent their first ever super chat earlier, has now sent their second ever super chat for $2. Why do more dense things don't make a loopity loop?
What?
I assure you, I read that. Why do more dense things don't make a loopity loop?
Because density doesn't cause things to go in a loop? I don't. Wait, are they trying? Okay, wait, maybe I might be able to discern. Are they
your
trying
guess
to?
is as good as ours, so go ahead.
Are they trying to say that this is? Are they trying to equate density to like the motion of what planets would do? Potentially, like the rotation.
We can only guess. Again, if you can clarify your question, Aiden, just direct to Yahooligan, and I'll see if I can fix that. We're on the last page. Here we go. John Michael B, $5. How does seasons work on a flat Earth?
Refraction. We've got a lot of demonstrations of this where if you there's a large glass or acrylic kind of magnifying glass, and if you put your light source on one side of it, it can cause a downward refraction, so it only lights up half of the map, not the whole map.
I would say too that if you look up the flat Earth model, the sun and moon have different rotations through the Tropic of Cancer and then Capricorn. So throughout the summer seasons to the winter seasons, it'll make smaller rotations in or towards the summer, and then when it gets towards winter, it starts moving outward. So that's why we see the changes in seasons. So it's actually very similar in some ways to the globe Earth as far as like rotation stuff goes. But it's just instead it's the moon and the sun and the way that they're rotating and they're going like this instead of like that.
What causes that variance?
I'm sorry, Theo?
What
What'd you say?
causes that variance?
The sun. What causes the sun to move from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn?
No. What causes the diameter of their orbits to go from smaller to bigger to smaller? What causes that variance?
I didn't say their size changed. I just said that their rotations.
Yeah, it sounds like what you're saying is that the radius of their orbits gets bigger and smaller. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that when the sun is in the summertime, it will make smaller circles.
Yes,
smaller
you're saying
rotations,
its radius is smaller than it is in the winter. It sounds like you're saying. The how far out it makes the circle, how big of the circle of its
orbital
orbit
radius
or
is what he's
whatever.
The
talking
orbital,
about.
yeah, orbital. Okay,
Yeah.
yes,
So
orbital
what
radius. Yes.
causes the variance in the orbital radius? Why is the orbital radius changing? What force is causing that?
I don't know.
All right.
And there's another
Watch out, you're gonna
thing
get more
about
drunk
the flat
now.
Earth model that we don't know.
Okay.
I would.
So I'm going to go back real quick to Bob because he did send me the message about the sun getting wider at the sunset. He says that Flat Earth did not explain why it does. They just said that it does. So unless refraction was their answer, if the sun is further away, it should get smaller.
Oh, I went and explained that at depth, that the whole widening effect, that's from refraction. That's what's causing the compression.
Yeah, we did kind of get into that. I feel like.
I also talked about the shape of the sun and about how the sun doesn't always appear to shrink at sunset. And I did cover that with the yardstick on the ceiling versus the yardstick on the floor.
Okay. John, $10, Mercedes. What is your best estimate for how close to the ice wall you need to be in order to see the firmament? I.e., how close to the ice wall is the firmament? Less than 3 miles away?
Probably, sure. Why not? I mean, I can't go there. We can't go there because we can only go to the 66 degrees south latitude, and that's with government approval to a designated part of Antarctica. So, yeah, there's no way for me to physically go there and do that myself to estimate.
Eric Erpelding, $5. GPS satellites are not balloons. How does GPS work on a flat Earth?
That's a loaded question.
What's it loaded with?
A presumption that they are not balloons. Okay. Yeah.
They're not balloons. They sit
That's-
14,500 miles above sea level. They're not balloons. They're satellites.
Say what you want. It doesn't convince.
I think
Well,
that's
no,
the answer.
that's a fact.
I would say that GPS doesn't always work. I come from Montana originally, and sometimes it goes out when you're in the mountains. So
Yeah, that's you losing signal to it, not it being inaccurate. It would be like the internet. If your internet cuts out, that doesn't mean that like all of the internet somehow failed. It just means that you are no longer connected to it.
That's the exact same thing of it failing.
No.
Mm.
The GPS system works just fine. You're just no longer connected to it.
Then that's not working.
Well, no, it's working, and you're just not connected to it. Your device is not strong enough to pick it up at whatever place that you're at. But that doesn't mean that there's something wrong with the system. It means there's
Why is
something
it-
wrong with
but
your.
why?
It
'Cause
means
why
there's
is it-
something.
why
And I'm
is it
about to
strong?
explain why if I could get there. It has to do with your device that's trying to pick it up.
But why is it strong enough to pick it up sometimes and not other times?
Because it
Well, it's
depends on
because of
where the
line of
satellites
sight.
are. Yeah,
Because if you
a
go up
lot.
to the base of a mountain or you have a pillar, it's going to block the signal. Whereas if the satellite's directly over you, then it can just go straight up. It all depends on sight lines. So places like mountains and things, you might have to wait until the satellite actually comes over you in order to connect to that satellite because it works as a direct line of sight thing. But you can go out into the middle of the Australian outback in the middle of the desert with like literally nobody for kilometers around, thousands of kilometers. It will work perfectly.
I also wanted to add that our GPS satellites, because they're so far outside of Earth's gravitational field, we actually, and this is how we know that at least special relativity in general is true, is the clocks on our GPS satellites, because they're further outside of Earth's gravitational field and so experience less gravitational time dilation. The clocks on our GPS satellites have to be consistently readjusted to the atomic clocks we have here on Earth. If we did not do this, the GPS on your phone would be in a 24-hour period, in a mere 24-hour period, would be off by 7 miles.
Okay. So going.
Oh,
we lost.
we
him
lost
again.
Leo.
I
Sort
think
of.
that was a mic drop,
Okay.
maybe. I don't know what that was. Sorry, I'm just talking.
Oh, good.
No, that's
So-
funny. That's a good one.
Aiden replied to me earlier. He was asking about the density of things and loop-de-loops. He clarifies, why do more dense things always go down? Why not make a loop-de-loop or go sideways?
Is that directed at us?
Yes.
I would imagine so, yeah.
I feel like Kyle and I already explained that. I don't know how more simple it can be.
Yeah.
There's a natural downward force. There's a natural down and up. They think it's relative. We don't. We think there is an actual up and down.
We're not like Brian Cox over there claiming that the Earth is actually rising upward.
No, yeah, we're not the Flat Earth Society. That's government run, provably.
Okay.
Wait, can I just ask one quick clarifying question on that?
Yeah. We have two more
So
questions left.
Okay, so you're saying that there is some force that makes more dense things go down, but it's just there and we don't know what it is and we can't explain it. Is that what you're saying? That when you say like natural force, or that it's like naturally there, or whatever it was that you said, are you just saying that it's there and we don't know anything about it, and I guess that's that?
Not what I said at all.
No, there's a natural magnetic force to the ground. So there's a negative and positive in nature. That's why when you take two magnets together, you can stick a positive
not
and
everything
negative,
is
and they'll
electrically
naturally attract
charged.
each other.
Let's
But
be
not
honest.
If you
everything is
take a
electrically
compass,
charged.
if you get a
Yes.
compass out, it will always point north.
Yeah, that's
So
because
there
of
is
Earth's
always
magnetic. That's because of Earth's
right.
magnetic field, which does nothing to
Because-
force things down.
Yeah.
Because you'd
But
have to
then-
account for neutral objects that still fall, and they're not charged. They don't experience the electromagnetic force then. So what would be forcing them down?
Do you have an
True.
example of something neutrally charged?
Yeah, most things.
Most things are not
Why do
electrically
you? No, I didn't. Okay. Most things can be electrically charged. We just have to align the poles of the electrons that make them up. Neutrons are electrically neutral. Shit, quarks have fractional electric charge. Like the up quark is a plus 2/3 electric charge. So electric charge is very interesting. It can come in fractions. You can have positive, negative, and you can also have neutral, in which case you will not experience electromagnetic forces.
I think
Okay.
you might be too drunk for me to understand what you're talking about.
No, I understand physics and you don't. That's what.
According to Harvard, the Earth's surface is negatively charged relative
Yes.
to the lower edge of the ionosphere.
And the ionosphere is way up there, I believe.
Except in one
And
case.
Becoming
water.
more drunk is gonna
I'm just
help
wait.
you,
I wanted to make one point.
Okay.
Water, which is the best conductor of electricity, is considered to be positively charged. So that means that water will be drawn more to the negative force.
But actually, sometimes in rare occasion, or actually it happens quite frequently, the Earth becomes positively charged. And that's when a lightning strike occurs.
Yeah, it can happen.
So why don't things fly up? Why, if the charge is reversed and that's what's causing things to go down, why don't things fly up just before they're hit by
It
lightning
does.
when
Like
the Earth is...
when you rub a balloon on your hair and you hold it up here, it makes your hair fall up.
That's
When
static.
lightning, exactly.
That's static.
Electromagnetic static.
Static is different. Yeah, that's different.
Static
force.
electricity is different from It is a feature of.
Correct.
There's electrostatics, which is a
Yes.
feature of electromagnetism that studies specifically static, which means like stationary, not moving. Static electricity, but static electricity is one out of probably close to a dozen different instances of electromagnetism. We got electromagnetic induction, we've got electrostatics, magnetostatics. I mean, there's there's a lot out there.
There's
Actually,
so many of them. But my point
Sounds
is
like
that
you're
if it is the negative
disagreeing
charge
with-
of the Earth that is causing us to go downwards, then why is when it is reversed to be a positive charge that we don't go upwards? That's my whole point, or at least be unaffected by gravity.
I was under the impression that Leo was saying that not everything is electromagnetic, and
no,
he-
not everything carries an electric
No.
charge. That's what I
Okay,
said.
which is
Yeah, he clarified.
directly contradicting PBS's Nova when they said
I don't
that
care what PBS's
magnetism
Nova
is the
says.
glue to the
I
universe.
care what
And it's
physicists
totally
in
okay for you to say-
electromagnetism say.
Well, let
I care
Kyle
about
finish.
how I understand electromagnetism as a fundamental interaction in nature. That's what I care about.
Do you think neutrons are
electromagnetism is
electrically
what-
Oh,
charged?
hold on. Mark, you just asked Leo
Yeah,
to
sorry, my
let
fault.
Kyle
Yeah, you're
finish. Kyle, go ahead.
Okay. I was just saying it's totally okay for you to disagree with PBS when they claim that electromagnetism is the glue to the universe. And the whole reason why
Well, it's not.
you don't pass
They're
through
wrong.
the floor is because of electromagnetism. That's their claim. And so if you want to disagree with him, that's totally okay.
Electrostatic repulsion, more specifically, yes. But electromagnetism is not the glue of the universe. That would either be strong interactions, because that's what holds protons and neutrons together, and subsequently what holds atomic nuclei together. Or it's gravity, which holds literally like everything in the universe together, and not at a small scale. Like
I
those
think
are the glues
strong
of reality.
nuclear force is probably the main one.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I applaud your.
That's why we have matter.
All right.
Oh, this is just basic standard model physics. Anyways, I'm done.
Okay. Displacement Gamer, $10. What is the exact radius of the ice wall? Additionally, what methods or strategies are in place to prevent unauthorized access to any and all parts of that huge area?
The Antarctica Treaty that was signed by over 150 nations. And
Well,
I feel like we already
Antarctica
answered
Treaty
the first question because we said that we can't go there. That's the whole point. We can only go to the 66 southern latitudes. So I feel like I said that a million times.
Flights to Antarctica, you can get a flight.
Regular
to Antarctica, but
patrols.
also, the Antarctic Treaty is just an agreement between countries to not station any military operations there and not to conduct any mining operations there. That would sort of upset the balance.
That's not all it says. Go read it.
The delicate.
I'm reading it right now, actually, and Mark's right. Part 1.
Oh,
Antarctica.
part 1
Nice.
and freezes.
Part 1 and freezes, yeah.
What?
So right when you said part 1, then you froze.
Oh. No, it says art, period. So I'm assuming Article 1, Antarctica shall be used for peaceful purposes only. Article 2, freedom of scientific investigation in Antarctica and cooperation toward that end shall continue. And Article 3, scientific observations and results from Antarctica shall be exchanged and made freely available. That's all it does. That's it. Those are the articles of the agreement, of the treaty.
Okay, how much
Says nothing about, haha, you cannot go past this particular latitude.
Yeah, it doesn't say that. I'm sorry.
How much does it cost to get a permit?
Look, the fact that we have capitalism does not mean anything. I'm sorry.
Well, it depends on what kind of trip you want to take there. If you're just doing tourism and you want to go to Antarctica, you don't need a scientific permit. If you want to conduct scientific tests in
area, we don't want to do a cruise. We want to just get it there and go and travel as we please.
The problem is that they don't want people running, because, like I said, it's a delicate ecosystem. And if they let anybody do any kind of testing in Antarctica, they might do something to, cause an ice sheet to break off or cause some kind of other calamity. They will do sort of tours where you can go to specific places. Yeah, sure, that they'll do that. But and
I was just
I don't
saying,
know.
they're not going to let you wander around Antarctica unmonitored with no permits for anything.
So how much
you just don't need to be there then at that point.
So
and if
there's
you do
actually
that, you will probably die.
You could get a scientific permit to say that you're going to go find the wall and show everybody, here's the wall, and let's look over. We found a way to climb it and look over. There's the edge. There's the edge of the Earth, but nobody will ever find that because it doesn't exist.
Walk all the way across Antarctica, see what's on the other side. How much is the permit?
Well,
really
people
quick,
have
guys.
done cross Antarctica trips to the South Pole and stuff.
How much is a permit?
I don't know. I haven't looked it up, but they have to be in prime physical condition because it's really dangerous. It's absolutely freezing down there.
Why?
And
you don't have to get a permit to go to a designated wilderness area here in the United States. They're around here. Oh my goodness, there might be mountain lions. They don't care if a mountain lion comes and eats me out in a designated
Those are called
wilderness
parks. Antarctica isn't designated as a park. Antarctica isn't designated as a park.
Designated wilderness area, that's not a national park.
But so wilderness areas are out there. They would be a form of a park. Yes. They would be handled by Parks and Rec.
Area is a national park.
I never once said national park. I just said park. There's state parks, there's county parks, there's community parks. There's a lot of different kind of parks. Antarctica isn't any of them.
Okay, I just wanted to quickly bring this up really fast because I have
quickly,
14.
Mercedes.
Okay, I'll be quick. There's the 14 articles of the treaty. Obviously, I'm not reading them all. I'm just reading the 2 that matter. Antarctica shall be used for peaceful purposes. Any military measures, with the exception of use of military assets for scientific research or any other peaceful purpose, are prohibited. So that was the one that you were talking about. But the 60th south degree latitude that you said did not exist does. It's the 6th one. It says the provision of the treaty applies to the area south of the 60th south degree latitude.
Yes, that
So
treaty
it
applies
is
to this.
it is in there.
Yeah, it applies to that region, but nothing in the treaty says that people can't go there. In fact, I'm just looking here. For US, Australian, and British citizens, no visa is required for Argentina if you go through Argentina, if you stay for less than 90 days. However, a reciprocal fee is charged to US and Australian citizens. For US citizens, the fee is $160, and for Australian, it's 100 Australian dollars.
You said
It says that the freedom of
You
scientific
kind of-
investigation in Antarctica and cooperation as applied during IGY shall continue. So everything it talks about between expeditions, all are talking about scientific programs that they have to approve. It's not just what we're saying is that it's not just anybody. Like
Yeah.
I can't just go.
No, you can get a permit. You can apply for a permit from the government because the region past the 60th latitude is designated as and what is it? An environmental protection area. If you do read that treaty, that's what it's designated as. It's not designated as a no-go zone. It isn't designated as some kind of off-limits. Environmental protection. So you can apply for a visa. You can apply for a permit. You probably will have to, in some way,
Why would they have to
why
protect
you're
it?
going there.
Why would they have to
Because
protect it if it's just a
because
nice land?
the ecosystem of it's not just Iceland, it's a very delicate ecosystem where a lot of damage can be done by people doing very minor things like breaking off ice, putting cracks in the ice. It can disrupt the balance of that ecosystem very easily, and we understand this. Most of it is just ice, right? It's not land.
and there's
moving
conservation
on
area.
to the next question from John for $2. Kyle, does the down electrostatic force act on gas?
Yeah.
Why
Okay.
wouldn't it?
Richie Constitution, $5, says, I work on an ICBM, and we test it often using a globe model, and it works. Flat Earthers, how do you explain that?
I'm not convinced
He
you
tests what? He tests what? Can I
ICBMs.
just hear that again?
I think that's an intercontinental ballistic missile.
do. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm not sure
cool,
if I believe that
guess,
either.
but
If he
that's
does.
Age of Empires cheat code. ICBM.
okay.
All the ICBMs I saw on NASA.gov said that they based it off a flat non-rotating Earth. So I don't know.
I have a feeling
Ross.
that NASA's probably actually not saying anything about ICBMs. That would be the Department of Defense saying that.
Correct.
You'd be surprised how much NASA actually deals with missiles.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I understand how they're connected.
It used
Department
to be
of Defense.
NACA, after all.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, NACA was
It
the
did.
national. Yeah, it did. It did. It was the National Aeronautic Committee of America, I think, or something like that. It was an aerodynamics place before it was.
That
a space
doesn't.
place.
I don't know
And-
what that's supposed to change, though.
Well,
That's when they were openly
usually-
talking
Going here
about
pretty quick.
missiles.
Well, usually the missiles are more associated with JPL these days and Jet Propulsion Laboratories, which is adjacent to NASA, but it's not the same thing. And because NASA does use rockets, a lot of those fields do overlap. But if you're talking about ICBMs, which are designed to be fired up, use the rotation of the Earth, and then come back down in like a massive arc using the rotation of the Earth to do their parabola, then you're probably talking, not NASA, because that's not what they're doing. They're firing things up and they're not supposed to come hurtling down on somebody. Ideally.
Yeah.
All right.
Ideally.
Our last super chat of the night, John for $2 says, Kyle, you definitely need permits to go to some U.S. parks.
That is true.
Yeah. Zion National Park, you need to get a
And there
permit.
are places, I think, where you can't go because they're considered conservation areas and they don't want humans there because it could disturb the ecosystem. It's not because they're trying to hide a secret base under Yellowstone that has aliens in it. It's because they don't want you to disturb the delicate ecosystems that exist in these areas. Let's let nature be nature and let's
Different
regulate
from
these
what I'm
areas,
talking
keep them safe and keep humans out of them.
Yeah. Zion National Park, which is not too far from where I live, that's totally different from designated wilderness area that I'm talking about.
Well, but I wasn't
Antarctica is not a
making reference to
designated wilderness area.
Yeah.
It's an environmental protection area covered by a treaty of 60-something countries, I think.
All right. Well, that brings us to the end of an incredibly epic flat versus globe debate. First, let me thank the four of you. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, thanks, Justin, and thanks to the interlocutors. That was hugely fun. I had a great time. So thank you so much.
I want to point out quick. Mercedes told us at the start of the debate that her headset was broke, so she's been holding on to that microphone to the side of her head for almost 4 hours. So props. Here's my little dog Aria, by the way, for anyone who wanted to see her again.
Don't punch anybody with your left arm, Mercedes, because you're probably going to send them through the wall.
Yeah. And tell us let's
get a Kickstarter for a Mercedes headset, please. Let's raise some money to get her a working headset, please.
Okay, Aria, sweetie. All right. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and I'm going to be heading over to Matters Now to do an after show and discuss how this debate went and explore some topics even further. Everyone in the audience is welcome to come on over to @Matters Now and join us. It's an open stage. I believe Doc Dino also hosting an after show. And where can we find any one of you at any given day? Mark, let's start with you.
I'm at Mark Reid Atheism on YouTube. I do kind of debate reviews. I do counter apologetics. I do all kinds of fun stuff. Have a good time. And I love doing debate. So if you like debate, come over to my channel if you are interested in sort of counter apologetics and calling out really bad ideas. So thank you.
And Leo, how about you?
People can find me at Leophilius. I also do debates and post them to my channel, or have talks with people on my channel. I mostly focus on a lot of topics in physics and the philosophy of physics, with an emphasis more in areas of cosmology and quantum mechanics. I also focus on the philosophy of science with a specialty in the metaphysics specifically of science. I recently did a review of a video that appeared about a year ago on Capturing Christianity's channel, where he had Dr. Thomas Bogardus on, talking about presenting a novel argument that Dr. Bogardus has with regard to naturalism and the successes of scientific explanation, where he argues that if naturalism is true, then scientific explanations cannot succeed. So if you're interested in those kinds of things, you can head on over. Don't subscribe. It's a terrible channel. Don't do it. I beg you, please.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Kyle, how about you? Where can people find you any given day?
I'm on YouTube with Abolish NASA. Just at Abolish NASA, Kyle Adams. There I am.
All right. And Mercedes, your first time here at Modern Day Debate. Hope to see you again soon. But in the meantime, if anybody was interested, where would they go to find you?
On Telegram, I'm known as the Outcast Researcher. And then on YouTube, I just had to change channels recently because of the getting kicked off. So now I'm the THEE, Great Awakening. Don't have much on there right now after getting kicked off. But yeah, the Telegram channel is definitely a viable one. And we'll see if I can ever get YouTube to agree with me.
All right. And I'm Justin. I was the moderator tonight. And I'm with Modern Day Debate. And it's 162,000 subscribers strong. Super proud of that. And that's all because of you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thanks for your support.
Thank you to our moderator who did this for 4.5 hours.
Thank you.
The real plane is on Aria, because the poor girl probably desperately needs to go outside and play in some snow and relieve herself. So as I go do that real quick before I go join Matters Now, that's what I'm going to do. Have a great night, everybody. See you all next time.
I am not a crook.